Nothing to record yet? I said nothing quite to record
Nothing
just
quite
yet.
to record, but and we cut out the first few minutes if it's just people.
It actually looked like some of those minutes, like the man, it was like, you know. Yeah, the sky's opening, like shapes of cloud, it was wild. With arms coming down.
Oh, yeah, you're about to say, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going.
Well, Portland news mentioned that, so.
Yeah.
So I was like, wow.
I'm counting 7, but
You're counting 7?
Yeah.
Including Ariel?
no,
No, just
not
7.
here.
Oh,
Okay.
Well, I had a plan to stay in a motel and he basically demanded I come out.
Jim Garrett's.
There's no public comment, agenda, so. Yeah. We talked about that this morning.
Hey Grant, it's doing that repeating thing it was doing last meeting.
He basically
Yeah, I
demanded.
heard that.
Oh, okay, interesting.
Well, I think we're gonna have to remind him, you know.
Hi, Andy.
Ariella, did it just start doing that?
I think it started doing that as soon as you hit record.
Interesting. Okay. So is it still doing it? Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Ariella, did it just start doing that?
It's like on a super delay. As soon as you hit record.
Interesting. Okay.
Do one of you have the YouTube running in the background?
Oh, yeah. I do
Yeah,
have
the YouTube is delayed.
in the background. That's it. Sorry. It's like on a That's totally my bad. I had the live stream open and this meeting open. So never mind, it's not repeating. It's the live stream is working. Thank you, Casaria.
Yeah, we got it. Yeah,
We might need to raise the volume of the speaker in the room a bit.
Sure. I mean, we can.
Yeah, to test it. So Ariella, can you test it with us? With the volume of the speaker in the room?
Yeah.
Yeah, keep talking, just, sing a song or something.
All right. Testing the audio. I'm testing the audio for the Eastern Oregon Solar Siting Rulemaking Advisory Committee.
That sounds better.
Yeah, I think that's as loud as it goes.
All right, great. Thanks, Ariella.
Yeah.
Right.
Maybe just at the start of the meeting, just let everyone know that, the setup is such.
Okay, now we've got.
Yeah.
Try to stand without my back to the.
Hey, sir, how you doing?
It's like out here, yes.
So for folks online, thanks for your patience. We've just got a little crush at the sign-in door, so give us a few more minutes to get people settled.
Not at all.
We'll see. think we were lucky to say, spread the.
Should I not be at the front table? or-
No, I'm mostly gonna be like right here.
Right there,
Yeah,
okay.
because the way the camera is.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
yeah, I mean, you can sit like at the table with Angie and maybe maybe there. And then you're not like right, because otherwise you're like.
Right.
Yeah, you're just like, it's studio. All day.
That's where I want it.
So now.
Extra chairs. Okay, folks.
We're smoking again.
Oh, yeah, I have several here. So that's cool. Very good.
You see Manny facing forward. Welcome to school again.
Not too big, but.
Well, there's actually a wild.
And then you need
Yeah.
to face it.
Exactly, when I was, working for the Board of Commission, it was back in Clark County, right? It was back in Clark County, we could base like early kids, and they would have this, lots of. Oh, my career now is the year of this thing, I said, you know, if I'm period, I've never seen it actually. Guy, yeah, they'll sew. And look, all this. Shoot each other. Wild birds. So
All right, good morning. Let's go ahead and get started. Looks like folks have found places to get comfortable. We decided to not rearrange the room terrifically, so you can just move the chairs around, sit wherever you like. Not that everybody's. Coffee's in the back. I'm Jamie Damon. I'm facilitator of the RAC. So we actually don't have a lot of introductory comments today, so we're going to do a couple things different. One is, I thought it would be helpful to do another round of just quick introductions, so we remember who's online and who's in the room. Ariella, if you could help guide folks on the online for introductions, and I see Jack, your camera is on. So Jack, I'm going to start with you. Just if you could say who you are and where you're from or what you represent.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for letting us participate online. Looking forward to the meeting. My name's Jack Southworth. I ranch near Seneca between John Day and Burns, and just uneasily on the north side of the Falls fire that's burning on the Mount here in National Forest.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks for being here. You want to tee somebody up next, Ariella?
Yeah. Bill, do you want to go since you're on camera?
You bet. So Bill Richardson, I'm Senior Conservation Program for the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation. And again, appreciate, like Jack, I appreciate the ability to attend remotely. Thank you.
Great.
And then let's go to Laura and then Dan.
Good morning, Laura Tabor, Climate Action Director with the Nature Conservancy. I'm sorry not to be with you in Madras today, but I'm normally based in Bend, but not here this week. So glad to have the option to join remotely. Thanks.
Hey, Laura.
And hey, everybody, Dan Hubner, Oregon Department of Forestry, and I'm a GIS analyst in our resource planning office.
Welcome, Dan.
Right, let's go to Nicole, then Josie, then Greg.
Good morning, Nicole Mann here on behalf of the Oregon Wheat Growers League. Morning, everyone. I'm Josie. I'm an intern at Dalton Advocacy.
Hey, Josie, can you say that one more time?
Yes, sorry. I'm an intern with Dalton Advocacy. I'm here with Nicole.
Oh, great. Thanks. Welcome, Josie.
Thank you.
It's Greg Corbin. I'm with Green Diamond Resource Company, private timberland owner and manager with lands in Klamath Lake, Wasco, and Hood River counties.
Welcome, Greg.
All right, let's go to Ken, then Brandon, then Mike.
Ken Yates, substituting for April Snell. I'll be monitoring the meeting. Thank you for letting me join. Appreciate it.
Welcome, Ken.
Hello, everyone. This is Brandon McMullen from Burns, Oregon. Like Jack, I'm appreciating the opportunity to participate remotely. There's fires burning through our forest just above us, and got to keep my feet planted here, but happy to participate and help out.
Hey, Brandon, we're all thinking about you. We're all thinking about all of you, you and Jack.
Hi, everyone. I'm Mike Darren in the Oregon Department of Geology and Mineral Industries, and the Eastern Oregon Regional Geologist. And yeah, like the others, happy to be here and support where I can.
Great. Welcome, Mike.
Then we have two DLCD staff online. If Casaria and Adam want to introduce themselves now.
Hi, good morning, Casaria Taylor, Rules Coordinator for the agency.
Hi, Casaria.
In the room, I can do it. I'm just on there in case she needs any backup help.
Oh, Adam's also in the room. Okay.
Yep.
Well, that's everyone that's online. And I'm Ariella Dolan. I'm with Kearns and West, and I'm here to support any technical assistance you may need today.
Great. Thanks, Ariella. Grant, introduce yourself.
Yeah. Hey, everyone. My name's Grant. I'm just here in the room here at Magis, just helping out. And yeah, let me know if anyone has any questions or needs anything.
Okay, RAC members in the room. We're going to start with you, Mike. We're going to just go that way and that way.
Mike McCarthy, Community Renewable Energy Association.
Everybody, Jack Watson, Oregon Solar and Storage Industries Association.
Good morning, Mike Tody. I'm Conservation Director with the Oregon Hunters Association.
Hello, everybody. I'm Chad Higgins from Oregon State University.
Good morning. I'm Andrea Kreiner with Oregon Association of Conservation Districts.
Hello, everyone. Dan Lorzek, Oregon Clean Power Cooperative.
Mark Hudson, Land Program Director, Oregon Agricultural Trust. Jim Johnson, Oregon Department of Agriculture.
My team is lucky. Everybody's making a lot.
Good morning. Steve Dixon, retired, but retired for 30 years in the utility industry, particular folks in the transmission.
Dugan Mara with Pine Gate Renewables representing large scale solar developers.
Max Alquick, House Council, New Sun Energy.
I'm Mickey Killenberg.
Jeremy Thompson, Energy Coordinator, Oregon Fish and Wildlife.
Elaine Aldridge, Oregon Attorney, CSRC.
James Williams, Lake County Commissioner. Randy Bettis, Oregon Military Department. I'm the land use planner, state of
Oh, great. Welcome. And then DLCD staff, John?
I'm John Jennings. I'm the Department of Community Services Specialist based in Central Oregon.
I'm Adam Chait, DLCD Renewable Energy Specialist. You're here probably because I sent you a bunch of emails asking you to be here.
Gordon?
Gordon Howard, Community Services Division Manager.
I'm Alexis Hammer. I'm the Legislative Policy Manager.
And Andrea? Not Andrea. I'm looking right at you. Angie.
Okay.
Here's Andrea.
Hi, I'm Angie Brewer. I'm DLCD Central Oregon Regional Representative based at Bend.
Don Marie?
I'm Don Marie Hurt. I am the Eastern Oregon Regional Rep for DLCD. I'm actually based out of La Grande, but my home office is in the Dalles.
Great. Welcome to everybody. We do have some members of the public. It'd be great to know who you are. Mickey is a local farmer. Mickey's going to talk with us a little bit here in a minute. And let's hear who else we have.
I'm Indiana Peterson. I'm the legal assistant with New Sun Energy.
Welcome.
Caroline Kristoff here with Lisa too.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Greg Jackal. I'm with Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. I'm here with Jeremy, the new sage grouse mitigation coordinator.
I'm currently
Brian Cochran, and also with state.
Great. Welcome. Well, good. We got a full house in. Yeah, go ahead.
Question, okay, is there a utility representative at the meeting today? Over here or on the phone?
I don't, doesn't sound as though our PG person is here.
Doesn't sound like it. Okay, well, welcome, everybody. Let's walk through the agenda. Oh, look, we can see us all on screen. I don't care. Google, you shush.
That's what we cared about the ladies.
What?
That's what we cared about.
And for folks online, when people did their introductions, how was that sound? Did people able to hear everyone okay?
It got significantly quieter the further the person was in the room.
Okay, is there something we could do to address that? Is there like an extension? No. So people in the back, we gotta just speak up. We've got some good acoustics in here, so I think we just need to speak loudly.
Where are your mics?
Oh, do we have any mics?
No, we don't have mics. So this thing right here is the mic. So
Maybe we can put it on, maybe we can put it in front of Chad.
it's true.
Chad's like, no. Is it not long enough?
It's not very long enough, but I can go ask about an extender. And then when I have some downtime, I can try and move it more.
That'd be
to the center.
helpful. Yeah, to get it more in the center of the room. Okay, perfect. Can we go back to ground rules?
Yes.
Perfect. And then, so we've got the first one you can't read is honor the agenda. Second one is participate actively and respectfully, be mindful of your speaking time. Provide your name each time you speak. That's helpful for people online, especially. Be tough on the issues, soft on the people. Ask to learn, listen, understand. Refrain from what, Grant? What? Sidebar conversations. So, and again, that's especially difficult for people online when there's a lot of background noise in the room. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide, which is some welcoming remarks, which we don't have, except that what we wanted to do is talk just a teeny bit about the tour we did yesterday. And so Nikki, I wanted to have come up and just say a few words about the tour. Can you raise your hands if you went on the tour yesterday? Look around, see who was there. We spent about 2 hours driving around, looking at ag lands, looking at irrigation, looking at some dams, looking at some beautiful countryside, and looking at some solar projects. So Mickey, you want to tell us a little about yourself and share with us some highlights?
I'm Mickey Killingsworth. I'm Secretary Treasurer of Jefferson County Farm Bureau.
Actually, Mickey, I'm going to interrupt you. If you stand right here, then you can see everybody and they can see you on.
I was trying to be by the mic.
Yeah, I know. They can hear it. Yeah, they'll be able to hear it. But then they can see you online.
They don't need to see me.
Oh, yeah, they do.
So I've lived here since 1978. I'm originally from Halfway, Oregon. I have property in Halfway, Oregon. So I attended the tour, attended the meet and greet, and I'm here for a while today. So on the tour that John designed, you started here, you went out, and you went to, they were all drive-by solar sites, and you went out what we call the Bender property. And if you looked at that property yesterday, you would see the solar panels off to the northeast, and then you would see pivots. Well, it's all the same property except for Bender sold it as dry land to a farmer, and he put water rights on it. So where the solar panels are, they could have had irrigation put on them. But the history is when the project came in the 40s, Grandpa Bender didn't want to spend the money and didn't think it was a viable project. But because his property is below the canal, any property that doesn't have irrigation water rights on it now, if they're below the canal, they can get water rights. They can either buy them or they can transfer them. And so that ground, that farmer uses it as a rotation. So Jefferson County is a seed county. We raise, I don't know if John put this in everybody's packet, but in the tour packet, there's an economic handout. So it tells you that there's 950 farms. There's approximately there's 60,000 acres that have irrigation rights, even though we only irrigate 59,000 acres right now, or 60,000. Anyway, we produce most of the carrot seed in the United States and over 50% of the world carrot seed. We do not raise the carrots. We produce it. So everybody on the tour, they learned about male and female carrots. They learned about isolation. They learned how you plant the females at least 4 rows together and the males 2 rows. And the males in the winter, if you plant seed to seed, you plant in August. And the males are covered with plastic because the males will freeze out. They're very fragile. The females don't get anything special because they're hardy. So all the women thought that was good yesterday. And that's always a joke because everybody drives through here and says, what's the sheets of plastic for in the winter? Well, they're covering the males, carrots. But in the spring, you can plant what we call stecklings. And stecklings, they take carrots that are harvested in the fall out of California. The 3 largest carrot producers that market to the public are in California. And then there's another one in Arizona. And they take the carrots, put them in coolers, and then they ship them up, and then they're planted, and there's a machine that puts a hole. There's crews that sit on the back, and they drop a carrot in, and the carrot goes down and has a little green top on top, and then they come back and plow them over and start them. But the carrots is the #1 economic big dollar thing here. So you have the flyer, so I'm not going to go over it. So then we went down towards Warm Springs, took Elk Drive, came up and looked at the different dams, went clear up on the top where you could see the project. So when you look at the project, you could even see this facility, but you look off. So when we came up to Round Butte and on the top, and you looked off, if you looked off to the northwest, you would see what is called the agency plains. And if we would have went straight where we were at, when you went back into irrigated, would have been the Little Plains. And then when we went south, that would have been the Culver area. And I live across 97, and we're just in our own little world, and we don't have a special name for us, but we're in our own little world. But the reason we're a seed county is because of isolation and rotation. And you need to realize we're in our 5th year of drought, and over 40% of the ground is in set-aside foul, not being farmed. Normally, you would look out, except for grass being harvested, you would see green through this whole project. So we raise most of the grass seed for the golf courses in the winter in the southern states. And most people don't realize that. We raise most of the Kentucky bluegrass seed, even though we're not Kentucky. And whenever we do, people from Kentucky come, we always sort of throw that in their face. We raise most of the Kentucky bluegrass seed, even though we're not the state of Kentucky. So the whole idea of the project was to look at solar facilities, and like the Chad and Amy Smith one, we think is a good place. We would like to see solar not on irrigated ground. And I referred to a solar project. So North Unit got a Department of Interior funding for $2.55 million grant to test floating solar panels on the main canal. And yesterday I pointed out we were one of the top irrigation districts in the nation. The grant went to 1 in Utah and 1 in California. So those were selected because of the efficiency of the 3 irrigation districts and where they were at. So that is I was letting the solar guys know that part of the incoming thing is solar on water, if it works. They will start construction in December of 25 and hopefully have it finished in 26. And so that's, I sent John the link, so he has that information. So the reason we,
Just a quick question about that, that's not floating, it's a superstructure over the canal?
It's floating.
It is floating.
It is floating. So, rotation and isolation is the key to the crops raised in Jefferson County. So when you rotate, you figure every, carrots once every 5 years. It can't, you have to rotate every year. Grass, certain grass seeds are once every 7. You have to do a rotation. So you have to have the rotation. And the carrots, because we raise different types of carrots. So there's baby food carrots. There are what baby carrots that you guys eat. There are soup carrots. There's like 15 different key varieties of carrots and that have been made into hybrids for different, there's special carrots that have been hybrid here for Japan because they want a certain carrot in Japan. But the isolation is you have to keep carrots so far, each hybrid so far from other carrots. And we have a pinning map up at the experiment station and it's all pinned. So, you know, we're a very diverse project when we have water. They got to see some parsley and some dill being raised for seed. We showed you mint. There isn't a lot of mint here. We used to be the mint oil capital of the world, and wilt came in, and then the Chinese developed some synthetic peppermint oil extracts, and that basically crashed the market. But the other reason there isn't a lot of mint being raised is it takes water. Mint is a high water commodity. So is pasture. Pasture takes a lot of water. So the mint being raised here, if it used to be when you bought Stash peppermint tea, you'd say Jefferson County, then it went to Central Oregon. And I don't know if it says Central Oregon now or it says just Oregon. But Bigelow, even though they got most of their mint tea from us, doesn't ever say that. But because Stash is an Oregon company, it does say that. So that's one thing you need to know, that we do raise most of the peppermint tea leaf in the United States. What else do you want me to tell them?
That was a good primer on agriculture,
foundation
but you wanted
lands.
to, I was hoping you'd speak about foundation lands and then just the sort of challenges and opportunities around solar.
Okay, so I told them last night, public comment. You can go into every county and go talk to a farmer, and within 10 minutes, 15 minutes, you'll know their foundation lands. And foundation lands are their key agriculture lands that need protected. And in our county, we have Plains, Agency Plains, we have Little Plains, we have Culver, we have Gateway, and that is our main crop area. And south, when we say Culver, we're talking from basically Metolius clear to High Bridge. And when you come by High Bridge, if you look on both sides of the road, you'll see irrigation with crops in it right before you get to High Bridge. So we go that far south, and that's called the Culver area. Our livestock industry is north off 97 and east off 26 out toward Grizzly. And that is our livestock area. So we have foundation lands, and then we would say we have land, well, Jim can explain it better, but we have lands that they might be crucial for the infrastructure of operation to keep agriculture alive, but they're not the most valuable lands. And then we have lands that are marginal. Maybe there's too many rural housing developments by them, that type of thing. So we have done a good job. So you're in East County, and they could see from the view, we've pushed really hard to keep the growth going east off our foundation ag ground. And we've been really bossy about that and really done a good job on doing that. So I think when you look at solar, You need, and we also have tribal lands and we have ceded acres, tribal lands. So you need to always look at the foundation lands when you're going into an area for agriculture. I could tell you where they are in Baker. Somebody could tell you in Wallowa, but you're gonna know Wallowa is basically cattle and hay. And a lot of people use wheat as a rotation crop. And then you, yes, you guys already know, you went to the tour up on Boardman area, you know about the wheat in Sherman, Morrill counties and all that production. And there's a reason why that's what they raise. Just because they can get $1 million rain in this late May and change how much money they're gonna get for wheat and the production. But wheat here is not a moneymaker. It is a rotation crop. I don't know. Is that
Yeah,
it?
no,
I got it.
Mickey.
What's
Mike?
the annual rainfall here?
Say again, please.
Any other questions for Mickey, Mike?
Your foundation lands, are those in any way mapped, or is that kind of an informal designation? Does the county zoning or anything, rate their EFE lands as foundation lands?
No, but if I get my bill through the legislature, they will be.
Jim, did you want to say anything more about that?
No, I mean, the term that Mickey's using is more a term of, this is the core of the ag industry in any given county. The only place that the term foundation land is actually in law and used is in the Portland metro area associated with protecting lands from urban growth for the Portland metro urban growth boundary.
I'm just curious, how far out, is that isolation rotation plan? How many years out?
Depends on the crop.
Like carrot seed.
The carrot seed, some of it is, 1.5 miles. Some of it is 3 miles.
Oh, no, I mean like planning which fields get carrots.
Oh, well, they have a pinning map and it's your contract with the, Cosey's the major carrot contractor here. So it depends on your contract and it depends if you're a good carrot farmer, seed farmer, or if you're a bad one. And they, and if you're not a great farmer, they'll give you the, varieties that maybe or good farmers wouldn't take. So, but it's 5 years basically. So you don't have a contract 5 years out, but you're, so if I was raising carrots for Cosi, they would already have told me what my options are going to be. And then they would say, what is your ground? So I would say I have ground here that hasn't had carrots in 5 years. And that's what they look at in the map, and they keep really good track of who had what variety of carrots in what ground and for how many years. Did I answer your question? Okay.
Dan, last question for
Yeah,
Mickey?
you mentioned grazing. I'm curious what share of the agricultural production is in grazing, and I'm also curious how the drought has affected stocking levels.
I would say well, if you look land-based, it's probably a lot of acres in
Yeah,
grazing.
but I meant.
But I would say probably 12% is in grazing. Well, okay, in my operation, my sheep are eating hay, and I've taken my water rights and let my young farmer neighbors use my water rights for their seed crops. So they can make a living and stay in business. If you're a foundation farmer, if you're an old farmer and you don't, you may have 40% of it out, and you can take your water rights and make do and take your ground and do only raise high value crops. Is what the farmers have been doing the last 5 years. But like in my case, the young bucks needed water, and I've known them since they were 4 years old. So I said, this is what I'll do and for them. And different people have done that. So last year, I know one farmer that went and bought $50,000 of extra water. 3 years ago, you could sell, if you had any water on your place and you would transfer it to another farmer, you could lease it for $5,000 an acre. So, but we had more water. And we had more snowpack, more water came to the reservoir. But as of last Wednesday, we had used over, we had 78,000 acre feet a year ago, last Wednesday. And we only have right at 40,000 right now. And when the power went out last night, a lot of water just went down the drain because you got to have power to run it. If you're in Central Electric, you were good, but the only saving grace is a lot of grass was being harvested, cut, combined. So there probably isn't, except for carrot, parsley, high value crops. There's that. The one thing I didn't tell was the recycle of water. So when you're in we call it haystack, but when you're in that project area, you get, everything's demand water. Okay, when you get up on the plains, they're the last to get the water. They take water and I pointed out some holding ponds, and that water is used 15 to 18 times from when it first hits haystack and goes to the first farmers, and it goes on and on before it goes back to the dishes. And most irrigations don't do that. That's why we're ranked as one of the top irrigation districts for efficiency in the United States. So that should be it, right?
That's it.
Good follow-up question.
All right, Max.
What we were just talking about, so like, it might not be as much of an issue in Central Oregon, but like in other counties where there's less water is now unavailable where it used to potentially be available. What do you see as alternatives for farmers that don't have water anymore? Like, what are you seeing in the market in terms of how they maintain profitability if they have an irrigated crop that they no longer have water to irrigate?
Why would they not have water if they had a water right? Unless they're in a drought.
If it's junior, if the aquifer's gone down,
Well, I mean, if they have a well. So that's the other thing you need to know. We are not a well county. We have one of the oldest domestic water systems off of Opal Springs. We only have some wells east toward Grizzly and north. So we're not well dependent like in the valley, and that's going to be the problem with when that happens. And I don't live in that world, so I'm not a good person to answer that question. I mean, they will find crops that they can use or they'll get efficient. The problem with a lot of the places, they're not efficient like we are. And so the one thing we're working toward that we tax ourselves as irrigators is we're trying to get our whole laterals pressurized. So once you get them pressurized, the power companies don't like this, but you'll do away with a lot of the pumping costs. You'll do away most of the pumps. But that's our whole goal, is to get everything pressurized. So I would say that's the thing, is you have to look at your water source. But if it's well dependent, yeah, like Elaine said, your junior water right on that. And agriculture isn't gonna have a ranking over public demand. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you.
And I think that's, I mean, that highlights one of the reasons why we've been having these meetings in different parts of the state. And you heard a really different story about what was happening, from Commissioner Williams when we were down in Christmas Valley. And so, so keep that in mind, as we're trying to figure out a set of rules to apply to the state. These regions are really different and have very different characteristics and different opportunities and different challenges. So let's go ahead and walk through the agenda real quick, and then I'm going to turn it over to John. So the agenda, you'll see a lot of topics here. The overarching theme of today is conversation. You've got some draft language in front of you. This is the third iteration of some language that you've seen. It's getting more refined. There's more of it there. It's a product of the first three meetings, the product of the results of the survey, work of the TAC, individual conversations. So you're starting to see this fleshed out. What we tried to do is chunk down the day, so in sort of manageable bites, so that we're focusing in on the things that require conversation. So we're not looking at the teeny edits or the small things. We're looking at sort of the big lift, the big lift concepts, the big lift issues that we know we need to talk about as a group. And so John and Adam are going to be taking the lead on a number of presentations, sort of chunking down each of the divisions and highlighting those sections where we really are hoping to have some deeper conversation today. And you've all been asking for this. You've asked for this for the last couple of meetings. We've done a little bit more conversation, a little bit more conversation. Today is all about it. The other thing is you'll notice we end at 4:30. So we did the tour yesterday so that we would have more time for us to work together. There is a little bit of urgency here in that we have a meeting scheduled in September as our virtual meeting. We have a meeting in October where we're hoping to start to really close in on what we want to present to the commission. So we're winding down on our meetings here. So we're really hoping to see how close we can get, how far we can get on some of the key concepts that John and Adam are going to talk with you about. So, the big pieces here are we're going to take a break at about 10:45. We'll have lunch brought in about 12:15, 12:20 and do about a half hour. And there'll be some staff updates during lunch. We need a working lunch in order to cover everybody's food. So lunch will be coming in. And then we'll do an afternoon break as well. And then we'll try to, about 4:15, 4:20, just take a step back, make sure we know what's happening next and pause before we close out at 4:30. So that's how we've organized our day. We also talked about that the first part of the day up until lunch, we're going to stay together as a big group. So we're going to talk together as a big group. In the afternoon, we're hoping to have you work in a couple of small groups again, just because we can get a lot more conversation going in the smaller groups. But we know it can get a little tiresome to work in small groups all day. And plus people want to hear what everybody wants to say around some of these bigger concepts. So that's how we've organized our time. Any questions before I hand the baton over to John to kick off our first set of topics? Okay. How about online? Folks online hearing me okay?
Yep, all good.
Okay, I'm like bellowing in front of the speaker, and John's going to be worse or better, however you want to fit it.
I'd like to do too from my ear, if that works.
It kind of depends on how they can hear your voice. So I'm going to stop speaking.
Yeah, it sounds fine.
Go ahead, John.
I'm sorry.
Are you
I'm exhausted already. I'm delirious. What am I supposed to do?
You're supposed to go to the next slide.
Can y'all hear me? Are you in my outdoor voice? So.
Can you all hear John okay online?
Yes, it's loud and clear.
Okay. Great.
So we're going to snap through some of these first slides pretty quickly. As Jamie mentioned, we want to try to drill down on some particular areas, but there's some changes in the draft. We hope that you recognize that there are changes that based on what we've heard and seen and saw in the survey and heard in other conversations. And your fingerprints are on this. I hope you notice that your fingerprints are on this. We've also worked pretty hard, and we've heard a lot about trying to balance for both flexibility with certainty. And that's sometimes kind of hard to manage, right? I mean, flexibility requires discretion, or discretion usually involves some level of risk. Certainty is usually more objective, which is more straightforward and black and white, but provides less risk. So let's go ahead and move to the next slide, please. There's the first one. Let's just go ahead and keep going here. I'm gonna spend a lot of time. Obviously, this is our direction based on the legislation. As both seen it, we'll see it some more today. Go ahead. Here we are in Madras, Oregon, obviously, having been in North Lake County and Kearney County and Morrow County. Now we're here in Madras. This is the fourth of our regional in-person meetings. Next slide, please. You guys have seen this before, you'll see it again. The purpose of this slide again is to just remind us that there are ceilings built in statute. The commission LCDC does not have the authority to go beyond, and those, based on categories of quality or quantity. 240 on high value farmland, 2560 on arable land, 3840 on non-arable land, forest land. We're really talking about 3840, I believe. Those are the ceilings above which you would go to the Energy Facility Site Council. So at or below those are under county jurisdiction. Next slide, please. So here we are, right? Before we get into this, I want to acknowledge we've been having technical advisory committee meetings. I'm going to ask Adam to talk a little bit more about that. He doesn't know that yet, but I'm confident he does the task. And you will see some instances where language we worked on in the tax is included, but a lot of it's not yet. We've had some conversations, some good ones. I didn't feel that in every instance the things we talked about are ready for prime time, so to speak. But we're moving towards that. The tax and community benefits has been interesting and very frankly very rewarding conversation. Implementation pieces I think are helping us understand some things. The mitigation areas, wildlife, agriculture, forestry, and coastal resource archaeological stuff is again have been fruitful, I believe, and have been careful to recognize that there's existing provisions in law with regards to those things. As many of you know, or all of you probably know, ORS 215 446, speaks to cultural or archaeological historical things. So it speaks to wildlife habitat. So we're careful to respect that. But I'm gonna provide some coverage on all these things, these first 7 subsections, but I think we really want to focus on 6 and 7. We can come back, we can circle back. If we need to, because I suspect we'll talk more about that. I really think that I would like to see at the end of this, however long we have, we have a better understanding of our heads around, really the determination of significance piece as kind of evolves. Let's go to the next slide, please. So I just kind of highlighted here, obviously here's the legislation piece. I highlighted what I think we're trying to get at with these next subsections. Suitability, site characteristics, avoid negative impacts. Those things I think are really embodied in some of the text that's kind of next slide, please.
And if you didn't get the handouts at the front, we did like we did for the last meeting in Orland Hermiston area where you can write your notes and your comment and your name. So please do that. I will collect those again and we can synthesize those notes.
Yeah, thank you guys. That was really helpful.
It really was.
Last time, and we appreciate your assistance there. We adjusted this language to some extent. We want to maintain that front and center, right out of the gate, that these rules are different. These are special rules with regard to how Division 23 ordinarily operates. And we want to emphasize what we think is our charter of opportunities for reducing conflicts in Eastern Oregon. So we wanted to kind of make that statement. And we also saw fit to offer some items that we want these rules to try to accomplish. So I hope those make sense to everybody. We think they're pretty high level and feel like the right direction. So next slide, please. I couldn't resist saying we kind of paired the first subsection with the last subsection. So if we just talked about the first subsection, at the bottom identifying some items we'd like to try to accomplish. The last subsection, which we'll talk about at the end, but I couldn't resist. We tried to get in a scheduled review. We got a date in there, which may not be the right date, it's just a date. We'll talk about the date, where we would go back to LTDC and provide a report and identify how well we've done or not done, and make recommended updates to the extent that we feel would be necessary to accomplish the rule, and we would make a recommendation about whether to pivot from a voluntary implementation to a more direct implementation. So we can talk more about that later, but I just wanted to say we tried to, you know, on the front end say this is what we're trying to accomplish, on the back end say we're going to come back in a reasonable amount of time and see how we're doing. Next slide, please. So there's a bunch of definitions. You'll notice a lot of them have to do with the military. We may be able to kind of collapse those, but you know, for the time being, we thought it made sense to try to understand what we're talking about. Next slide, please. We did put in a definition about the microgrid. We'll talk about how kind of that may or may not be the right thing to think about. Next slide, please. I couldn't figure out how to get the hot link out of the ERISA language, so that's my ineptitude there. But I guess the takeaway, more importantly, have to do with the next couple definitions, and we've kind of beefed up what does a photovoltaic solar resource area would be, and direct explanation in these areas. It would be the product of a local program. There'd be implemented overlay zone, there's local provisions. That's kind of a full meal deal, right? And in these areas, you can have multiple projects. It's not a single project deal. It's more of an overlay district. Next slide, please. The companion piece would be a site, which is a property-specific location, and again would be upon a county opting in, would be able to consider individual applications, applicant-driven applications, and apply the rule directly. That's the that's triggered. We've got some limitations that we talked about, but that's the takeaway, right? That the opting in, upon opting in, the county that doesn't have resource areas can consider resource sites. And we also thought that to maybe talk about a definition of what was a significant solar resource. And then we got with the transmission line. We went to transmission line. We had some different language there originally, but we went back to transmission line and used an existing definition in the existing statutes. Next slide, please. These three items, 3 and 4, are basically the same. 3 says counties can do this work using the standard process. 4 says counties can do this work using this process. It's different, expedited process. Hopefully, it's simpler and more available. I will say, as you probably noticed, there are some typos where we haven't gotten the site quite right throughout the world. Apologize for that. Hopefully, kind of bear with me. And item 5 is in response to the question, well, where do you get the data? What do you use? And we wanted to make it clear that you can use, and probably should use, reliable online mapping tools. And we again called out the ERISA project, Oregon Renewable Energy Siting Assessment, as a platform. That's only one, but it's pretty good. Next slide, please. So I'm going to slow down here a little bit, right? This is an area that I think we want to try to tie off to the extent that we can. And this is the first step in determining what a significant site is. And that is where these lands are. This is not intended to be a limitation, right? We're not trying to screen out sites or remove sites based on this. What we're trying to do is provide a level of articulation about what we think reasonable candidate areas should have or will have. And some of the things you'll notice are different here as we add the language in blue. That's right out of the statute. Site characteristics, resource potential, proximity, current, so on and so forth, right? And that we've kind of written this as a dual opportunity. So the way this is intended to work, right, is that in order to satisfy this quality, quantity, and location piece, there has to be a demonstration that those blue items are met, right? Characteristic, potential, proximity, transmission, interconnection. That can be done in one of 2 ways. One way would be a more flexible way, which says determination may be based on substantial evidence of record, right? So you can have your day, have it demonstrate how you how you satisfy these, or county can demonstrate how these features are satisfied. In the alternative, you can rely on the A through C pieces. And if you rely on those pieces, you're guaranteed to comply with the requirements of the code, right? So you have this flexibility to kind of do your own thing if you want to, or if that makes more sense, or you can default to these provisions, and be confident that you're guaranteed to comply with the rule. We have, again, we tried to integrate with PERG here. One of the things that we came away, our understanding coming away from Morrow County was that the utility scale capacity factor was too high. We had a 22 to 24%. And a result was that reasonable portion of Northeast Oregon wouldn't have qualified. And we think we're pretty clear that we think that the RAC feels that all of Eastern Oregon could qualify. So we believe that factor range gets us there. I'm talking about small B, of course. We've also, moving to C, we've called out the different types of transmission lines and based on their rating. So the lower rating lines, the proximity is closer. You get to the bigger lines, the 230, 500 QB, you get up to 10 miles. I also mentioned that the way this is written, it doesn't require that distance be the distance to interconnection. It's just simply how close you are to the line. So for instance, we've heard about the Beethoven project in Wasco County. That project itself and the other pieces, the progeny, I guess, of the original project they're right under an existing high voltage line. The Gentie is 11 miles, right, up to the Moffett substation. It would be the presence of that transmission line which would govern here. So even though they're building 11 miles of Gentie, that 11 miles would not discount them from qualifying here.
Am I allowed to interrupt?
No. let me just give this.
I think it's almost done.
And then so right, these are orbs. These aren't all, you have to specify all of them. And we had, we felt we were hearing people say, folks saying, well, what about projects that don't have to connect to the grid? What about other types of projects? And to try to account for that, I don't know if we should provide electricity to a microgrid. So it would be located to provide electricity to a microgrid. We may miss the mark with the language, but again, we wanted to put that on the table for some conversation. I think it may be reasonable to say, you know what, that's not necessary because those types of projects don't need this special consideration. I think it may also be reasonable to say, why not? Let's try to corral the types of things we might want to be thinking about. So I'm going to stop there. And Andrew, you had a question?
Yeah, I'm trying to go to the logic of this distance thing. If the distance to the interconnect is irrelevant, right? It's really the economic decision. Why does it matter whether the project is near or under the line or that same distance on the other side of that interconnect?
So I think that's what we talked about.
Okay,
right? I don't know.
I'm saying we should talk
No,
about.
I think that's just kind of how it came. I kind of realized, because I think that we started out, and it was the expectation that it was, that the facility would connect to the line that it was proximate to. But I think in reading it, the way it kind of turned out, it didn't turn out that way, and that can be corrected, improved, revised if necessary. The distances, go ahead, Jeff.
Also a logic question. So, anything that's up to 115 would also, so anything in B would also satisfy A. So A is pointless in this designation. Number one.
Okay.
Number two, I could run a 1 volt line just to click 5 miles within anything and satisfy this designation? Just from the language you've written.
Well, I think he's also go, is that line would need to qualify as a transmission.
Sure.
That's been defined.
But like any dinky little line, the littlest line, I don't even know what that is. If I was within 5 miles of the dinkiest little line, that would qualify this. And it. So there's like a, you know, I don't know if that's intentional or not, but A is useless here in the current designation.
Let's hear from a few more folks, Dan.
It's all gotta go. This whole section, it's all gotta go. Makes no sense. So, these rules apply to solar projects of any size, right? Including community solar projects. Now, I understand that we're mostly talking large projects out here in Eastern Oregon, but they apply to projects of all sizes, including the 180 megawatt community solar program that we operated, right? Which is up. So a community solar project, am I wrong?
Yes.
I'm wrong. These do not apply to community solar projects?
They would not, a community solar project
Yeah.
would not need these rules because they're not talking about projects that are larger than otherwise be permissible as a conditional use. So they wouldn't be.
Okay, let's take microgrids. So what's a microgrid?
Well, we tried to define that based
Yeah,
on.
no one, I'll tell you what a microgrid is. No one knows. No one knows. So we are, see the roof, the ceiling up here? My co-op is about to put solar on this roof here in a couple of weeks, couple of months. So if we had a battery, is that a microgrid? There is no accepted definition of microgrid. Is it one building? Is it multiple buildings? So that makes no sense. Provide electricity to microgrid.
So, and I respect that. I appreciate that. You know, what we have done, so for purposes of this rule, this is what a microgrid would be. And I pulled that off the internet. You know, I don't know if that's the right definition or not. But for purposes of this rule, if we decide to use this, and maybe we don't.
Yeah, I would say we don't because there is no accepted definition of a microgrid in the industry. And, you know, Odo, is Oregon Department of Energy here today?
No.
Shouldn't they be weighing in on these energy specific issues?
Well, we have coordinated, and will coordinate with them.
So sorry, let me just continue on the smaller projects, which is what we do with OTED. So it may be that these rules do not directly restrict smaller projects, community-based projects, but indirectly they will. We all know that. You're naive to think otherwise, right? Because these are the rules that now, at some point, Western Oregon will look to for establishing land use rules, right? And it's effectively impossible to site community solar projects west of the Cascades now, at least on high-value farm ground. So, but the bigger question is, to my mind, why is government specifying, making decisions for the private sector, for that the market should be making? So if it's not economic to connect to a certain distance, to build a solar project a certain distance from a transmission line, then why does Salem care? Why do we care?
So
if it doesn't make sense, let the market decide.
Yeah, I get that. Now, that's, you know, the package that's been delivered to us, the LCDC will adopt these rules, they will do it at a certain time, these are the things that LCDC will consider. So that's why we're here.
I want to go back to like the purpose of the legislation and why I believe, go back down to why I believe,
Go back to where, Andrea? Where do you want to
back
go?
to section 6.
Yeah.
Why I believe that section is not necessary is that we already know as far as solar technology now, Eastern Oregon is viable, right? We don't need to say 20 to 21. These rules are going to go in, this is for the rules intent here is to speed up the process, right? So what we're trying to do is identify where shouldn't they go so we know where they should go, right? So this doesn't get to that. This is stuff that may change because of technology and economics over time. that we don't wanna have to come back and revisit the rules just because the technology has changed or the economics have changed, because that's not the purpose of the rule. The purpose of the rule is to say, let's speed this up, let's remove as many barriers as we can. So that we know where we should put these, so that remove as many barriers as we can, let's identify where they shouldn't go, so that everywhere else, it's a lot faster to get them in. So I think this section is not helpful for that.
So this section is intended the first step to get there, and is intended to respond directly to what we think the legislation calls for.
So can I offer a little bit of I think those are really good points, Andrea, and I think in my view, the purpose of having some type of transmission distance as the starting point is if we don't have that, we might end up with a rule that artificially says we've got 10 million acres of land available in Oregon for solar, but it's out in the middle of nowhere in Malheur County where there's no actual transmission. So this is what we saw with the BLM PEIS. They put out these numbers, there's millions of acres available. When you look at the maps, you can't actually build a project there because they're uneconomical. So I think, or it's like a 20-mile gen tie, which costs $20 million to build. So I think there's I agree with your points that we may not need these, but that's how, if we don't have them, do we make sure that the areas that we're looking at are areas where we can actually build projects in the near term? Because the first deadline for clean energy is 2030. So if we don't have transmission, there's no planned transmission other than B2H that's gonna come online for 10 years. So we're working with what we've got. So in my view, having some type of distance helps us focus on those areas where we can actually build something today and look at what the trade-offs might be in those locations. So just want to offer that other perspective.
So let's hear from others. So we've got 1, 2, 3. Go ahead.
Okay, Steve Dixon, I was selected on this track because my transmission expertise. All these are good questions, and it's the kind of dialogue that really needs to take place with this section. And I asked at the very beginning to set up a tap because I knew this type of discussion could not take place in a public meeting where there's lots of other priorities and things. So what I'd like to suggest is we table the transmission discussion here, establish an ad hoc rack where people can self-select to be on it, pick a leader or whatever that's not me, and that we work between now and the next meeting to come up with a proposal that has been adequately discussed and agreed upon by all people.
So why don't you, let's table that. Let's hear what the other people have to say, and then let's circle back around and see where we are on discussion about this topic. Go ahead.
You know, I think during the first meeting, I said there's kind of 2 levels of impact. There's where the solar facilities are sited, right? And that creates this area of impact. But within the agricultural industry, there's also the land speculation that happens associated with it, which is its own impact. And I think in gross may be the bigger impact at times. And so I think usually like identifying at least boundaries of where there is some potential for solar development, I think it's mutually beneficial to kind of all the interests. I'm not so specific as to what the mileage are. Those are largely economic questions, which are outside of my bailiwick. But I do think it's good to start with something. On the microgrid question, my big thing is if we're looking at rooftop, it's kind of irrelevant because those are developed areas. You know, my question is there going to be a developed farm adjacent to some kind of facility, and is that going to be bigger than 20 acres? Again, this is outside my bailiwick, but my gut says no. And so kind of the relevancy of the microgrid question to the definition, I don't really understand. So.
Okay, let's go ahead, try you and then.
Just a quick note, because we know, I think we all recognize, we noted the BLM process that's ongoing. To kind of look at consistency across different activities going on. The BLM has a very similar slope characteristic in theirs. They've broadened their transmission to within 15 miles of anything 69 kV or greater. So just to look at consistency with our pathway and what's being proposed on the federal side might be something we're considering.
But that goes right back to her point, that a lot of these things can change within the market itself, become more feasible, potentially technology.
Elaine?
A couple things, I think we can keep this as a screening factor. It seems like we can simplify it with keeping a little b needs to include a factor that captures, Union County and Ontario within the B2H route. And then for C, it seems like we could consolidate all the prompts and just have it be within, X miles of something, maybe, whatever, like Jeremy's suggestion, keeping it consistent. But I think to address Commissioner Williamson's comments, like, I didn't realize this before, but this is not an absolute test. There's an alternative based on substantial evidence, so that counties can exercise their discretion. So that could help address some of those, if you can't strictly meet the 3-prompt test to go past go. You can exercise the county's discretion out there.
So let me go down to the next slide when you get a chance. I mean, just because I try to provide some examples of what little stuff means a little bit, but not the whole conversation.
I just want to put in that, I like the idea of not doing rating up to, but setting the threshold and above. I think that makes sense. And then also, I would really like to get it away, to not kind of create a built-in loophole here, where it's not just proximity to line, but it's proximity to either the connection point, or at the very least, proximity to the line that you are connecting to. So, that, it's not someone building a big facility right next to a 5-minute TV line, but they're not connected. I just think it's to have the criteria be based somewhat in the reality of the project is doing.
Would that ever happen though? Even like.
Well, I mean,
we ever build
we just had an example of something where it's being built under the line, but it's not.
There was recently the West End project that FSEC reviewed, where they actually had 3 lines crossing the site. And any developer will have their line or a substation picked out when they're looking at a piece of land, but there could be some scenarios where you have, that project that has say 11-mile connection line, but maybe tapped 500 line. Like, maybe they put their thing.
Also, I think you're gonna do that. You could ask them to speak up too.
Yeah, I can do that.
So I need to step in, so two things. One, you gotta speak loud. People online can't hear you. Second, please please say who you are. People online are not being part of the conversation. Sorry, Max, go ahead.
Thank you, Max with Newsom. I think one of the things that developers try to do is locate locations where there's a lot of options. So like, if we can't get on the 500 because the utility prevents us from doing that, okay, there's a 230 over there that might be available as well. So it increases the viability of the project if you're in a location where there's multiple points of interconnection, and there's all these different rules under EPA and taxpayers that you can move your point of interconnection, whether that's when you're modification, you can impact the feasibility study and the system impact study that they've already provided. So you know what I mean? I get what you're getting at, like how do we tie it to?
And sorry, this is Andy Walking from South Prince, Oregon, but I guess I'm just saying that's fine, but I think the distance that you're using, that everyone should be using should be the distance to the air. So if you're in a proximity of a lot of lines, you're not just thinking, oh, well, I'm close to this line, I'm close to this line, you're thinking that I'm close to these points of interconnection. And so that becomes the focus rather than just proximity to the line. Anyway, I guess I understand that there's other technical points, so we can have a further discussion about this, but I just wanted to share my own.
So other hands in the air, James, I saw yours go up. And then Dan, did you want to weigh in? Okay, go ahead, James.
Just the question, I don't want this to come up wrong, but why does that matter? Because, well, and I'll explain my point, because the reality is if they're next to a transmission line, a transmission corridor, the impacts are left already. I mean, that's where we're trying to center any of this growth or development. If the company can spend an extra $20 million on a Gentile line to go to 20 miles, outside, why does it matter if it's inside that transmission corridor? It seems to me, I mean, like, I'm just a thought. When we
can call it a loophole because they're actually centering their growth in say a low conflict area, trying to put it in the transmission, next to the transmission line, reestablish putting their Gen 5 line along the transmission corridor to get to an actual interconnect. Why does it matter to anyone whether or not the company's putting $10 million on the table for a longer Gen 5 line if it makes economic sense to them? I don't see that as a loophole. In fact, I would actually see requiring a developer to meet that need and making it apply to an actual Gen 5.
So here's my answer. Here's my answer why that matters, is because I think these criteria are listed to talk about what is a good site for solar. And the fact that something is next to a transmission line that it's never going to connect to has nothing to do with whether or not it's good. So the thing that makes it good is its ability to connect to, is to interconnect. So it's the distance to interconnect. Whether or not there's another line going overhead.
So,
That's fine, but like, we're not listing like this.
Maybe going over high value farmland or wildlife corridor, so it's not, I don't think just because the California, that line is going through means everything that's near it is good. But
I was starting to think about 6 hours, it's a big amount, right?
yes.
It is.
It's like a big.
We gotta get this closer to.
Shake it out, like what shakes out, so you can go to number 7, and so it kind of doesn't, honestly, it kind of doesn't matter, because really what matters is number 7, is
right.
determination.
So
Yeah,
Dan,
that's where I'm coming from,
But I think we have to have something there to be the initial screening, such that there's a, it's rooted in reality of what could be developed, and that relates to proximity to transmission.
okay, so Dan and then Steve, and then let me just loop back on where I think we are and the choices we have about this section. Dan.
Yeah, so just a bit more on microgrids and why I think that this is, I think it's dangerous for us to make assumptions about technology and where it will be in a year, in 5 years. Like, let's take this site as an example. We happen to be putting the solar on the roof here. That's not where we started. The Central Oregon Community College has bought or was given that land over there, that field next to us where they're starting construction on our new building. One idea we looked at was putting the solar over there. What about if we wanted to build a solar project for both the community college and the school district across the street and put it somewhere else over there? So I just think we have to be really careful about making assumptions for things that are not well defined in technology, which is a microgrid. The other thing I wanted to ask is back to smaller projects, community solar projects or smaller scale projects. Can we guarantee that counties will not want to apply these rules to smaller projects?
So I think that we can guarantee that they're not automatic. We can't guarantee that the county would decide that they're just not gonna have solar. That's the purview of the county. So that's gonna be jurisdiction. And what we can do is make clear that these are for special circumstances. And that they are primarily for, right, as we talked about at the beginning, a reasonable level of regulatory relief for projects that meet these special characteristics. That's what I'm trying to do.
Well,
we go beyond a slicer. I think it'd be, I just want to show what some of the stuff looks like.
Well, if we could stay here just for a second. So, I think my point is if counties will look to these rules for guidance on community solar projects, which the legislature created and is a key part of the state's energy plan future, it's going to be confusing because they're not going to apply because community solar projects will not connect to these voltage lines. They'll connect to a 12.4.
Yeah. So these rules do not will not replace any existing opportunity. They'll be a complementary opportunity. I guess what I want to emphasize, and also as Elaine pointed out, this is a starting point. This isn't we're not trying to remove property unnecessarily. We're trying to kind of corral what we think are characteristics that project needs to be successful. I would also, say we have looked at, in fact, we did an eyeball assessment of those projects that are, built in Eastern Oregon, and some of them we had the information approved or consideration. They're all 5 miles. Now, you just turn to sheer proximity. Now, whether that's the interconnect or not, we don't know, but they are, they all fit within that distance. So that's a very coarse, very crude, but also very simple and understandable way to do some way to get to the starting. So that would be fine. And I'm also going to say, guys, we're not committed to the microgrid. And if the group says that doesn't make any sense, that's fine. I felt it was something that was reasonable and would be constructive to talk about. The answer is no, and the answer is no. I'm not going to fight for that. If other people feel differently, then welcome their comments. If the feeling of the group is that's just not the right direction, that's not the right direction.
So I'm gonna hear from Steve, because he's been waiting.
I just wanted to say that there's, some of this talking about interconnection, some of it is talking about transmission, and they're two fundamentally different issues, and you can be close to a line and get interconnection, no problem, but you can't get transmission, right? So I just think this conversation is not moving us toward a better product here. I really do think.
I know you do, Steve, and we have a drop for together.
Yeah, I've got it up there. When I do the sort of where are we at, I've got a list of things for us to work through. So Chad, you had your hand up, and then Dugan, and then I need to make space for people online to weigh in on the conversation too. Chad?
Chad Higgins, I would advocate against D just because your definition of microgrid includes a completely self-sufficient system. And I don't this is not a microgrid according to that system. And you'd have to be self-sufficient to do that. And it's meaningless with your current definition of microgrid. So either that has to go or the microgrid definition has to change.
That's on my list of things for us to.
The current definition is for a behind the meter microgrid, so it wouldn't use transmission at all. So it doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense.
Yeah. And then I just since we've been sort of circling the drain with transmission, I'm going to move us out to point B too. 21 is greater than 19 by my math. So that's just kind of weird. But also where, 19, does that restrict anything from Eastern Oregon?
So if we do ever move down on the flags, you got a map of that.
Yeah.
So I think that and Chad, the reason we use it, that's the legend on the ERISA tool uses those numbers, that range, and its identification. And there would be a couple of areas that would, in Eastern Oregon, that I believe are within the national forest.
Yeah. Okay.
That would not qualify.
Yeah. So it's really not dispositive at all as a criterion.
What it does do again is where the legislation speaks to consideration of resource potential.
Yeah.
That's the nexus. That's the tie.
So I'm okay with that being in there, but as it satisfies the mandate, it just, is what it is. Yeah. And then I'll say within transmission line distance, I don't mind a distance criteria to transmission lines because the point of this is to make it easily GIS-able.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's the easily GIS-able thing, not yeah. So like for first pass, I think that's why, for a very first pass, I think transmission line distance makes a little more sense if you're going to require it at all. Because it's just something we can do statewide quickly.
Okay, let me.
Wait, just really quick, because I see something that I think is missing in this is we don't actually say that this in Eastern Oregon here. We say it in the introduction, but
Let me say in subsection 4.
it is in subsection 4.
I think so.
Okay, do we ever define Eastern Oregon?
You
Okay.
now.
Yeah, it's just section.
Okay.
It's basically, it's this side of Preston County.
Well, in section 4, it's not defined as to what it is.
Eastern Oregon is defined as section 2.
Okay.
Max?
I have a question for John. So we've heard previously, sorry, Max at Newsun. We've heard previously.
Thank you.
All of Eastern Oregon has sufficient capacity. And I understand that the legislation says based on resource capacity, but what is the agency's intent in including a capacity restriction? Is it because we think this is going to be duplicated in the valley, or is it because of the legislation? Because I think the RAC kind of has recognized it's irrelevant to the ability to build solar in Eastern Oregon. So why do we need it?
So, yeah, Max, just John, good question. Very good. So, I think that we felt it was tidy, right, to respond to the legislation in that way. We also wanted to have, for the RAC to have the ability to have a conversation, we'll see that, if you get it done, right? So, I believe the RAC could have said, you know what, we really want to focus this on the areas with the best utility scale factor, and which would be something better. Or, as they did, say, we're comfortable recognizing that all of Eastern Oregon really should be available. I think that there is an element, whether it's a direct or indirect, of how would this translate to other areas of the state? I think just, that's not part of the rulemaking, but right. I mean, the people are so this just felt like a tight way to respond to that area. Like, gee, our research potential, when we have a tool that shows capacity factor, seems like it was blocked, seems like it was good.
Adam, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, I just want to add to that. John was getting to it at the end there. We know it's an implementation thing as well. We have an implementation tag, and counties will be using the Orvisa tool, and those are the numbers on the Orvisa tool. So if we have that language in there, it's just going to make it that much easier for county planners who are already overworked to go, oh, I got it, when they're implementing, their own stuff.
Will you
Andy?
ever?
Actually, sorry, Chad, you had your hand up first.
Oh, real quick, I just want to point out, I think this was talked about at the last meeting, maybe not kind of part of the group, but it was definitely talked at my table, which had some photo staff at it. That I think the capacity factor is maybe, maybe I have this wrong, but maybe it's based on the ability of a solar panel. Not necessarily the solar resource. So, and I know that there may be some issues with what's actually mapped on the ERISA tool, but I just want to point out that capacity factor could change in the sense that if it's based on the technology of the solar panels, then if the technology gets better, then all of a sudden you're increasing your area.
So, yes, again, I'm not sure exactly, I've got a better explain that, but I do understand that, that rate, that percentage is an indication of how much efficiency, right? And that's supposed to be. We've also, again, I would underscore, we've written this rule to have a schedule review. That would hopefully help us understand if there are changes. It doesn't have to be just one, right? We can do that as many times as we thought we needed to.
Yeah, so Chad,
Chad.
I need to get to people.
Yeah, I just have a question. Chad Higgins, how often is the ERISA tool changed and updated?
So it's not, it doesn't have a scheduled update. It is added to as more information becomes available. But and that's something we might want to talk about,
Yeah, because the underlying decision mechanism is going to evolve.
So as information becomes available, it's updated, but it doesn't say it shall be updated at this point in time with these things.
I got you. Thank you.
So folks online, if you want to raise your hand to weigh in on this conversation. People have any questions for John or things they want to highlight? You can't see it, but I've got some things on the whiteboard that I'm going to walk through in just a moment. Jack, I see your camera on, but I don't, and you're unmuted.
He said no.
No, okay. All right. Dugan.
Hi, Dugan from Pinegate. And sorry, I'm looking at the Arresta tool right now, I'm looking at radiance and other things. I think, we've made pretty clear that maybe we have to put something in here because the law says we have to put something in here. But I really do think we should try to focus away from the radiance because I mean, I'll just be self-aggrandizing to the industry. We figured out how to make it pencil with it, even in the Glen Valley where it is much cloudier. And so I think, just knowing that solar developers can make solar economic in all of Eastern Oregon, is just, I think, a fact. And I would like this rule to, even if it has to say something to capacity factor, sets it low enough so that it includes everything or something.
So
like
can
that.
let's try to get that slide up, that shows the map of the.
And then, John, I do have a point on the transmission.
Yeah, okay, I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
Okay, just quickly, I mean, on the transmission side, the whole transmission idea and why it gets put into the BLM rule and this rule really did come from the original back in 2023, the legislative session. And I think from the industry's perspective, our goal there was to allay concerns that solar would pave all of Eastern Oregon, because that's just simply not what is going to happen. And you know that most of the time, the solar is going to be near either a big substation or try to tap onto a line. And so that's kind of why we had originally put in the idea of limiting it around, because we have this concern from a lot of people that naturally comes up with, and also I think the concern on our side is someone can say, oh, we've written this great rule, look at all the land that's open, and then we have to come back and say, well, actually, it's not really usable because it's not near things that we should be near. So I think it's a helpful tool, but, and I like that the language is a bit flexible as is written now. But we're not gonna get it perfect. There are many ways that a solar company can try to find ways to get onto the grid that are creative. And so we can use it as a general rule of thumb, but I don't want the filter to filter out, large swaths of projects that are totally viable. And so I'm trying to think of how we can make it so that we show the world that we're not gonna, put a solar plant in the middle of Mount Airy County, but at the same time, where there's nothing, it would never happen, right? But at the same time, make sure that our filter isn't screening out projects that are good. So I think it's set a bar, but set a low bar, I think is kind of on this side. Now, where we're starting to set a higher bar is gonna be in section 7. Right?
Yes.
Right. So, that's just my job.
Yeah, and so thank you for that, Dugan. I think that that's actually a good segue to this list of questions that I want us to just sort of chunk through and see what more conversation we need to have about this. So we started this conversation with, is this section even necessary? Yes or no? And I think through the conversation, it seems like we've shifted towards, yes, it is necessary, but I want to check on that. Is there anybody that feels like this section is not necessary after this conversation? All right, so we'll work with that one. And then the next one is, Steve brought up pretty early, we should, because of the complexities of intertie and transmission, that should we move this to a smaller table? I don't know if we can answer that just yet. Why don't we see how far we get through this and decide if we need to kick it to a smaller table?
I agree with that. I think we need a tap for transmission.
What do other people think about that? Just do like a big, lots of support for that, Chad. Double hands. How about people online? I kind of jumped over is this section necessary with all of you? Or is anybody feeling like section 6 is not necessary? Okay, and how about moving this discussion to a smaller table? People feeling comfortable with that? All right, so lots of support with that. Adam?
Jamie, I'll add, we're in communication with some folks at BPA on transmission to have a webinar on transmission. Probably sometime in August, if not, probably early August. So I'd say we do that first and then build into the tack on that. That's totally doable.
Okay, and so given that you're going to move, people support moving this to a smaller table, it does seem like it would be helpful to at least chunk through these other topics. as we've had some good conversation here. So there was a big conversation about microgrid applicability. You know, should we include it? Should we not? I know in the red line version, you know, it was struck out. Dan's made a case for why it shouldn't necessarily be applied.
I will say one thing, and we haven't really seen this yet, but, you know, with a really compressed grid and a lot of companies looking to get renewables, but they have a very hard time getting access to them, there might be an expansion of what we call behind the meter solar, but for, like large industrial customers. I don't know if that would interact with industrial lands or what kind of lands, but we can think about.
Operation is.
Yeah, because there are, you know, we do this sometimes, and we're seeing this in Texas actually, with a lot of the data centers. Is that they'll put a solar plant right next to the data center, they'll plug in the data center, and they won't export anything to the grid. The data center has enough load that, and consistent load, that they'll just suck up all the solar from that project. So that is a new thing that's happening, I haven't seen in Oregon, but, you know, we could say like, you deliver to a customer, but not to the grid, and that makes you, you know, something like, I don't know, that's the only way I can see the.
Mike's got his hand up here, and then Dan, and then.
I understand exactly what you're just saying, and, you know, as I drive by the airport there in Prineville and I see huge data centers, and I'm wondering about that. Should there be a proximity component to that?
Oh, like.
So you talked about putting the solar farms next to the building, not on top of it, right? So if that's 20 miles away, does that make a difference? Does it, if it's 2 miles away, or is it right next door? I don't know, I'm just
I
asking.
haven't tried to build one of these yet.
Build a couple and then let me know.
Proximity, or, you know, co-location within X miles, and then you have it behind the meter gen tie.
Yeah, because then it, all of a sudden, you know, you were going from put something in the industrial area or something like that to some of these other
But
components.
that is might be a specific enough application that maybe it's covered by the, in all other cases, let's talk to the county.
Yeah, so it might not need rule language to address it. Dan?
Yeah, so, you know, we all have strong feelings about data centers, so let's replace in that discussion, data centers with the word irrigation district. Right, so we talked about, we heard North, you know, wants to pressurize their units. Well, that takes power going in pipe, pumping. So suppose you had an array, solar array that powered that. And then you wouldn't have that issue we just heard about where, you know, they lost water when the power went out. Next step in this process, and again, reinforcing my comment about the dangers of predicting where technology goes, virtual power plants. So suppose you've got an irrigation district that's powered entirely by solar and batteries, and that is distributed everywhere, right? And let's say, so we haven't talked about the current net metering limit, which is 2 megawatts. So that actually, I think that effectively replaces the need for the microgrid definition. But suppose that increases, the legislature increases that to 80 megawatts, let's say, under FERC rules. So
you guys are right on it, and that's not your thing, so was just saying that, you know, the foundational piece of this approach based on statute and rules is that it's, you know, utility generating power to the public by sale.
Yeah.
And so I, you know, kind of wonder, you know, if it's a dedicated thing going to a particular one user, basically running along the pension court, is that?
No, it's an accessory use. We have examples of that already with agriculture, where agriculture's using solar panels and generating, and it's basically considered part of the farm use and don't go through the same process.
Yeah.
Yes, and.
Well, yeah, right, I mean, if I can hop in my comment.
Remind us who you are.
Mark Hudson, Oregon Agricultural Trust.
Thanks, Mark.
Trying to get into the miasma of variables of different potential power applications, sizes and scales for industries that we can't even conceive of what their needs are on the behind the meter thing is too broad. And furthermore, you know, if a data center or irrigation district or whatever needs that as their sole power plant behind the meter, my perception of that is that it should be treated as part of the zoning process associated with that development.
Yeah.
And, you know, this is, yeah, as was stated, entirely about public power generation.
I think we need t-shirts that say miasma of variables, because that's just such a great statement. Andy?
Andy Mulkey from 1,000 Friends of Oregon. I just want to reiterate here too, that I think a lot of these might probably already be covered by some of the existing rules in, I've just been calling it subsection 38, but the existing solar power siting rules, so
So maybe we don't, and this whole conversation is about microgrid applicability. So it sounds like we're leaning towards not going there.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I'm hearing. Dan, that's
So
good.
my Dan Orzak, my last comment on this topic. The yes end is that, you know, community solar, for example, now makes this more complicated. Suppose you put a community solar project that is selling power to the grid, right? But suppose that let's just take the city of Medford wastewater treatment plant, right? Where we're putting community solar projects. Suppose that 40% or 50%, which is the maximum allowed, goes to that facility. So it's not technically, it's not net metered, but it is going to that facility. And suppose now the next thought experiment here, suppose you put two solar projects side by side, indistinguishable visually from one another, right? And one is connected to the wastewater treatment plant and one is community solar. And of that community solar, again, 40–50% is going to the wastewater treatment plant and the rest is going to the citizens of Jackson County. So it's not all black and white anymore. Our world is getting more interesting.
I can show you dairy operations that are composting yard debris material and then selling it into the market. That's not farm use. They have to get a separate permit for that, whereas the composting aspect of it for the farm use is a farm use. You get a permit for part of it, you don't get a permit for the other.
James and then Steve, and then let's move on to the next point.
Yeah, so just a question, are we still on section 6?
Yeah. You're on section 6. This is our day, James. This is what we're doing.
With that, then, I'm just gonna say as a local government entity, if I have to step into a quasi-judicial role, and let's say I have an irrigation district that comes to me, and this is a point that, you know, Max actually came over, I know, broke the rule, had a sidebar conversation, but, and this is Commissioner Williams. But if a local irrigation district came to us and said, hey, we want to put some power generation over here, microgrid, so to speak, or community solar, what have you, to run our pumps, it is, for all intents and purposes, slam dunk for me in my mind, and I'm going to do everything in my power to get to a yes.
Exception.
Yeah. I mean, it's just, this is. You're not taking agricultural land out of agricultural use, you're trying to better the workability of that agricultural land and to provide your agricultural community to have the tools necessary to be successful. So I don't, from a local government perspective, you're not eliminating the use of land, you're not changing any zone use. If there is some use of this generation on some high value farmland, it's for the betterment of the farmland of the entire irrigation district as a whole. So I honestly, if there's any impacts, I'm going to look to mitigate them at every corner I can. But the reality is, it's a yes for me.
And the easier reality is irrigation facilities are just specifically called out in ORS 215 as a use allowed, so.
Yeah, it's a use allowed. So if I had a bunch of NIMBYs coming to me to try to fight it, I point that exact point out to them and be like, look, it's allowed.
All right, so I think, so Steve, last word on micro.
Just, there's nothing in the rule right now that addresses the difference between distribution level, interconnection versus transmission level interconnection. And I think if we looked at that, we could probably write rules to deal with distribution level interconnections that actually encompass not only microgrid, but distributed generation, demand response, all sorts of issues without having to just identify just microgrid.
It's probably a good solution.
Could be a conversation for that smaller table, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Williams again, just one more thing. There's several places within section 6 before it gets to subsection A where it mentions may, and then it says will. And I think there's going to be a little bit of confusion for counties when they start reading that in terms of, okay, we may consider these, but they will be implemented. There's a little bit of hypocrisy there, I feel like, in terms of the application of this. If the local county may rely on the presence of all these characteristics, which will be considered to comply with the requirements. There's just a little bit there that I think we need to tease out when we go to that sidebar conversation to try to understand it. So we can go ahead.
No, not saying so, Mr. Thank you for raising it. The intention there is that the county can elect basically to utilize that clear objective language. If they do, then, the will is really, the safeguard that should anybody object, should anybody appeal, they will lose.
Yeah.
They will lose because it's declared this is fine.
Yeah, I'm not objecting to the language, I'm just calling out the fact
Yeah.
that it is a may for counties to even consider this.
Right.
Criteria, right? So if my county doesn't want to, or I do, and the next county doesn't. It
May.
It's just one of the.
Yeah.
So I did promise you a break at 10:45. It's 10 minutes to 11. Is folks cool if we took a break at 11? So that way we can see if we can get further down the list. Anything from online about microgrids? Any hands up?
I see a non-object.
Thank you, Chad. Okay, so, in terms of the ratings and the location specifics, what I was hearing was people were advocating to keep some characteristics for location. Right?
I thought we were kicking this to the.
Yeah, I
TAC.
think all of these get kicked to the TAC.
That there. Focus on areas that are possible for development.
Same thing.
Dugan, same thing.
Yeah, I move we put that whole list in.
This all-
Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
Include capacity metrics, yes, no, yeah,
Yeah.
so that's all, so
Yep.
this is the list for the small group that,
Yep.
that Steve's going to sit on but not chair.
Could someone put the lists that they're looking for into the
Yeah.
chat, please?
Mike?
So I just want to clarify, this is Mike from OHA here, just clarifying what's going on. So some of the characteristics, are we including the 15% or less slope limit in that? Is that, or are we just talking about the transmission part of the TAC? I lost track there. I'm looking for help, man.
You're looking at me. I think that's a question for the rack of like, does anyone think that we're ever gonna build a facility on anything that is more than 15% grade? I can tell you we won't.
And
So
so
it's
just,
easy.
I was reflecting back to, you can get in these really detailed conversations, is that 15% average slope, or what happens if it's benched? And sort of thing, or is that 15% max, or is that just a 15% that's used in the ERISA tool and their filter and how they interpreted it? And that's the only reason I even brought that up.
And well, so maybe you're right that it's on subsection 6.
I also think we're gonna need to have considerable discussion about the ERISA data and verification of data if we're gonna be relying on it for application of this rule, so.
So, before I hear from you, Dan, so, let me read this list. Grant just took a picture of it to send it to the people online, but just because I ran through it pretty quick for folks online, we made it through conversations around microgrids. And then the other bullet points on the list are keep some characteristics for location, focus on areas that are possible for development, consistency with feds 15 miles, consider that. Limit land speculation burden on ag, which is a reason to have this in here. Proximity transmission is mappable, distance to interconnect, we gotta figure that out. Include capacity metrics, yes or no. And solar can be viable in all of Eastern Oregon, but how do we focus this? So that's the list to go to the small group. So, who would be on the small group? Adam, is it fair to ask for hands raised here? Yeah. So who's gonna be on this, in this conversation to work on this list and bring a recommendation back to the RAC? Steve has volunteered, Max, Andy, Jack. Sorry, and anybody online?
Yeah, that's me as well.
Yeah.
Steve, Jack, Max. Who else did I miss? Andy. Who else? James,
Chad,
Chad,
we should ask for somebody from PGE.
our PGE rep. Who is our PGE rep? What's their name?
Lindley?
Mark, yeah, Mark.
Mark. Mark from PGE, not other Mark. Not this Mark. Oh, okay, other Mark, yeah, I know. The Mark in the room. How about online? Folks raising their hands to be part of this small TAC focused on the details around section 6.
But maybe someone from DOE as well.
Someone from DOE.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, Dan.
So I'm not sure where this fits in the conversation, but regarding the question of slope. And, you know, I defer to the folks who are actually doing, potentially building those projects, but I was just at an agrivoltaics trade show last week. And there, lo and behold, was a new racking technology that has shorter pivot lengths that can go on much steeper slopes than existing technology. So I guess, you know, probably hearing a theme from me, the dangers of predicting where technology is going to be in a year or two and what that allows and doesn't allow. And then the other question I have, I guess, is about land speculation burden on ag. I don't know exactly what that means, but it seems like that is a conversation that fits into a larger conversation around agrivoltaics.
Yeah, and that was something that Mark brought up.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit sort of agrivoltaics that you have to really use agrivoltaics theoretically, right? The bigger issue we have is like, we'll take, you know, take any one of these counties where there's potential transmission capabilities somewhere within, you know, 20, 30 miles even. And you'll see about a 40, 50% bump in land pricing for ag. And what it is a lot of, frankly, older generation farmers hold down hope that they'll get this higher lease rate payment, even if there's not actual applicability, probably in terms of the details of the market. And so what that does is it just kind of stops land sales between generations of agriculture there, as the new incoming generation just like can't afford to buy that land. Yeah, and so that land speculation just continues to bubble that market until, frankly, something happens, which makes the solar speculation happen. And not really the actors in this room, but there are just, I have landowners who get 20, 30 letters a year from different solar speculating entities, like making asinine offers on their land values, $10,000, $15,000 an acre, sometimes some stuff that for ag production value is worth $50,000. If you have a map that says you're probably not going to do much outside of this area, and then at least decreases.
Thanks for that clarification. So in our last 5 minutes, so we focused a lot on 6. We have a path forward there. I think you've given this small group a lot of good direction about where the group wants to go. So yay. But there is also these sections 1 through 5 that we kind of glassed over for good reason, because there was a lot of agreement that we saw in the survey and it seems like we're heading in the right direction. But there are a couple things I want to point out. So in the red line draft that was on the table in the back, military use, all the military pieces were redlined out. Somebody want to speak to that? Why they think that should be not there?
Yeah, this is Max. I was the one that brought that and I circulated it to the Rulemaking email, so I just want to make sure there was a paper copy. And so I think this gets to a much more complicated conversation about the pathway that we're taking and the use of goal 5 and what the scope is looking at, and whether we're talking about addressing the primary hurdle to permitting solar in Eastern Oregon, which is a goal 3 or goal 4 exception. Or are we talking about everything else, which is, okay, you have to look at wildlife, which we already deal with successfully. You have to look at military, which we already deal with successfully. You have to look at any of these other things. that from the developer's perspective aren't actually the problem. So I'll just leave it there. I think that's a much more complicated conversation that we're not gonna have time to have.
We're not gonna have that in the next 3 minutes.
Yeah.
But I appreciate you speaking to why that was redlined.
Absolutely.
The other thing I wanted to point out is that something that Dugan said, which if you look at section 1, where it lists out the introduction and intent, in other rulemakings for other agencies, they have put language in there that talks about a little bit more along the lines of kind of what you were sharing, which is sort of getting at people's, sort of addressing people's fears and concerns up front. And so you might want to consider or think about, is there language to put in that introduction that speaks to the purpose and intent that talks about what you're, like what you're trying to do here that isn't opening the world up for solar? So I don't know what those words are, but I just put that out there for your consideration because other rule making advisory committees have found that helpful to put some more specific language in that purpose and intent. So people read it right up front and they're like, okay, this, that doesn't apply to me.
One seems like a placeholder that we come back and address.
Yeah,
One's
yep.
close to being through.
I agree,
the
Elaine.
Discussion.
Yeah.
Closer to what.
Exactly. I agree. And I just put that out there as a placeholder because I don't want to lose some of the good things that Dugan was saying.
Yeah.
So, so what this means is we're not going to talk about sections 1 through 6 anymore today. We're going to talk about section 7 after the break. Okay, we're gonna take a break, folks online. We're gonna do 10 minutes. And how's the temperature in here?
It's cold.
I'm free. It's great.
It feels good. It's cold.
I'm a menopausal woman. I'm not cold. I am cold. I should be cold, but I'm cold. Yes.
I might have a blanket in the car.
I run hot. I know, I'm sitting there going, I usually stick a jacket in the car.
I didn't plan on it because it's been so hot lately.
Yeah.
We're mad.
I'm actually gonna walk outside.
Perfect. Well, but you're not because of the rainy
I thought my understanding was that, all the community solar, identified.
Yes, right. Yes, you're right. Yeah, it's in a funny place where the capacity is all allocated. do.
Yeah.
We'll go through it,
Yeah.
and you can see it, you know, and it's just,
Well, I'm really interested, I mean, where we are, hay production is crazy.
yeah.
Probably the two biggest things. And, you know, at the conference last week, it was like, everyone understands shade. Shade structures are good for livestock.
Yeah, they are.
And, you know, the heat is stressing everything.
Yep, the livestock and the fish.
Yeah, and it increases irrigation needs.
Yep.
If you don't have the shade.
Yep. I have an equation I can show you. It's like shade equals water. You know,
I
it's
know,
not exactly
I've seen
equal.
that. You
Yeah.
showed that, but I mean, again, people are skeptical and they're not gonna understand your formula.
No, they
And they're
don't.
not gonna
But I
necessarily-
tell you, like, go out here, look at the grass under the shade tree,
Yes.
and then look at the grass in the full sun, and you'll see the difference.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not.
So intuitively, I think some people understand it, but again, they're linking it to what they see in other
Yeah,
solar
so,
projects.
so the very first opposition I get from actual land managers, serious people that want to manage the land is, I can't imagine how I can get my current equipment through this array, this series of obstructions, and still have access to the land. That's a solved problem, and
Yeah.
we've done the engineering for that, right? And I can go through that. And then they're like, okay, am I, you know, so it's gonna be a little pain in the ass extra for me because I've gotta basically be driving close to what they would be used to doing fence line for all that. So fine. But then they have the extra innovation dollars that come from the solar, which is quite frankly, in most circumstances, equal to or above ag, net profit per acre. Yeah, so, and now you're getting, you know, multi-decadal contracts for assured income, guaranteed income. It's, you know, it's helpful.
Have you come across any irrigation innovators that figured out systems that work with, we got an air horn going on here.
Yeah, so we have a couple solutions.
Air horn out.
You need a different, you can't do like a pitch.
No.
It's just.
Yeah, I got a full. I have seen, I guess Valley does, that's a good idea, remote, sprinkler.
Yeah.
You don't operate from your smartphone and, you know, participate.
Let's reconvene. That's my air horn.
There you go.
You can do a linear system.
Oh, God.
Okay.
That's John, that's Jennings outside.
Started. Oh my Lord, things are really quiet.
Well, starting a party, that was.
Okay, so we're gonna focus in on the second part of Division 23.
Well, we haven't talked about subsection 7 at all.
Well, isn't that the second part?
Well, no.
Oh, I see,
It's still
section
part of
7,
the first.
right? We're gonna talk about this, we're gonna talk about the second part of the first part of Division 23.
Yes.
Okay, that's what we're gonna do. But before we do that, I just want to do a process check because it's our thinking that this kind of large group conversation is how we're gonna do the day. We have small groups in our back pocket for the afternoon, but any thoughts on the morning, how it went, things to do different? Because we got a long day together. Dugan?
I was saying, people will be speaking loudly to make sure the mic turns up. Don't take that as anyone being aggressive.
Right. Yeah.
You know, that's why I'll be speaking.
Yeah, so Dugan's he's stretching his comfort zone a little bit by speaking up. And also be mindful of not having your back to the camera when you're speaking, just because it's hard. Anyway, remember to remind everybody who you are for the people online. Speak good and loud. We've got the speaker right here in front of Andrea and Chad. If you need to scoot up, I know they're both like, God damn, why is this here? But yes. Okay, well then let's go ahead. Let's do the second part of the first part of Division 23.
We probably should go back a slide or two, another one, another one, another one, another one,
Another one?
Oh, no.
There we go.
I think that's the beginning, yeah.
Yep.
Another one, right there.
7A. Oh, this one.
So we'll start, so now, now we're working to understand, you know, the area of inquiry, right? The lands that have what is necessary for successful solar projects. The next step is say, how do they and how does that correspond with the types of things that we're hoping to avoid, or in the instance we can't avoid them, consider mitigation, right? And so as the structure is so far, there's some changes to the language a little bit. But as they're in, things that are not eligible for consideration as a least conflict sites would be the best agricultural land, the best forest land, the best habitat, and also lands near urban growth boundaries. That we've added that in thinking, realizing that placing a very large project near an urban growth boundary, could constrain those lands for satisfying a growth need or urbanization. So, for example, I think we have heard pretty clearly that in Madras, the community's choices have been, if we're going to expand, they're going to go to the east. We're going to come up to the east into this rangeland, and thereby avoiding the better quality agricultural lands. Citing a 4,000 acre, 3,840 acre solar project, just not because of solar, because it's a land intensive occupation out there, could cause that to be ranked sometime in the future. So that's kind of thinking there. Areas that could be available, kind of added back. If we meet most of the things that we're hoping to avoid, most significantly on the left-hand side, there are some areas whether if maybe we could consider some better agricultural land, or some better forest land, or some better wildlife habitat. And the military thing is some way we've written that up now is that it's something that should be accounted for, but doesn't count against a site, right? So it wouldn't be a reason to screen out a site, but it would be something that we would identify and account for. And then areas that that would be eligible for consideration without mitigation. Some of this hasn't been all worked out exactly, but the lowest quality ag land, basically the lowest quality of those features, and the test is how do we find that? How do we get our arms around that? So next slide, please. So remember, this subsection works together with subsection 6. Subsection 6 sets the table, right? These are the areas that we can reasonably expect to have what's necessary for successful solar projects. And the next step is, what really makes them special, what makes them significant, and the absence of what we're hoping to avoid is a pretty big factor. So we're talking about, and this is the kind of the habitat features, sage grouse, mitigation corridors, habitat category 1 through 4. Next slide, please. Then we get into the agricultural features, high value farmland, irrigated land, and that definition is true. It is speak to lands that have been irrigated, but it may not continue to be irrigated. So it's it's a little more detailed than just whether land is currently receiving irrigation water or not. And then other lands that have that better habitat or agricultural capability. I'm sorry, you guys are you're confusing me a little bit. And then the land protector under goal 4, and we did add in to account for lands that have been subject to a large wildfire. Right? I don't know if that's the right way to do it or not, but I think we wanted to put on the table a conversation about lands in Eastern Oregon that have been subject to a big fire. And that's the executive order issued by the governor's office that happens when there's a big fire. So the fire went by on tour, the 700 acre fire, that would not qualify. But the other fires, project fires that are burning in Eastern Oregon, yeah, those are the kind of fires that would be identified at EO in the governor's office. Next slide, please. Then we talk about other Goal 5 resources in local plans and military training areas.
which we talked about, that's, they would be absent in an ideal site, but if they're present, you know, we'll get there. And then discussion about urban reserve areas, which are lands that are forecasted to be needed for a city's urban growth needs, and then the proximity to the urban growth boundaries, and we've called that a couple different features there. And then also retain the ability for other areas. Local government just wants to see fit to declare other areas, and they can do that. That would be available to them. Moving into the next area, this is kind of an add back, right? I understand one thing we're going to talk about is how these two things work together and making sure the language gets lined up. But the purpose here, or the attempt here, is to say that one, you know, military training areas don't count against the site. If they're present, then they get accounted for, but they don't count against the site. But if you have managed to demonstrate an avoidance of most of the things in 7A, or all of them, but one of these features, then you can use mitigation to get across the finish line. So wildlife habitat, category 1 and 2 would be avoided, but category 3 or 4 could be considered for mitigation. We've also tried to put in language that recognizes the ability for a project-specific determination or refinement, so that we can really understand the best way to treat property on the ground. And then B and C and D, you know, I'll speak to agricultural lands areas. You know, they're not irrigated with that category 3 or 4. Lands in the conservation reserve program. I'm not sure if that's the best way to portray that. I'm not sure the best way to consider it, but I wanted to get in there, talk about. Then we also talk about lands being the definition. That's a high value farmland definition in 195-300. C and F speak to lands in an AVA, which we saw, those were the lands. You're going to think those would fit property in Morrow County that we saw, this dryland wheat, but it is included in that AVA. And also lands that are in an irrigation district, but have no past history of irrigation. So those are lands that we saw. And we came up out of the canyon and onto the bench and looked down back on from the top of Round Butte. Next slide, please. Large E here, I'll just say it. We wrote this to try to capture the situation in Sherman County. You know, again, we may choose to say that's not the right thing to do, but you know, and on what we heard, we thought it was worthwhile to put it out there. These would be lands that do satisfy the definition of high value farmland, a different statutory definition, but one nonetheless. But they have features that suggest that maybe they could be considered for an additional development opportunity. Bear in mind, we can't raise the ceiling. You know, for high value farmland, the ceiling is 240 acres. We can't elevate that. But we can consider whether or not we should be able to go from 12 acres to something different. We've kind of followed suit with F there on the forest land stuff. And we put in historical, cultural, archaeological resources, understanding that we're not going to be able to map those, right? So it's going to take a project by project determination to understand where those are and how they fit. So we thought that would be a place to put it, and to recognize that under 7B these lands require mitigation. What mitigation means and is yet to be determined, but that would allow a greater, broader array of lands to be potentially available for this finding opportunities and reducing conflicts opportunity. So I think that's about it. I'm sorry, this slide, it's hard to read. I tried to put it to yes, you know, A and B. large A, small a and small b together. So on the left is the areas that would be the strongest attempt at avoidance. And on the right would be those areas that could be added back, for lack of a better term, in some circumstances and in some manner. So, these two pieces, accomplish a determination of significance, right? So they have what they need to have to be successful. They largely don't have what we want to avoid. And there's an opportunity to get across the finish line of mitigation under certain circumstances.
Where does it say that this requires mitigation?
So let me go back up to the next slide. So small section C there, lands considered significant under 7B, which is that one, are subject to the relevant mitigation requirements that would be in subsection 11.
Okay, thank you.
Elaine, question? Thanks, Elaine, CWT. One of the things I was hoping that you could do, John, before we delve into the substance of A and B is talk about how A and B relate to each other. One of the things I tried to do was parse 7B to understand how B would apply, and I need more clarification. So I think the way A is if you fall within A, you are considered significant, no mitigation is required. And then B though says, B is an alternative pathway, but do you have to meet any of the factors in A in order to proceed to B? Like how does that pathway work?
So the intention is that you start with A, right? And you go, okay, well, we're meeting most of those features, but we find that we have the presence of category 3 wildlife habitat. So that would otherwise be avoided. You don't have high value farmland, you don't have this, that, and the other thing. Ordinarily you would avoid it, but because of the presence and the function of B, you can move forward with mitigation for that wildlife habitat. You're continuing to avoid all the other things because they're not present, but you're not avoiding in its entirety the wildlife habitat that's deemed important.
John, follow up, Max from New Sun. So for B, it's only the stuff that you've listed. So you couldn't have something, you could never have something in sage-grouse.
Or in a migration corridor.
Or in a migration corridor, right? That is not a pathway under.
As that's how it's written, that's right.
Okay, so subpart B lists those elements of A where you could still be significant if you have mitigation.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Andrew?
I think my problem with the difference between A and B is that I'm not sure I agree with the way that 7B is written.
We go up.
Actually addresses
right there. No, one down. Right there.
Yeah, like I don't think B says, John, what you just said, do you want it to do?
Right.
And
And
so
I hope it does, but I'm not sure it does that.
yeah, I don't think it does. And
Okay.
so I think that, but I think at least hopefully we're all on the same page about what we want, what we want to happen. But that language needs to be reworked.
I think we need to revise A language and B language.
Yeah.
But for today, we can talk about what goes in A and what goes in B substantively.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just to point out, I think that this language, it kind of at the end of B says, and up to one of the following additional categories is present and all other provisions of subsection 7A have been satisfied. And I just think that all other provisions of subsection A have been satisfied needs to be taken out because that, for example, if you have category 3 habitat, you're not satisfying the provisions of subsection A. And it's
So you're satisfying all other.
Maybe I use B to do three things that I can't meet in A and I mitigate for them, right?
Yeah, so that's the other thing too, is it sounds like B is saying if one of the following
That's
things
right.
isn't met, but all of the other ones are, and I think that can create problems potentially too, where there could be a site that doesn't need two of them. And that seems kind of arbitrary to me to just say.
Well, I guess, kind of the thinking was that if we have a site that does have valuable wildlife habitat and does have important value for farm and ranch land and does, pretty soon it's just a site. It's not a special site. I mean, that was kind of thinking, and we want to try to identify what's special and what's deserving of preferential treatment. So that was kind of the thing. We're gonna add back some, but by and large, we want to try to continue to avoid, these primary items, primary features.
Just lagging, I see Laura's hands up.
Yeah. We gotta get the big screen back up, but, Laura, you wanna go ahead remind us who you are with your question?
Yeah, thanks. Laura Taper with the Nature Conservancy. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, you just came across loud and clear right in front of.
Okay. It also sounds like the recording just stopped. I don't know what happened.
There's an in-room technical issue, but don't worry about it. Carry on.
Okay. So my question is around, Elaine had made that comment of no mitigation required if you're determined to be significant under 7A. And so I'm kind of wondering, what's the if then of, if you are determined significant, then my assumption is there's a path to not have to get a goal 3 exception. Yes. But are we saying that if under 7A, you don't have, the priority wildlife areas, and say you don't have 3 or 4, so then you have category 5 or 6, does that mean you also wouldn't go through the normal mitigation process for those habitat classes? Or is the only consequence of being determined significant that you have a path to waive the goal 3 exception?
So I think I'm trying to understand that question a little bit, but the benefit, I wouldn't say the consequence of being determined as significant. I think it's a benefit, which would say you're eligible to be considered for a larger project without an exception. And we'll get to that. We'll get to that a little bit later. But I think that as written here, the expectation is that if you're looking at a project on category 5 or 6 wildlife habitat, that there would not be mitigation required.
But it would be, but you'd still have to pursue, sorry, Elaine, DWT, you'd still have to pursue a conditional use permit for a solar facility, and you may be subject to mitigation under the CUP criteria. Most likely you would.
Well, I would
with 215.446.
Well, I think that's a conversation, but I think that we're angling towards identifying in this rule that the mitigation requirements under 446 would be complete and then necessary for category 5 or 6 habitat, which is consistent with the wind.
It could be. It could be.
That's what we would be saying.
Yeah.
Intending to say.
But you would still be subject to those CUP criteria to demonstrate compliance. You may have just already.
You would
be able to demonstrate compliance with your goal 5.
I think you're right. I think you have to identify it, and I think that the answer or the response would be that it's not categorized as a habitat type, or we decide to do that requires mitigation under this rule.
Unless you're proposing goal 5 in a site plan review.
I don't know.
And the county could still require you to do mitigation because they make the decision on wildlife. Right. So you could be in Cat 5 or 6 and you get the benefit of not needing a goal exception, but you go to the county and they say, well, we still want you to mitigate for big game winter range, which I think that raises exactly my question about this is, if we're talking about a goal exception problem, do we need to also talk about wildlife and military and everything else? And
well, really, I think, and I appreciate it. I think we do. Yeah. I think the plain language of the legislation says that we do. I mean, we've looked at that a million times, and every time it says the same thing. you know, that we need to consider these factors. Actually, Andrew, I think Andrew was.
Andrew Mulkey from 1000 Principal Ordering. I guess I'm just, I think it would help to clarify a little bit from DLC's perspective is this an alternate pathway? Like a truly alternate pathway? Because I think if that's the case of like, well, you could go through the existing CUP process, or you could go through this alternate pathway that we're talking about here, which, and again, this gets into implementation, but maybe it could be a PAPA, maybe it could be its own CUP, something different. I think it should be as simple as possible, based on all the factors that we're talking about. So I think that from my perspective is, if it's a different pathway, then we should look at the standards that should apply. And I think conceptually not have to worry about what's happening in these other processes, because this is its own pathway, and we're going to address these issues in this pathway, and that's how we're doing it. So from my perspective, that's how I would prefer us to think about it, because I think it makes it a lot less complex.
It does, it would.
Yeah, so.
My concern, Andrew, about that, I agree. My concern is that, you know, we have existing statute at 215-2446, which says these types of projects will follow these things. And we also have other language in 215-283 and the agricultural lands rule. I think we have to connect the dots. I wish we could just say, this is its own isolated process, and this and only this applies. But I think we have to account for the fact that there's other areas in this constellation that also apply.
So I guess then to just add that then would be, I think the simplest way to do that here is to say, this is this process that has to account for these other things. So some of the criteria from those other things would probably need to be built in here, or at least referenced here, to show us on this page, you know, in these rules, how that comes into play and how it works.
Yeah, I think that should become a little more apparent as we get into the later subsections.
I see Brandon McMullen's hand is up. I think it'd be helpful to hear county planner perspective. Brandon.
Hey, everybody. This is Brandon McMullen, the planning director from Harney County. So my comment relates to the wildlife element of this. And I, you know, each county, when they adopt a comprehensive plan, do goal 5 planning, of course. And one of those aspects is wildlife protection, wildlife development within wildlife areas as a part of that comprehensive planning effort. I have I think an overall concern, not specifically with this one, but with this work, but just generally, and this is part of it. And it has to do with the concept that counties adopt wildlife mapping as part of their comprehensive land use plans. And there are many benefits that counties get from utilizing their own data, their own adopted data. There are pros and cons here. One is that this data does get older. But one of the pros, of course, and this is a big one, is that it provides regulatory certainty for potential development on the economic side. Counties never guarantee approval of anything, of course, but what we can guarantee is what our regulatory aspects are and what the aspects of those reviews will be. When you're looking at data that isn't a part of that plan, now counties have 2 sets of data that they have to look at when they're considering these particular types of developments or anything, really. So as a planner, I'm looking at, say, 7B, A or B, if you will, but the wildlife habitat, for instance, designated category 3 or 4. You know, my planning commission, the county planning commission, has no idea what that is. But they certainly know what our goal 5 wildlife mapping is. And they know that that has been an anchor point for a large portion of our decision making when it comes to mini decisions or mini reviews. So I'd like to bring this up to the group, and I don't know if this is something that becomes a bigger part of the conversation or what, but one question to tack on to this is, what do counties do? And Max kind of hit on this a little bit, but what do counties do when you have not only this wildlife habitat designation category system through ODF&W, but your own mapping? And do you defer to one over the other?
Thanks for that, Brandon. Several hands shot up in the room that you can't see. Jim Johnson is one, Mike with OHA is one, and I think we should hear from Jeremy from ODFW. Go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, I just, speaking more as a planner who was at DLCD in the days when we did periodic review versus now, what Brandon's saying makes a lot of sense. If we were doing periodic review, we're not. And most counties' comprehensive plans have not been updated in 20 to 25 years, and their wildlife data is hopefully not adequate. That's why we've been more and more going to things like ODF&W's work, which goes through their commission. It actually has a public process. If we were doing periodic review and we were updating comprehensive plans, I totally agree with that. But a lot of these comprehensive plans haven't been updated since I was at DLCD, and that was 29 years ago.
Okay, thanks for that, Jim. Mike.
So Mike with OHA, and I was going to echo that same thing, in that, well, I appreciate what the county planners are looking at and trying to review multiple different sets of data. It gets really challenging, but when it's really outdated information, and we look at how much we've learned about habitat connectivity and migration corridors and things like that within the last 10 years, let alone the last 30 years or 40 years, it's significant. And so one of the conversations earlier was kind of vetting through like ORISA in terms of like a quality control sort of thing, and having some sort of easy to go to clearinghouse of information to help counties through that, recognizing they're going to have multiple data sets there.
Jeremy?
Yeah, I mean, Mike took a lot of my thunder there,
Way to go.
because he's good. I will say that, you know, we have tried to work with counties in periodic review, the few that have done it, at trying to adopt dynamic maps. Very forward-thinking county planner that got stole by DLCD. And, you know, there's just difficulty in that. You know, how do we keep up with the latest and greatest data? You know, sage grouse, all of that has been done since any form of periodic review, rules associated with it. I think that creates kind of some complexity. I hear Brandon, and I appreciate the counties wanting that data. And like Jim mentioned, if we could get periodic review, I think we would work collaboratively with every county to try to adopt these maps that represent the realistic conditions on the ground today. I also wanted to circle back to something that Max kind of hit on earlier. We specifically excluded category 5 here to try to facilitate projects and reduce mitigation burden to really meet that spirit of least conflict siting. Similar to what we did in the wind siting guidelines, you know, how do we encourage development in those areas that don't have significant impact to wildlife habitat? There's still impact in category 5. Category 6 is part of the wildlife, that's great. But, you know, Cat 5 still has some inherent value, but the least amount of value. Recognizing the need to put solar panels on the landscape, how do we encourage that? And that was kind of the rationale between the categorization stuff that's in here. And I appreciate John kind of just regurgitating what I can, but that recognize that's ODF&W's fingerprints there.
Max?
So Max with NISA, I'm just trying to synthesize all the points that have been made. I mean, I think probably the developers kick me if you disagree. Like, we don't disagree that we should avoid sage grouse and, you know, the special migration corridors. Those are mapped, those are easy to look at, they're easy for counties to implement. But when we're talking about this complexity of what pathway we're using, right, and how do we tie it back, do we really need to set a new rule related to categorization here? Or can we say, and must comply with 215.446 and the ODFW habitat mitigation policy? And the reason I say that is because there might be a situation where, you know, we want to be in Cat 3, but everything else is perfect. And we're going to do that anyways with you guys, right? And there's an economic kind of permitting risk analysis that goes into that. Do we think we can overcome that burden with ODFW, with the hunting groups, with the communities? So like, do we need to rewrite the rule here, or do we just say, we're gonna avoid the stuff we all agree we should avoid, and otherwise just do what we already have to do under the rules? Does that make sense to Emma? And maybe that's not the pathway, I just think it occurs to me as an easy way to address it.
What I'm hearing is you're talking about D, in, 7A, D, maybe looking at scratching that other wildlife habitat categorized 1 through 4. 1, you can't go anywhere, I mean, that's kind of a funky spot. My error, not John's. But we're trying to add a reference in 215.446 there about mitigation standards.
Yeah.
That the project meets mitigation standards as defined and agreed upon. Is that what we have in there?
Yeah.
I'm fine with that.
I'm not, I think I think that goes to sort of the earlier comments about what is this pathway or what is this process? Because I have been operating and reviewing this language and 7A and 7B within the framework of that. I still have to go get this corresponding concurrent CUP. And that this is just my pathway to avoid having to pursue a full exception, that I still have to get my use permit.
Right, that's
So
right.
if that's not the case, my comments will be different and the framework is different.
No, and I think that's right. You know, there's this, we can't relieve the necessity for land use decision and making application.
Mhm.
But we can change the trigger on when an exception is required or not. And that's what we intend to do. So we can't, I don't think we can say, you just get to, now this is an outright use. There's no review required.
Hey, Max, what was the language you proposed again? I got part of it. You said, and must comply with section, I missed the section, and then ODFW categorization policy. What was the?
ORS 215.446 and ODFW's habitat mitigation policy, which is what we already have to do to get the CUP in the first place.
Does that actually say can and must? Or does it just say and must? Was that with you? Are you quoting the ORS or are you?
The ORS says you must complete an assessment and you must consult, and the county decides what the ultimate mitigation is going to be, at least under that pathway, right?
Andrew.
I don't want to put us on another track, but I do just want to flag, I think, that some of these criteria, it's not apparent to me how the criteria in 7A and 7B would play out in some of the different processes that are outlined in these proposed rules. For example, the site-specific application versus the kind of overlay zone or rule application. And I think something that I've been talking to folks about is and I think D brings this up, is some of this stuff isn't really like mappable.
Yeah.
So if you were to try and apply it in a legislative circumstance where the county is going to be creating its own program or something like that, I think it gets complicated. So just keeping that in mind, I think that's something that bigger picture we all need to think about when discussing these criteria. And I don't think it means that the criteria aren't relevant. I think it just means that how this is structured needs to be changed a little bit. I like the idea of having these buckets, the 7A and 7B buckets. I just think there needs to be a little bit more thought about how those criteria would then get translated into some of these other things that we want to do with this.
So, and you're spot on. I mean, some of these things we don't have good maps for, or they're not easily available, readily available from an online platform. And in those instances, I think you would have to do what we do now, which is let's just rely on a case by case assessment, a property specific assessment. And Mark, go ahead.
Well, to me, I agree with your, the more mappable it is, the easier it is for everybody. So it might even be worth it to kind of go case by case for these kind of non-mappable attributes and have a discussion about how much they matter at the end of the day. Because some of these make sense to me, some of them don't, kind of thing. And if it's really gonna gum up the works, I'm not sure what the benefit is, knowing that the counties can alternatively consider these kind of attributes if they're important to them.
Everybody's waiting. I guess.
Everyone's waiting for someone else to weigh in.
Well, I'll wait. Mark, Oregon Agricultural Trust. The UGB bit is kind of blowing my mind in several different contexts. One is that these UGB buffers almost universally overlay both the good irrigated land and the transmission corridors, right? And so that's gonna have a pretty specific interaction. The other thing I don't really understand as in the avoidance context is you guys are leasing land. And so it's not a permanent conversion, it's still an ag zone kind of thing. And so there's still, it's either gonna be in an urban reserve area and set up for that, in which case I kind of doubt you guys are trying to compete on the value basis. Maybe you are, but it's a higher cost of entry. And if you've already built, it's the highest and best uses for real estate development, they're gonna come to you and say, hey, I'd like to buy your solar farm out and turn it into houses and so on and so forth. So I know avoiding competing use with housing is a problem, but I'm not convinced it is competing.
Yeah, I'd like to add on to that.
Yeah.
Jim Johnson, Department of Agriculture, when you look at urban reserves, and I've worked with them all, I think now. Urban reserves are not just about providing land for housing. They're about providing land for industrial use, for example. And I would say a solar facility generating energy can be considered a type of an industrial use. So I think we need to be careful here when we say all urban reserves are being protected for housing, because they're not.
You know, I think, and you're exactly right. You guys are right. Let me ask you this, though. If there was a situation like this in Prineville and in Bend, maybe other places, maybe not, you know, where we have photovoltaic solar development nearby or adjacent to an urban growth boundary, and that city needs to expand its urban growth boundary, would you object to the city saying that's developed? It's occupied for 30 or 40 years. Even though that's class 6 or 7 agricultural land, we can't use it. So we're gonna pivot and turn and look at better farmland.
I could say that about any land use though, John.
Well, I hear you guys saying, I think I hear you saying is it's not important to worry, and that's fine if that's well the group. It's important to worry about the impact on urban form that could have, and that it might be acceptable for a community to look at expanding. Madras would be onto the agency plains, perhaps, or little agency plains, over what would ordinarily be a higher priority to the east on this rangeland.
No, I get it, and I'd be the first to argue to protect that quality farmland. It's, we come up against these decisions all the time with urban growth boundary proposal expansion. It's not just about solar and light water, but I think about the Boardman urban growth boundary, for example, and if they wanted to set a solar right next to one of those, one of the server farms or whatever, what you want to call them or whatever, and it happens to be right against the urban growth boundary and the like. I'd almost rather, when I look at farmland protection, I don't just look at conversion, but I look at shadow conversion.
Sure.
And siting something out against an existing edge, which is a conflict with agriculture, is better than creating an island which has 4 or 5 edges as opposed to 1 edge with agriculture. So it's also about compatibility. So I just want to think about this a little bit more.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, sorry, Mark at Oregon Ag Trust. And the mileage, the general mileage is just kind of, I think, what bothers me the most, right? Because we're talking about Bend, but we're also looking at Burns. And saying that there's an exclusion area of everywhere from 1 mile from Lakeview or Burns, I mean, they're already trying to me, the substation, as I understand it, at Lakeview is right there within that 1 mile boundary. And so I'd much prefer to go right next to the substation and we get a cluster of development there, an avoidance of everything else, than I would pushing it back.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the conversation, you guys. What about, we started out with this population study of the urban growth boundary at 5,000, and we realized that doesn't line up as well as some of our other rules that use a metric of 2,500 and 10,000 or greater. But what we're trying to get at is, what are cities that may or more likely to have a need for urban expansion? Those are probably larger cities, right? So at 5,000, about a dozen in Eastern Oregon, at 10,000 is probably a few, handful.
John, this is a great, Jefferson County is a great example. We've got what, Mickey, 3 cities out there on the plains. So Culver, Metolius,
and Madras.
like they're surrounded by high value farmland.
Right.
And they're very small cities. They're basically, they become basically commuters places, for Bend and the like, whatever. Do we want to expand an urban growth boundary for it? I think it's out of that type of quality land when you could expand it next to the east side of Madras, for example. These are the kind of, I got to think about this.
Okay, that's fair. That's really fair.
Those are small cities, but we've already had some battles with them wanting to expand their urban growth boundary based on a perceived need that was actually never known. But, so.
I get to ask the stupid question here. What's an urban reserve, and is that a regulatory thing or not? Or is that just a term y'all are throwing?
So it is a official term and an official designation. And so, it is, kind of included in the vernacular urban growth boundaries, right? Which is where a city's identified land that's necessary to accommodate its 20-year growth needs. An urban reserve is a approach that a city and county can take to look the next 30 years out, so then
but it's not specific to the type of development.
No,
it doesn't, it's not necessarily for housing shortage sort of thing.
It's
from the wildlife, where I'm going, from the wildlife perspective, it doesn't matter if it's fairground and solar panels or a Costco parking lot. That's the same impact, right?
And so the purpose and interest is to be able to simplify when the city needs to go back, and
It's the first place you go when you justify it.
they've already established where the priority, and Madras has one. Madras has an urban reserve. So does Redmond. So does Ontario. I mean, there's several places to do. Gordon, you want to still?
Oh, I just was saying, I think Jim's starting to bring up questions that are bigger than just solar panels, growth boundaries and agricultural areas. But I wanted to say that clarify, urban reserves are not required in cities, and I think there are 2 or 3 cities for central and East Oregon that have them. Redmond, Madras are the 2 that come to mind. Maybe one other, but they are optional. And secondly, I think this issue is a problem. You say this in the bigger growing cities, not the small cities in Eastern Oregon.
Yeah, I agree.
That obviously Bend's the obvious case, and Redmond as well, where you could say solar installation could interfere with potential urban development. Urban reserves, also I would clarify, are for all general urban uses, are not tied to housing or any other particular use. They're really, the purpose of them was to allow cities to do planning, long-term planning for public facilities is the primary thing about where they're going to be sending water, sewer, road, very long.
And Gordon, just to follow up, so when I'm looking at 7 subsection A, K through KLM, so the L and M, is that to accommodate smaller communities that don't have urban reserves? Is that why that language is there?
It'd be both.
Both.
Well, it could, yeah.
Dugan and then Dan and then Mike, and then let's kind of wrap up and see where we're going on the urban reserves piece and the wildlife piece.
Yeah, on this thing, I think there's also some there's some just natural things we see come up usually within local pushback on some of the solar projects where, first of all, we usually do not like being near houses. That is one thing where we'll get a lot of pushback, both on the visual, but also in terms of traffic impacts and things like that. So naturally, I do think that keeps a lot of development away from those. But when we will want development there is when maybe there is a substation or something. I'm thinking about AMU with kind of a smaller scale project. Maybe that's where we want it because Gentile lands are also very disliked, I think. as well, and so if we can get it closer to load, closer to that substation, which often does occur in a more urban area. So this part of the rule, I feel like runs up. First of all, I don't know how important it is, given our usual avoidance on the large scale with that, but also the smaller stuff is maybe we do want it closer in, then maybe as Jim was talking about, do the one side expansion rather than creating an island, and so yeah, I'm not sure if, this is that sustainable part, or that sustainable part of this.
Okay, so a couple other, Mark, you had your hand up, and then Dan, sorry if I got you.
Yeah, I mean, I think with the UGB, my big hesitancy too is that if you take incorporated cities as a bulk number of incorporated cities in Eastern Oregon, most of them have flat or negative population, right? And if there's UGB expansion at this point, it's mostly for industrial development, what John was saying, kind of thing. And so I would hate to write the rules to accommodate a minority of communities where frankly the NIMBY effects are probably gonna kind of run them out anyways. But if it's beneficial adjacent to Burns, because there's some, beat up rangeland right next to Burns, and the habitat and the ag protections are otherwise considered.
Sure.
Yeah, there should be no problem to put it there.
Dan, and then I'd like to call Brandon, I want to put you on deck to speak to this a little bit.
Brandon can go first if you want.
Well, I don't know if Brandon's ready, but
Okay.
hey, Brandon, can you speak to this a little bit from a planner's perspective, especially, Mark just brought up an example of Burns.
So I don't know if there's any other Brandons, but I assuming you're talking to me.
We're talking to you, Brandon McMullen.
Yeah, if you were to, I can't speak for other communities that are doing UGB planning that are of a similar size, but if you were to take Harney County as an example, you have two incorporated cities, so you have two UGBs that are right next to each other. For our community, we have to think about what may make the most sense for where we want to go with our development. And for us, it's actually fairly straightforward based on where our agriculture land is connected to our UGBs. So some of our best flood hay ground is to the east of the Silvies River and north and just south of the cities of Burns and Hines. And so there's really only one direction to go. So if you take that into account, take a look at what we need, I would have reservations about a massive solar facility that would take up potential expansion areas if we only have one direction that we could go. So would that be, and this is just me thinking off the cuff, but would this be a scenario where, maybe a harder look does need to be taken at whether or not a UGB rule should be implemented or not on this? And so, for larger cities, I don't know if that's the same perspective. And this is just one planner talking, so.
I'm pointing at James and he's saying no, thank you. Dan?
So Dan Orzek, Oregon Clean Power Co-op. I'm thinking, this is an interesting conversation. I'm thinking about two things. One is timing or lifespan, and then the other is dual use. So if an urban reserve is land that's allocated X number of years out, I don't know, 20, 30, 40, it seems to me like a solar project is almost an ideal use because it's not permanent. It's not a Walmart parking lot. And, community solar by statute is limited to 20 years. Other projects are more like 30 years maybe. So, it's going to come and go when the city potentially is ready to use that land. And then the other thing is, if you're farming and doing solar under dual use agrivoltaics, that might be an ideal use in an urban growth or urban reserve boundary, because you're still doing agricultural production and you're getting the energy, and the land is available long-term for whatever development.
Max.
Max and Newson, I appreciate this conversation because these are some issues I hadn't thought about, but I think it's so community specific that we can't set a uniform baseline. And just with my experience, Jeremy knows we have a project outside Prineville that's adjacent to the UGB it's also adjacent to a substation.
Yeah, right.
That's an awesome spot for a solar facility. It has low wildlife impacts, so like, we wouldn't wanna say just generally, you can't do it within some random distance from some town, because every town's different. So I don't know how to address that, maybe it's within what the county looks at when they go through their process, but it just seems to me that this is like Commissioner Williams likes to say, every city in Oregon is different too, so to put a uniform restriction, I just don't think works very well.
It's actually a really nice segue. Oh, James and then Angie.
Yeah, oh, sorry, on that vein, I have never understood that when I'm reading the codes. I'm not a municipality, I'm a county, but if they're citing something within the urban growth boundary, the municipality is the one that's typically looking at a lot of those things within the city limits. The county's looking at some of those things on the perimeter, but we've been arguing to expand urban growth boundaries for a long time, and every single time counties are met with resistance on expanding those, but now I'm supposed to implement restrictions outside of the urban growth boundary and apply additional rules outside of those. Are we saying, when I read these things in code and they're there, you're actually extending the urban growth boundary beyond its actual limits when you're trying to apply these rules all the time, and I just hate it. I hate the idea of writing rules that extend the boundaries of urban growth boundaries without actually extending the urban growth boundary. It's a nonsensical way of structuring the law and the rules. Especially when was the last time one of my counties in Eastern Oregon was able to actually successfully, without significant opposition, expand an urban growth boundary? We've been wanting to do those things for a long time. So I'm just as a little caveat there. I don't know if this even applies, because if you've been in one county, you've been in one county, but in mine, I don't see any real significant applications that are trying to, that fall within the category of exemptions and everything else in terms of acreage, anywhere near my urban counties. So there's just not big enough lots and so forth. So
So Commissioner, are you suggesting then just to drop KL and N out of this or modify those? I'm not sure.
Well, yeah, I've got it up on the board here, Mike, as a question for everybody
Okay.
about that one.
I asked him first. So.
I don't know if I can answer that question. I think it's a fair question. It's frustrating whenever we write rules that apply to lands outside of urban growth boundaries, but there are rules for urban growth boundaries, and can't expand the urban growth boundaries, and it's just, it's weird.
Yeah, Angie, you had your hand up, and then Jim.
Thank you. And so I'm staff, so I'm not a member of the rep, but as the Central Oregon Regional Rep for DLCD, I can tell you, just share with the group, there are several cities looking to expand their UGBs in Central Oregon region generally. Several of them have solar nearby, so I think this discussion is really important and timely for some of these communities. As a past planning director further north in Wasco County, I can share that I think these considerations are regionally specific. I think these are important conversations to have. To Brandon's point, it's something the counties and cities are thinking about. And I wonder, just sort of throw this out there for discussion, if the CUP process can address it locally as part of their considerations for implications for, oh, I gotta dig deep to remember the language, considerations for impacts generally to the community, compliance with other goals. To Gordon's point, some of these issues really are talking about different urban planning requirements not addressed by this RAC specifically, but the cities and counties are still obligated to comply and meet as they plan for urban expansion of existing communities. And I would just acknowledge some of the cities are dealing with what will be big holes. If they try to leapfrog a large scale commercial energy farm, they're going to have to address those other regulatory goals and statute as they create plan for complete communities and connectivity and infrastructure around these large facilities. So I think the discussion's good, but I wonder if it's possible to address it through the local CUP process for community impacts and compliance with other rules and infrastructure implications and things like that. Because some communities do have multiple options for growth and some don't. And I would just flag, if it hasn't already been said, sites that are highly desirable for energy development, that are relatively flat, have relatively minimal impacts to wildlife and other resources, are also ideal for physical development for communities. So it's competitive in some ways as to what the sites could be used for immediately adjacent to the areas. So I'll just stop there.
Yeah, thanks, Andrea. Jim, your hand up, and then.
That's Angie.
Angie, I'm looking at you and I'm calling her. Thanks, Angie.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do Jim.
I'll pass.
I promise I'll call you.
No, it's all right, I'll pass. And Andrea already spoke.
Andrea already spoke. Andrea, you're speaking a lot today. Let's hear from Jim and Mike.
Jim Johnson, well, number one, I just what Andrew said, I really agree with, also being an ex-county planner and the like, whatever, and what Commissioner Williams said about limitations put on urban growth boundary expansions might not be urban growth boundary itself, but other things, it's always drives me nuts in terms of protecting ag land next to urban growth boundary, so I agree with that also. This discussion is leading me more towards maybe we look at the urban reserves element of this, but not the distance from an urban growth boundary position, just because urban reserves actually had a very complicated planning process associated with it, where a need was shown, uses were looked at in terms of what the future uses that would be. So there was a planning process related to that, as opposed to 3 miles from a UGB or whatever. That's just why.
Mark?
Yeah, Mark at Oregon Agricultural Trust. I mean, I hear what you were saying, Andy. I think my thing is why would you, in the UGB expansion, hopscotch over the zone? Because it isn't a permanent lane, right? And if the economics are trending towards housing, like I'm either gonna go to these guys and offer to buy out the lease, or I'm gonna be with a better offer right behind them as soon as that lease expires, depending on where the public market is in development. And so I don't fundamentally see them as competing land use. Yes, does it, in theory, right, you would think, oh, well, it's more expensive because it has a solar farm on it. But really the price is being set by the housing as soon as that's a potentiality for you. So I don't see it as a conflict. I don't see it as a need to create holes in the development map per se, because these guys are going to be relocating things as they age out and the infrastructure changes over time. And I don't think anybody thinks that there's going to be a 30,000 acre solar development inside, a 3,000 acre solar development inside of Bend. I think it's just going to be housing needed for that use. So to Jim's point, I think like URA is a consideration because that is thought out process, but the UGB boundary, I think otherwise we're going to find there are examples of the least conflict site within that 1 or 2 mile buffer of the UGB.
So lunch is actively getting put out. It's about 12:15. We were gonna break for lunch at about 12:20. Let me just summarize where I think we are and see if we can get a little, yeah, Max?
So before you do that, I just want to make a local comment, which is, I think goes to what kind of Angela and Elaine were saying earlier, is that like, I think a lot of the stuff under 7A, like we need to pare down to like the absolute no-go zones, right? And then 7B can be like, but there's these other areas that require special consideration and maybe there has to be mitigation for them, but like, to me, like this urban growth thing doesn't seem like an outright prohibitive area. It's an area that, well, we need to look at it closer, so maybe we move it. I think there's a lot of those in A that get moved out to B or something else, but I'd like to focus on like, what are the real areas that we want to develop, right? And let's make that the baseline. So that's my kind of global view.
Yeah.
Can I just pose one little thing on top of that real quick?
Sure.
When we go into that, there has to be a consideration to trust counties and municipalities to decide their own areas and figure out what works for them. Because there's going to be circumstances, I mean, I could list, I've got a school district in my county that was looking at solar. And it's a small little footprint, but it's within a 2 to 3 mile buffer of the urban growth. It's outside of it, but it's. So these are just little things that I just think we need to trust counties to figure out what's working for them.
Andrew?
I guess, and to that point, I guess I also want to reemphasize that Andrew Mulkey from 1000 Prince Gordon, that there's already other paths. So not that I don't think that's a good point, but I do want to emphasize that, like, I think, and maybe that would help focus the discussion because I really think here what we're talking about are larger facilities that are probably connecting to transmission lines. Maybe I'm wrong about that and I don't want to open up another thing, but that may help narrow down this discussion a little bit.
So Andrea with OECD, and I just want to like remind us all, we're not talking about prohibitions of putting stuff in, we're talking about rules to make things easier. Right? So this is, we're not saying, and I'm not agreeing or disagreeing with the specifics of what we're talking about, but just to remember what we're framing, here's where we're gonna make it a lot easier to do it. And here's where everywhere else is the normal process.
That's right.
So I just feel like we're kind of shifting away from that realization that we're looking for, where do we want it to just slide right through? As much as sliding right through actually can happen.
And with also giving, giving assurances in language to folks that there are considerations about things that are important to protect.
Right.
So that's that balance that we're trying to strike here. So, I'm standing between you and lunch.
Sure.
So it sounds like where we landed on this section 7, A and B, is in general, we need, this is something, Andrew, you brought up really early, that we need more clarity. Actually, several of you brought this up about how they relate to each other, how we implement and the different practices available, but just more clarity there. And then Max put a fine point on it about, 7A, things that are a no-go, 7B should be what's possible. And then we had a big conversation about wildlife. And actually, I skipped over this. There was a suggestion to remove all provisions satisfied in 7B line 30. That was too broad sweeping. So I don't know if people have a strong opinion about that one way or another. It was kind of early in our conversation.
I have issues with that. That's kind of the basis of why there's a 7B.
Andrew, your hand.
Yeah, I guess I'll just say, I have a problem with that because I'm not sure it's implementing it the way I see John describing it. So I just think the language needs to be reworked a little bit.
Clarified.
You agree with moving it?
No, I don't have a problem with removing it.
Yeah, it's more, it goes back, it fits into 7, yeah.
Well, I think if everything in 7A is don't go there, no way in heck, just to be, politically
Wow.
correct, then you can say, and everything else is met.
Right.
Because you're just not gonna go there in
Right.
the first place, which is why I think like dividing them up. You're making a face, Elaine, what do you
Well, I
think?
think you can go there if you, for some of the elements, you provide mitigation, right?
Right.
Yeah. And I think that, so then we had a big conversation about the wildlife piece, and I think the overarching is that it needs to be simplified. There are some suggestions here about, let's see, this is kind of the beginning of the conversation, but where we sort of ended the conversation is a suggestion around, agreeing to avoid sage-grouse habitat, migration corridors, the biggies, but not listing out all the others, but adding something around and must comply with RS 214-446, ODFW habitat categorization policy, as opposed to listing everything out. And I saw agreement around that, but Jeremy was like, yeah, and people were, So it's simplifying this whole section. Right? People online.
So I guess with the follow through, so I understand. So right now, category 1 and 2 habitat are off the table, they're to be avoided. And so if we shift to this language, then that would replace the language that speaks to habitat categories, or is that?
Well, I guess I was wondering the same thing, if we were suggesting that would then go into B, the part about the mitigation, or.
I'm not sure why we're recapping right now. I don't feel like we're talking 7A or 7B.
I agree with Gavin, because we're getting ready for lunch.
Okay.
I'm just checking, I'm
Do
just
we need
saying, because we're right before lunch, and I just wanna make sure that we know where we landed.
I'm not sure we know where we.
You
landed,
don't
because
think
it
we're
doesn't
done?
seem Like
No.
the conversation's done. Have we, I mean, we haven't really talked about how we would use 7B if we can't meet 7A, like how the factors crosswalk.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think there's like probably the rest of the day of discussion on just these sections of the rule. Like, we haven't even started to talk about farmland at all, or
Right.
water.
Yeah.
We haven't talked about whether or not the acreage thresholds that relate to these are at the right place, whether or not, you know, I know from the developer's perspective, we want to talk about whether the existing acreage thresholds as a baseline are correct, or whether we can talk about changing those outside of this, you know, significance approach. And Mike, to your question, I think like generally, I think, yeah, cap 1 and 2, we don't want to build there because we're gonna get a hard time from Jeremy, so we probably don't want to do it, right? But can we map that? Can that become part of the inventory? I think that's a complicated question.
Really, yeah, be a certain elements, yes, but a lot of them, no.
Right.
So,
For just the wildlife part, maybe to circle that, could 3 or 4 of us get together and rework that language and provide a recommendation?
We could, and then I think one thing for the group to talk about too is how do we apply 7A and 7B to programmatic areas versus sites?
Yeah, I think, yes,
Yeah, because that's complicated.
it is complicated. I think that what my presumption had been is that you utilize the mapping tools that are available and then defer final judgment to project specific or property specific assessment. We're gonna view this area as candidate areas. We're withholding final determination in some instances until it's ground truth and evidence is provided to say that there's one thing or another.
Can we have lunch?
Oh. It is, we're 2 minutes into our lunch.
Yeah, can we, I'm about to get hangry, which we don't want to be discussing this when we're getting hangry. Right.
We haven't had, we've had barely any food available.
Elaine, thank you for that. I didn't in any intent mean that we were wrapping up the conversation. It was more, where are we at?
Right.
So there's more conversation to occur. Well, when after lunch, we'll revisit the suggestion that Jeremy had about a small group coming up with some draft language for the wildlife piece. We may want to consider something like that around the urban piece. But in the meantime, let's go and get lunch. Anything we need to know about lunch? Donna Marie or John?
I would say, so we've got sandwiches, we've got chips that are out of the table, I think. We've got potato salad, we've got drinks in the big white cooler, and there should be plenty for everybody. So I would say everybody dig in and get some lunch. We got plates and utensils and napkins and so I would say everybody feel free to grab lunch.
Yeah, for public to everybody. And Don Marie, if you want to put the chips on a different table, and feel free to go outside. We'll reconvene in about 20 minutes, like about 10 to, I guess that'd be about 25 minutes. Thank you folks online.
No, I mean, that was another part where, I mean, from a county perspective.
How big, where,
Well,
what do we
addition-
need? And the state's like, we don't know what we need.
Right. You but says how we're going to meet their load game. So there's like. Looks like a juggle.
Yeah, and it's not all. Super fancy. I get. I mean, I get, like the transmission thing, but maybe there's some actual energy security things why they can't do that way. Well, but, and there's, and probably, I think there's just proprietary things. It
also becomes convenient. They're the ones, they're the only ones who know. Yeah.
You don't turn left. Well, and the ones that are parked, those ones that are running them, well, they come around and do it, like, also they got, and you're like, going into yourself. That's the whole point.
I live immediately south of Buffalo.
You're not your own. I didn't like no. And he's like, not a big. Yeah, sure. And I am waiting for it. It's cyber trucks and so. You always have to slide out.
Everybody better facilitator.
I'm gonna take it down to all these. Good morning, we see like a pretty.
Have you been surviving story?
Oh. We are, it's like.
My kids think it looks actually. We had it. And then it really has. Yeah, I looked. We've been, yesterday. So I cannot go outside.
Okay, yeah.
Hey, everyone. Thanks for all coming back. There's plenty of sandwiches back there for our afternoon break. So if I can get folks' attention up here, I wanted to just talk a moment about the rest of the day. We did a little, put our heads together with Gordon and with John and Adam about, you know, the rest of the day. I think we were ambitious about how much we could get through today, but we are really happy with the, you know, the conversations that everybody's having and the progress that we're making on 23. So what we'd like to do is make sure, to Elaine's point, you know, that we actually get through Division 23 and then have the conversations we need to have about that. But also keep in mind that we've set up. You know, it's come up a couple times this morning about people, you know, like smaller groups of people that want to craft language, and everyone saying, yes, that makes sense. And so let's think about those kinds of process tools that we have available to us. If it looks like we've kind of taken the group conversation as far as it can go, and there are a few people that are like, we're going to take the intent of the group and turn it into some language and turn it back around. And so that way we're not like wordsmithing for the rest of the afternoon. So our hope is to get through all of Division 23. John would very much like us to talk about 33. At least
I would very much like that.
You know, talk about 33. And so those are our goals for the rest of the day. We had put in our back pocket about doing some small group conversations, but I actually think that the large group conversations going really well. It seems like people really want to weigh in with each other. So we should just continue with that. Any thoughts or questions or ideas about what I've just put forward about how we're going to spend the rest of our time? I want to make sure folks are cool with this. How about people online? Jack, you're so good about coming off and nodding your head. We really appreciate your participation. And thanks, Dan, also. Okay. So I was doing a little bit of a summary before lunch, not to stop the conversation, but just to recap where we were. And there were a couple of things that I just wanted to circle back. So there was a suggestion about a small group to further refine language around wildlife. Jeremy suggested that. There seemed to be some people appreciated that. We do have a wildlife tax. Is that right, John?
We do. Well, we have a subgroup of our mitigation tack that is focusing on wildlife.
Okay, so does it make sense for that group to take it on? I don't know who's in it. Or is it something else? Jeremy, talk a little bit about your idea.
I think, we're pretty close there. I think just trying to figure out how to make a mappable version of, right? Have the ambiguity of our categorization. I've had enough debates with some of the folks in this room on what category a site should be under current rule, that if we can come to something more concrete, I think it's going to be easier for counties to apply.
Okay.
I think it's probably a smaller group than a larger.
Yeah, and maybe, I think a few of us engaged there, maybe 3 or 4 of us just come up with a recommendation.
Yes.
So who are those 3 or 4 people? Jeremy.
Jeremy and Elaine. Jeremy and Elaine.
You sitting on that one with us?
Oh, sure.
Mike with OHA.
He's trying to say Elaine as well.
Oh, I'm sorry. Elaine?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, if Brandon wanted to jump in on that, or I see Laura's got her hand up, it'd be good to have.
Bill Richardson too.
Yeah, Bill Richardson.
Oh, he's raising his hand.
He's raising his hand. Oh, there you are. Laura and Bill. Okay. All right. So then, what about the UGB piece?
So my feeling, I'll just share. I think that there's some value to that. Although I don't know that I don't know that it's something that feels like it's gonna get, I don't know if there's enough support to move forward in its current form. We can try to address it through the CUP provisions. It's also an item we can look back on, when we do a review. At this point, it doesn't feel like it's enough of a concern to. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I mean, if it's important, we have N, but the other areas.
Yeah.
It could be a suggestion. You know, for the local government consideration. Cause like we said, some local governments, it's gonna be very important, other places it's not. I think if the local government wants to include it, great. But it could be just a suggestion under N.
I can make a suggestion. I think it's something that the department, there's others in our department that have interest in this question. Go back and see that. Narrow your. And this is Andrea from OECD. I also see unintended consequences of this provision as furthering potential checkerboarding of ag. And, you know, in one way you can look at it as expanding the urban growth boundary, and the other way you can look at it as potentially, I mean, one way you can look at it as, right, expanding the urban growth boundary. The other way you can look at it, expanding the provisions of the urban growth boundary. The other way you can look at it is you're putting this infrastructure now out farther. It's going to get filled in between that and the city. You're almost diluting. So there's some unintended consequences that I think speak to not including this.
Andrew, I see your hand up, but I'm actually gonna let Jack speak and then you. Jack, go ahead.
I kind of like the idea of Jack Southworth, the Oregon Cattlemen's. I like the idea of there being some solar installations adjacent to these urban growth boundaries. I don't think the populations that are using most electricity should be able to just shoo away the responsibility of the generation. But I don't think a municipality like Burns should have to solve all the clean electrical generation needs of Oregon. But if we could say that it should be easy for a municipality to get okay the installation of 200% of the needs of their present population, that says, yeah, we can have a little bit more than we need, but we're not required to have a several thousand acre installation at our back door. Thank you.
Thanks, Jack. Any other thoughts on the UGB urban reserves? It sounds like Gordon's gonna take that back. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, just real quick, I just wanted to say, I think this is also an area where it's difficult to understand how this would be applied because there's a different in the site-specific context versus the legislative context or county rulemaking context. Because I think in the county rulemaking context, there's also the counties are inevitably going to have to consider other goals when they're doing that, as far as I understand it anyway. So if these issues are going to come up with a county rule, it seems like they're going to have to address this stuff in like their consideration of goal 14, goal 12, goal 11, that kind of stuff when they're doing a legislative process. So maybe it might help that I don't know the impetus for this language, but however you have to think about it, what would you want to see in a site-specific process? I don't know if that helps frame the question.
Where do we want to go next?
So I think, well, we got Brandon's hand.
Oh, Brandon, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't see it.
Sorry for the delay on the microphone. I'm using my iPad and it's weird to touch a screen and try and figure things out. So I think Jack brings up some good points. I still hold those reservations that, and Angie hit on this, and I think a commissioner hit on this as well. this is a community by community decision on their UGBs because we're all in such different scenarios. And so when we're looking at this, we're looking at finding this exercise is about finding opportunities to establish solar. So if we're looking for opportunities that are going to be the most refined, then if each city looks at this or each community looks at this a little bit differently, maybe that should be handled in a conditional use permit and maybe not brought up in this particular scenario. I'm not sure about that though.
Yeah, Brandon, you can't see my whiteboard, but I did write that down. Can a CUP process address this? And that is unique to each community. So I did capture that. So, Angie, and then Julie.
I wonder if it could be as simple as adding an obligation for the county to coordinate with the cities for feedback on proposals within a certain proximity of UGB. And then the coordination happens, conversation happens, but doesn't necessarily limit it unless there's community specific reasons as to why that would be of concern. Sometimes joint management agreements have that language in there, but it's not always present.
No, and it wouldn't extend beyond the UGB, which is what we're talking about. I don't think. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I think there's some really good points brought up here. I don't know that there's enough to move forward in the way that it's written, but probably enough to keep it on the table for some consideration.
Yeah,
I guess that's kind of where I'm landing.
And then Gordon is saying that there's some other consideration, other department or agency considerations.
There are, and those people we'll talk to and work through, but
I don't think we've gone as far as we can go on this one.
I think so this afternoon.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
So, again.
Well, I had a question. I don't know if that now is the right time about the military areas. And I think,
It's gonna go next, actually, because that's when I'm looking at the Max, what you put forward, that's the next kind of big chunk is the military pieces. So that's J through M under, or J through M under S subsection, or 7 subsection A.
So the military, I think, how we come to be treating is a recognition. We do have areas that are assets and important for military training purposes, carrying out the military's mission. It's our understanding that the military isn't interested in being an obstacle. We're saying that we want to have perhaps CP projects not occur, but want to be involved in early conversation and the low elevation areas that they do the customary Glenn glare analysis, or is it glare and Glenn, I don't know, G&G, and anything necessary in terms of mitigation or minimization be folded into a county approval process. So that's what we try to set it up. It's not a deal breaker or a showstopper, but there is a presence out there, and we think that there could be some value, and we understand the military believes there would be value to having a language in the rule that says, if you're going to be operating in these areas, we'd like you to get in contact with us and do that.
This is where we need the crosswalk between A and B, because we've got military training areas in A, but we don't have it in B. So I don't know how we leverage the mitigation that's in 11 to allow a site to be significant. So it's like we need to bring that.
Well, so yeah, and you're right, Elaine, you're right, exactly right. We folded in the language about military training routes or whatever for wording into 7B itself, right? In above, let's talk about. And the purpose of that was, yeah. So it's kind of up there above, and maybe that worked, maybe it doesn't. But that was the intention was to capture the issue, but not have it be additive to whether or not a project could move forward or not.
Yeah.
But actually, that's requiring for B that it be in a military training area.
Yeah.
So the language has to be changed.
Yeah.
The way it's written is it has to be in a military training area and one of these other things.
Yeah.
That it might be, I think you might say it might be in a, something like that.
Yeah, Max?
Yeah, I think to the extent we keep it in at all, it needs a lot of work because like. There's a difference between what the impact is on an air use space and what the impact is on a ground use area. I'm not aware, and I don't know if the military is here to say whether they actually have. Ground training operations on any non-federal land, as far as I'm aware, it's all in federal, so this rule on touching that stuff. So unless we say, and they're not gonna let us build on, you know, the chemical ordinance depot. So like, to me, the only issue is there an airspace problem? And then if that's the case, then, and we wanna make sure we address it because it's not already addressed in the CUP process, then requires somewhere else to submit a Clinton Blair study, which is what we do anyways, but it doesn't seem like it should be a 7A exclusion criteria because
That's
there
true.
are tons of great sites that are in 100 layers.
Yeah, I agree.
We do have, someone, yeah, go ahead. You're sitting in for Todd for the military.
You're correct. Ground operations are pretty minimal. You do have the state training where it's not federal property. And we are building, local training areas that are outside federal footprint. We just established, what we call a training area down in Central City. It's a couple hundred acres of field. And looking for a couple more of those in the state. Again, it's a minimal footprint. So you're right, the biggest issue is air training. And, you know, solar is one thing, and we're just really concerned about the wind glare. And so that is completely a siting issue. Generally speaking, you know, we could have a floor lower than 500 feet, depending on the type of training that's being. But solar panels it's not a hazard. Windmills are.
Right.
But, and so are high power transmission lines, that's also. But yeah, for the purpose of this discussion, solar siding, it's almost purely a wind issue. In fact, we're actually going to build a solar farm because we want to build a microgrid.
So would something that requires a Clinton Blair study and consultation on that with the military be sufficient?
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of like,
Be.
we have the tool there, the Orisa tool already. If you cite a facility, you know, it'll pop the red flare up and say, check, talk to the military first. And that's good. We already have that in place. I think putting it into this rule that will make formal.
Sure.
So it sounds like it's a B. It sounds
Yeah.
like it should be a part of B and not A.
Yeah, and then would the language just be something like passes military Clint Glare study or something like that, like?
So we.
Well, isn't
we have-
that all? I mean, that's,
We have some language with that regard a little further down.
yeah,
When we get into mitigation, you know, that's kind of where that lives.
Yeah. So does it actually, it should come out of 7A and B totally and just go into it's something where you're looking at. If it's there, you gotta
So
mitigate.
that's, I think, a reasonable approach.
Yeah, it's really mitigation because.
Yeah.
Military training routes are there.
That would be similar to, you know, cultural resources or something, although it's more identifiable, right? I mean, we have mapping tools to show that. You know, so and that's what we're after. We're not after relying upon the presence of this route as a.
Right.
The last meeting, Todd said that they wanted to take that language back. Is this new language or is this still old language?
So the language that we took out, we had language about the Boardman area of concern. We took out, they said we're not interested in that, don't worry about that, took it out. And then we refined it through conversations with OMD and the Navy. And to try to get at what they're interested in, which are those lower elevation training routes, whether they're there's a couple different flavors of them, but that's what we're trying to get at. But again, not for the purpose of stopping a project, not for exclusion or avoidance, but to say, okay, if you're gonna be in this area, fine, but this is what you're gonna do.
Yeah, then it doesn't really feel like they belong in A at all.
Yeah, so I'm.
Or because it's not a why, whether or not you would cite it, that being that area.
So that's certainly, that feels the direction we're leaning in, Jack. That's what it feels like to me is that we certainly take it out of A, and we could very well take it out of B and account for it, you know, in another way, you know, to say that this is something you need to look at. But again, it doesn't count against you. You just need to do the right thing.
It's kind of, no matter what the project is, whether it goes through fast, goes through slow, that needs to happen.
Yeah.
Period. So it's not, doesn't fall under the purview of this, which is focused on, let's make things happen fast. It's just that needs to be, you know, kind of a
box to tick.
Overarching.
Is there anybody that feels differently about, I mean, because where we're headed is taking it out of A, taking it out of B, putting it in around mitigation and coordination.
It's not an A or B, why?
Why?
Why is it in mitigation?
Yes, I was wondering about that. What's the nexus? If it's not in A or B?
Well, the nexus is consultation, really.
Right.
It's not really mitigation requirements.
Right, it's the consult.
And that's already done
Yeah.
through the CP and FAA process.
So it depends on whether we're taking this out of the CEP process or not, because if
Yeah.
it goes through CEP, we already have to consult.
On what basis do you have to consult? It's kind of a best practice, isn't it?
It really comes in under the federal, like if you're gonna go FAA, determination of no hazard, you have to go through DOT.
Yeah, I can't recall a permit ever submitted that didn't have an FAA.
The
No
other
hazard
215, 446, DOD maybe get notice, and so usually they comment, and that's what initiates the consultation. For CP.
It's early notification.
Yeah.
And just a reminder to speak up. People online are texting and us and being like, hey, can't hear. So just speak up. I'm sorry, who was the next then? Was it you, Angie? Because you're waving.
I just, so this is Angie, DLCD staff. I'm sorry to comment so much as staff. I would just ask the question whether or not new facilities bring new transmission line corridors that the military would indeed care about, as far as height limitations go, and whether or not that is reason enough to retain it in the section, or if that is a separate, I'm looking at John, if that is a separate issue.
Well, I mean, so we've placed this language in here because it's our understanding that the military would like to have something representing this. And, you know, if it's already covered, then that's one thing. I'm not familiar with the land use provision, which actually says this will and should happen. Elaine, I think, is about ready to fill that in.
My question is, how does military training routes fall within goal 5 resources?
So
How is it appropriate to include military training routes, or, you know, while they may be safety
Well,
issues
you know,
to address in the permitting, right? But are they a goal 5 resource to be evaluated?
They're goal 5 to use. Potential.
so I.
Yeah.
So just. So for people online, Gordon just said it's a goal 5 conflicting use. Potentially.
But you have to get to that through the exit analysis. The evaluation of, are we going to limit or restrict, you know, how are we gonna deal with conflicting uses in the program, right? So.
I think it's more in the realm of in the spirit of intention of you know, establishing opportunities and reducing conflict and siting. I think that there is, in the absence of accounting for the military airspace for their training maneuvers and their carrying out their mission, there's the perspective of a potential conflict. I think that's the next, I think that's how we get there.
But we, in the goal 5 context, we are looking at conflicts to the resource, not the other way around.
Well,
Okay.
we would be looking at that in terms of conflicting uses and and the EC analysis, correct.
Yeah, and we want to protect the resource
But
against conflicting uses.
That's right, and we're not going down that path at this point.
Yeah.
But you know, I think you've got that lined out right, but I think it jumps the gun on a couple things.
Andrew and
yes,
then
Andrew Monkey from 1000 Friends. I think the way that this has been conceived of in terms of these types of things is what makes the solar resource significant under goal 5 is the absence of conflict with these other things.
That's right.
So I think that we may just need a little bit of clarification on this point from the military in terms of what they see. If they can define a conflict that would result in something where they would say, no, solar, we're not going to allow solar to be built here. If that type of conflict exists, I think it's appropriate to include here. If it doesn't, then I think it's either, to my mind, appropriate to put into B as to just say, this is something that's mitigated, or this is something that's mitigatable, or to actually exclude it from all of that and just have it as another criteria on its own that just says, hey, when you're doing these types of projects, you're gonna have to get this, you're gonna have to do this consultation and figure it out. So.
Can we talk about what's the conflict, at what level does it rise to conflict for transmission? Is it height, is it KD? Is it height over 100 feet? Or where is that threshold? So think about that impact.
Well, if it was,
Fine.
yeah, it was in that area, but I'd have to that answer for you.
Okay.
It's an FAA. Yeah, this is Max and Nissan. I mean, so on the maps where all those 100-foot flight zones are, there's already transmission
Yeah.
lines through them, and the gen type will always be lower. So
That's where I'm almost like, can we just?
I
regard the
don't
gen
actually,
high?
I agree with Andrew, what Andrew said to let's talk to the military more and see if we're missing something, and if not, we're writing the rules, there's nothing that prohibits us from putting it in a different section that's an if then. And if you are in a low flight military airspace, then you shall submit a glare study and consult with the military department period.
This is Dan, Oregon Clean Power Co-op, Dan Orzek. I'm surprised because I thought this issue had been completely resolved. My understanding, I think it was a conversation last meeting before with Kim, I think.
Kim Petrie, yes.
You know, I was curious, so I asked her specifically, what's the conflict? And she said there is none. They want to be notified where it's going to be, but there's no conflict. If there is mitigation, it's done in the cockpit. Why? Because anywhere they're flying in the world, they're going to be flying today, they're going to be flying over massive solar panels.
Can I make
Yeah,
one
please.
edit to what I said earlier about military training areas versus training routes? We will also have some concerns about military training areas, especially with encroaching solar, because they might be within a buffer zone that we've actually paid local owners to not develop. So again, that's not a no, that's something that we have to go and work through.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah, especially where there's dust and those other kinds of things.
Yeah, if I'm putting up solar panels, I don't want to be anywhere near where you're shooting.
Yeah.
Yeah, we call it.
So it sounds like where we're landing is that we don't think it's a 7A resource. If it's anywhere, it would be in 7B or in a different place. There's a question about whether or not it's already addressed in the conditional use process, but ultimately we need to do a little bit more follow-up with the military to make sure we're not missing some. Okay, right, where do we want to go next? Farmland? Dugan?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Read your mind.
Wait,
Get to the tough stuff.
Andrew Mulkey from South, can I say something about I?
About what?
I,
Sure, what do you want to say about that?
it says other significant resources that unacknowledged and approach. I just think that some of the conversation we were having about earlier, where so forgive me if I'm forgetting that person, but maybe it was Brandon, someone from a county was talking about, well, we already have goal 5 maps.
Brandon McMullen from Harney County.
Yeah, that we already have goal 5 maps, so I would just say organizationally, if the folks that are getting together to talk about A, B, C, and D could also talk about I in the context of wildlife, I think that would be helpful. We just group all those things together in that way, folks will understand how they want those addressed. Yeah, so that was just my point.
Anything else on? Before we get to farmland? And when we're talking about farmland, we're talking about. E, F, G, H. We're talking about 7A. 7 subsection A, E, F, G, and H. All right, thoughts there. Matt, start us off.
Not for this, I was just gonna ask John, one thing that I'm struggling with when reading through E, E through I and A, and then the other stuff in D, is how do these relate to the existing definitions and acreage cycle restrictions?
Yeah.
So, like, what are we actually changing with this language? And I think what it says is E is, you can't be on high value farmland, period. Right, so we're not talking about high value farmland at all, except then it's complicated in 7B where it says, well, you can be under goal 3 if you're not irrigated and in class 3 of 5, or you're in the CRP, or you need the definition under a specific definition of high value farmland and have no, so you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
Walk us
I do.
through all this.
Yeah, I can try, Max. This is John, the LCD. You know, so, you know, the thinking here is attempted to be pretty simple, right? You start off, you know, and that the areas that we most want to avoid are the best agricultural lands. So that's what we tried to represent here. That's a high value farmland. Ordinarily, it's high value farmland. That's irrigated land, if not high value farmland. And then in other lands that are class 3 or 4, that's pretty good, right? So those ordinarily, those are the areas that we want to avoid. That's A. But then B says, okay, now given that ordinarily we want to avoid these areas, here are some types or some opportunities where we can, if everything else lining up, we can get across the finish line with mitigation. You know, so we can't add back some of those, not all of them, but some of those types of areas that would otherwise be, you know, considered a higher emphasis for avoidance. That's what we're trying to do. Saying customarily, ordinarily, these lands really should be avoided. But there are circumstances where we can consider an alternative approach where, you know, they've been adequately mitigated.
Okay, so what lands are we avoiding then?
So lands we're avoiding would be high value farmland, most high value farmland, right? Other than those that are called out in 7B, lands that are irrigated or meet the definition of irrigated, other than those lands perhaps called out in 7B, and then again ordinarily lands that are protected under goal 3 with a classification of 3 or 4. Now the companion to that is, okay, well, you know, other instances where it makes sense to consider mitigating for those, and I think that's the conversation, Max. That's what's the relationship between those two areas, those two pieces.
Do you with finding removals? I just wanted to also make clear for people kind of this reference to A to high value lands to people know that high value farmland is soil definition. It's prime, unique, classes 1 and 2 soils. It's anything in ADA. with some mild exception in Columbia.
Yeah.
Valley, but that's a very specific one. And then the ABA is also based on slopes and elevation. And then the third one is if you have a place in use water right or in an irrigation district. And then there's other stuff about soils in the coast and the valley.
Yeah.
So,
Well, I've got them compared in one of the
yeah, so
slides.
then that's under
And actually-
115.
Can we throw up that slide?
Yeah, can we move, kind of go down?
It would be good.
Sorry, can I jump in for a second here?
Yeah, hold on, we might get too many things on the table, let's get to the right slide.
Keep going,
I guess my.
one more, go, keep going, there. I wish it was easier to read, but those are,
So sorry, I think I got that, right, John, but you can.
by and large, yes, so,
So I think my concern here is that we've seen recently that on the edges of that policy, there are really good lands that are otherwise perfect for solar, but they ding some of these based off, I think, the expansiveness of that. So one example is, we have several outside projects up in Monroe County that Odo has looked over very vigorously. They look good and are on dryland wheat, but there are junior water rights within a critical groundwater area that haven't been allocated water since the mid-80s, but are considered having a place of use water right because OWRD has never retired this right. So we are considered, sometimes our site is considered irrigated. And so I'm wondering, at the edges there, can we kind of chip away, because there's some times where these definitions will clip stuff, which in all intents and purposes, it is dry land, has been dry land for 45 years. And isn't really in this, or there are other places where we can find these examples, but, and, I think, talk about the Mark report, there are certain ways that you might want to do a look back period, or make sure people don't gain anything around this, but I think there are opportunities for us to be, at least for solar, maybe not other uses, a little more expansive understanding of maybe that doesn't necessarily, maybe we should be a little bit more lenient. We're just clipping a high value thing in places that the landowners themselves are telling us is not.
so, let me get to that, but Mark, you gotta-
Well, and just to clarify what Dude said, water calls will never force a retirement, right? Just make that clear. There's a water calls that's actually outside of that 5-year period. So you're right. I mean, like the only time that there is a retirement legally, the OWRD doesn't really take action on this. It's just like if you look back and we find out your right is retired, but as if they otherwise have water and they've not participated, right? And I think for us, this might be easier to describe like what are the beneficial situations where solar is coming to an ag community. Now I'm looking at Sprague River where no one's had water since 2013, and we know the basin's hyper allocated. And we have a number of producers that are in extreme stress because they're making 1/3 what they used to when they got water. Right? And so that could be a real kind of community benefit of diversification of land use there. The issue there is, you're right, like what's the look back and what's the reason? I think water calls are potentially like something we can look at, but there needs to be a pretty consistent length of time. And that is different from an alternative example of Klamath County that I think where somebody has in-stream leased the water or in-stream granted right of the water in order to play the system and say, oh, well, I don't have any water, so it's not viable farmland anymore. And that was, I don't think this is for a solar development, this is for real estate development, where they were trying to get rid of the water right in order to force a situation with the county where the land was only viewed as the development. So I think like 5 to 10 years, like there should be a look back period if you canceled your water right or done a permanent transfer. Maybe we need to be very specific in the language that it's permanent transfer of water right. In like a 5-10 year period, then yeah, you can't be considered. You're outside of this.
Let me ask you a follow-up. Sorry, Max and Nissan. So my experience with, and this is just my experience with talking to landowners, especially like in Southern Oregon, correct me if I'm wrong, but like I've seen a kind of stepwise process happening where they will intentionally do a temporary transfer first. Because that can get processed and it gives the person.
Well, we've mentioned it already, but we haven't.
So like, you know, I'm agreeing with what you're saying, but like, just. In my experience, it hasn't always been that a permanent transfer is how the landowner steps through to get it moved.
Well, and then, yeah, market of, just to follow up on that too, the other thing that I'd want to be aware of is that it's actually pretty easy to transfer. I'm not easy, but it's much easier to transfer your water right within your property ownership than it is within a basin per se. And it's also not uncommon, you know, I have a number of property owners who have flat land that could be irrigated, right, which currently isn't. But it might be that the flat land which is irrigated is the thing that's more ideal for development closer to the transmission or whatever is going on. And so I do think if there's a transfer within the boundaries, or even the other thing I'd point out too is adjacency to irrigation infrastructure is a big part of it too, because generally speaking, you're not going to get a lot of new irrigation infrastructure going in new areas of the state. That kind of area is done. But again, if I can pipe my water from here to there, that's not a big deal. Potentially, if the economics for the producer on the solar development still makes sense to be able to do that. So I think we need to be conscious of that kind of use of water within a property boundary.
So what I was gonna answer, or what I was gonna share in thinking with regard to Dugan's question is that, you know, as I mentioned earlier, you know, to the extent that land is considered high value farmland as a matter of statute, application of statute, we can't change that, right? It is going to, but we can talk about whether or not we elevate the ceiling to the maximum that's allowable by that statute. Right, so for instance,
Starting to 260 and.
240.
240.
Yeah,
Okay, so this section that we're talking about will only ever apply to anything under 240, right?
Well, so is to the extent that we're talking about land that's high value farmland, that's we can't do any more than that.
Yeah.
You know, but I think
Clear about, you know, when we're talking about this, you know, it's not like if we loosen things up here a little bit, it's not like we're going to be doing that for a big project. It's still, the county's still.
right. So let me think about like, so.
Can I just ask a clarifying question?
Yes.
Like, you've been talking about there's certain areas within the project. Maybe this is maybe part of fundamental about the rule, but like, is that ever gonna be more than 240 acres? Like the actual areas that you're talking about, where like, oh, we have some areas here where it's an APA or something.
It could.
Okay.
Well, and usually the water rights are like track.
Okay.
So they can be pretty large in terms of.
So what we were, and maybe this is, maybe Max, maybe this is what you're driving at, and what we're trying to do in some of this language, which is now in B, which talks to certain situations where there's high value farmland, that we might be eligible to be considered into mitigation. You know, we're trying to respond to some of those things. You know, we heard, I think Brian Walsh and Matt Hutchinson said burns, rethink the ABA stuff. You know, well, we can't really do that in terms of saying it is or it isn't, but we can, there's some things we can do. You know, we saw the land, the Wagon Trail project and the Sunstone project are at, you know, the dryland wheat ground down there. We've seen some other things. We've heard about situations. And so we're trying to provide some accounting for that. And maybe we don't want to, right? Maybe at the end of the day, you say, you know, it is what it is. But again, an example of some of those lands, we drove through those, some of them on tour yesterday. But probably maybe to tie this off, you know, to the extent, and this is what I'm hearing more and more of, and I'm kind of slowly reaching realization, you know, to the extent that we have something added back in B, you know, maybe it's not subtracted in A, right? I mean, maybe A is A and just B is B, you know, so A is a succinct description of what is out. And B is a succinct description of what could be in.
So how would you how would you define high value farmland in A that, is not in B?
So I think that's, I'm not sure. Right? I mean, first of all, I think we would need to settle that there should be space in B for some sort of that situation. If we agree with that, you know, if that's something that seems reasonable, I mean, then we can figure out how to construct the language in A. And Andrew, I think would be maybe some sort of, you know, written a couple things, A plus B equals C sort of deal.
Right, so let me follow my train of thought. This is Andrea with OACD, and Jim, call me on.
He's got his hand, he had his hand.
Yes.
I had my hand up before.
Yeah, before you did, you jumped
So
in, that's
go-
okay.
Go, Jim, I'll speak to you.
Well, I'll say this right now, I've only had this for less than a day to look at, both the LCD stuff and the red line stuff. And I'm real uncomfortable with it because I haven't had to give it the time that I should. This is something that should go to the agricultural TAC.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would echo that. It's, I have thoughts now. I have not been thinking about it for that long. And it would, I think, does deserve an in-depth dive on each one of these qualifying criteria. My only concern is what's not covered in mitigation.
I've had too much experience in my career with the definition of high value farmland being manipulated to get whatever they want. And that's why it's got to be a very specific definition in terms of water rights being moved. The ADA stuff was actually promoted by the wine industry. It wasn't something that was coming from, you know, the larger ag community. There's been a lot of attempts over the years to manipulate this to allow for rezones, to allow for development, you know, that would otherwise be precluded on high value farmland, to say that my land is or is not water, or is or is not ag land by definition under goal 3. I need more time to look at this.
So I'm gonna come back in, since I gave it to Jim. What I'd like to send to the TAC is the concept of almost, what I guess this is the point I raised at the very beginning, is solar's potential to impact ag viability in Oregon is significant. And especially when you're looking at a county or an area, if it's not done smart, if it's, you know, checkerboarded and we affect the infrastructure, so that you have the whole ag support system can't operate cost effectively. So no matter what we allow, if it's ag land, the concept of mitigation can't just be left within a line. I know that the TAC is struggling with this now and or noodling over it now, is what does ag mitigation actually mean? And the goal needs to be the ability to maintain the viability of ag in that county.
But I guess what Mickey was talking about with foundation.
Yeah, exactly what it is.
Yeah.
So people agree that it should go to the TAC?
Kind of, not really.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty large discussion that we might want to keep with the larger group.
Mike,
I,
from OHA?
you know, just, Mike Mo, thanks, you know, looking at goal 3 lands in A, and then some suggestions, at least at this stage, under B of goal 3 lands, or can we at least acknowledge that there are some goal 3 lands that would fit within B? If they can be mitigated or under, okay, I just wanted to clarify that
But
point,
let's talk about
that's
what
not.
those are. Let's use this time to talk about what those might be.
I mean, like, market Oregon Agricultural Trust. I mean, the other thing is, we talked about, and my big concern is about concentration, right, of impact, because we've talked about there's actually limited transmission. We say all of Eastern Oregon, but the reality is, you know, 80% of the development opportunity actually kind of happens in discrete areas, right? And to me, that goes beyond the class 4 soils, because all of Lake County is class 5 and 6. You know, and so the way these rules are written right now, there's no mitigation expectation whatsoever for a lot of stuff in Lake County. And that is, to Andrew's point, like, we are gonna be looking at maintaining the agricultural viability. So, I mean, I think, yeah, there's definitely opportunities, I think, for mitigation on some of this stuff. But also, if it's lower productivity, if you do mitigation right, the mitigation payment should be small. And so this, the mitigation system, hopefully if done right, can take a lot of stress relief on local economies from the requirement of the use of their land, for kind of broader state development.
So I was just gonna call you Max, Max City Lane, you both sort of said, yeah, I'm not so comfortable just sending this off to the ag tech. Can you talk some more about what more conversation would be helpful to have in a larger group about this topic?
I think Max and me said, I think from a high level, like, if we are looking at stuff that's economic because it's close to a transmission line and we take out sage grouse and we take out mitigation corridors and we take out federal land and we take out everything in hay, all that we're really talking about is farmland. And I don't want to scare you, but that is the reality that we're dealing with, and that is why we are in this rulemaking, is because it's a hard conversation of what can we do with farmland, because everything else, everyone agrees, don't put it over there.
Yep.
So we're being directed to this location. So what I'm hearing then is that the only pathway we're proposing is a mitigated pathway. And if it's a burdensome mitigation pathway, why wouldn't we just try and go through goal 3?
Yeah.
Mitigate for it
So I think that's
directly.
kind of like my internal struggle of this conversation is like, that's the hard trade-off we have to talk about, is like, where can we agree that, okay, it's called high value, or it's called arable, or it's called non-arable, but we're gonna let you build it there, we're gonna make it easy, because maybe the definitions under the statute aren't all exactly. Or, maybe there are places where it says it's non-arable, build something huge there, but it's actually really good rangeland, and maybe the stuff that was irrigated 50 years ago, that's still irrigated, so it's still high value, you're not allowed to put it there. So like, those are the trade-offs that I think are hard that we have to work with.
Yeah.
But
I think you're right, Max.
A good example of trade-off, speaking my comment earlier, is if the irrigation water right could be transferred for beneficial agricultural use in nearby areas. I think, like, to me, it's that landowner's getting their agreement with the solar company, probably very profitable, right? They're fine. Questions about the community agricultural economy. And if that water is what the basis of that is, and via this deal, you don't need it, that's going somewhere else, then fine. I don't think that's such a big impact on the local economy. But you have to be able to go into the permit process showing that that's been arranged.
Does it need to go to someone else, or can it go back to like just aquifer recharge?
No, I think
Like, can we talk about that a little bit, about like, where does it need to go
It
to?
can't be in-stream lease,
That's the point, is as valuable as agricultural land is, agricultural water rights are even more valuable, we're not getting any more.
Right.
In fact, we're getting less all the time, so mitigation has to relate to that water, almost more as a valuable resource than the land base.
So you need to find a match for that water to go to, for how it can be put back to
Well, like I said,
productive use.
Yeah, but a lot of the time it can be on the same property, right? And that was my point, like, it's actually the easiest place of use redirection is under the same ownership.
Right, but what if it
Yeah.
can't?
And it's not like, for example, an irrigation district where that's
Yeah.
also easy. Then I would say if it's otherwise meeting all the high farmland definitions, it'd probably be enough. This is the way hopefully to get out of that now.
A no meaning like you can't transfer the water right to another user?
No, I know, as in, it wouldn't be an exception from the 7A criteria, if that makes sense.
Because it couldn't be transferred.
Right.
It couldn't be used for an agricultural purpose.
Right.
In the,
Like,
in
let's
the
say,
community.
let's say it was for flood irrigation and you're in a closed basin and there's nowhere to put it.
Yeah, though I think a lot of people would take it, but.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but where are you gonna get, how are you gonna get it there? You have to pump it uphill at this point.
Oh,
Because typically, if you're in a closed basin, you've got X amount of irrigation, you're irrigating the acres that are about, that can be irrigated. So where are you gonna, you can't take it out of the basin.
And that might be a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whatnot.
Angie, you've been waiting.
I just, if we're gonna talk about this as a large group, I just wanna make sure everyone's aware that the definition of irrigated land that this is pointing to, and I think there's a little typo, it says 8 it's actually, F. It includes lands that are no longer irrigated, that once were irrigated. So if the presence of water is important, I think we should make sure we're all clear on what definition is being used for irrigated land for fire.
Right, and again, that was put in there because of people taking water off of land and then saying it's so waterborne.
And that's what Mickey was talking about earlier.
Right, you know, we impose a 5-year look back so that there's something, right, is there a workaround? And thank you for pointing that out, because that was my next question is, well, 8 says if you've ever been irrigated, you're considered irrigated. And I think that's exactly Dugan's example of the water's already gone away, it's not being farmed, it's not being used, but it's high value under the rules.
Market out, I mean, I think this is, I agree with this. My question is what is the adequate discouragement if somebody's trying to play the system in terms of the financial patience, right?
For the long-term option.
Yeah, them trying to break the right and wait it out, which is kind of why I wanted to have a conversation with TAC. It's not that I don't kind of agree in principle, it's just that the look back period is kind of a very fine point, if that makes sense. And so I kind of want to check some of my assumptions going into it.
Yeah, I'm not sure what, like, I'm not sure, legally, on the groundwater rights, it's 5 years, right? You don't use your allocation in 5 years, it is up to forfeiture.
Right.
I know I'm not talking about irrigation districts. But technically, you know, I know OWRD isn't looking around, snooping around, trying to find those, but you're not supposed to be able to use that, right? And so, you know, then we kind of get.
Well, actually, you can use it until it's taken away from you, and that's not gonna happen.
I know that's how it works in practice, but you know, we're also working the legal system. Right? So I'm just kind of, that's my thought. The other thing here I just want to add in is that this rule also goes for 3 and 4 classes of soil, which is not in the high value.
Correct.
And so, that's, you know, I think we should have a conversation about that, because that's not necessarily, that could be arable land with much higher acreage allowable amount. We find a lot of 3 and 4 class lands that are.
Well, those, frankly, those are the lands down in Morrow County, south of the bombing range.
And you put water on them, they become prime.
They do, but you'll never get water.
Wait,
I'm not so sure about that anymore
Well,
after the discussion.
That could be, I don't know, but I mean,
isn't that why we have 7B though? Like 7B, big B, because it's saying. I think that's, sorry, Andrew from Thousand Friends, I think that's why it makes sense to get the language at the beginning of 7B correct. Because, and I also think, I do think it's worth having a discussion about what's in 7A. But I think then the way I've always understood it is, even if something is listed in 7A, if you want to create a mitigated pathway for that criteria, then that's what's in 7B. And so that's what I see here, is that even though our 7A G talks about NRCS capability classification lands with 3 or 4, then you go to 7B, big B, and it says that if it's not irrigated, this could be potentially something.
so that's how it's intended to work.
Okay.
Andrew, but I think it's feeling like it's confusing and maybe redundant. So whatever, 7A was intended to start out, was intended to describe what ideal sites were. You know, ideal sites have everything that they need to have to be successful and don't have all this other stuff that we really, really want to avoid, right? And then 7B was to kind of modify 7A. But again, like I said, I'm beginning to feel like it might be better, you know, if it might be better not to have same category land in both places, right? If it's something that can be mitigated, then maybe it should only be in 7B. Maybe it shouldn't be in 7A at all. Maybe it should be in 7B.
Max, I have a clarifying question for the ag folks. So under 7AF, it says lands protected under goal 3 that meet the definition of irrigated under OAR 660-3320 typo 9. And under 20 typo 9, it's stuff that is irrigated or in a district, and so doesn't that mean it's already high value farmland under E?
Maybe.
Right?
Honestly, Max, honestly, I hadn't thought about that, but it could be to the extent that it is,
So.
the extent that it's in an irrigation district.
Implicit use.
I think it is.
Use for within a district.
So everything under F would already be under E with,
It's
it's the same thing.
It's, I'm not sure that it's entirely, but to some extent, yeah, I think you're probably right.
Maybe there's some that are not.
Maybe, but I think that you're on the right track, Max. I honestly hadn't put all that together.
So bigger, this thing, if we take it up just a bigger level, for 7A, these are lands that are not mitigable. I don't know if that's a word.
To be avoided.
Yeah,
avoided.
right? And so those are what? Those are the class 1 and 2 prime unique, irrigated or unirrigated. Do we agree on that? I don't know. Like, and then is it any land with valid water rights and is served by an irrigation district? So it's like, it's actively irrigated land. Do we agree with that? I mean, can we break it down into like concepts rather than like the references so we can talk nuts and bolts?
Yeah, I think it's a really good suggestion.
Gordon. Well, I don't have, I profess ignorance of all agriculture, have an aspect of it. The way of looking at it is that we need to essentially reverse engineer this process so that the areas, even if we don't have a definition of from section 6, but the areas that where solar is likely to go because of low current economics, we have to have some areas within those, end up with some areas within those corridors, for those areas, those regions that are no conflicts, and whatever gets us to that point. I mean, if we end up with definitions that result in nothing in those areas that meets the definition of no conflicts, we fail. And we haven't gone with the legislative intent. On the other hand, if we end up with stuff that where everything's in, where making agriculture untenable, we fail as well.
Yeah.
So that's the median point, and how we get there is all, if all these talks about definitions have to get to that whole needs, where we want to end up.
Yeah. Yeah, Andrew with OECD, we may not get to no complex. What we may get to is a very clear path of how to, like, how do we deal with the complex? Like, so that you have a path that it makes it, like, I would say you still want to have in A, something that says, okay, if this stuff's not present, that's your no conflict. All right, likely, that's not gonna happen, right? So you're ending up with an ag B, let's just call it an ag B for now, where we're gonna need some sort of mitigation. That, what I think, what really needs to happen is that needs to be very clear as to what that is. And I know that's like, I'm talking about the hardest thing being the thing we have to do, but that's really what has to be done. Cause I think we can sit here and what I'm hearing, and again, yeah, Jim, call bullshit on me, please.
No, I'm going to a different thing.
What I'm hearing is we could be parsing, like doing all the things to high value farmland that we don't want to do. Instead, we're gonna say, okay, we're gonna accept reality. These things are coming in. What do we need to have happen so we don't just lose the value of the high value farmland, but that we can capture it elsewhere to keep our system viable, to maybe make other land more viable. So because I think this argument of what is and what isn't is just gonna spin us around a
It is, and to the earlier point, certainty and flexibility, right? Those aren't, those aren't always natural partners. So with the more clear and objective things, we provide, the greater certainty we can provide. It's, you know, it's trying to reach the right balance. I'm sorry, Jim, I jumped in front of you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Max, I think I talked to you about this once before, whatever. Remember the definition of high value farmland, especially when it relates to soils, as a tract-based thing, which is you can have 1,000 acres, a 1,000 acre tract, 501 acres of that is a high value soil. So the entire 1,000 acres becomes high value farmland. I've been toying with the idea of talking more about protecting high value farmland soils than high value farmland.
Yeah.
But we would want to make sure that we take into account rangeland. Because some of the best rangeland is going to be it's not going to be some of that class, 1 and 2 prime and unique type soils. And there is high end rangeland and there's poor rangeland, and you can, Mark and I looked at maps and there's not, in terms of what we would consider high value rangeland, there's still an awful lot of rangeland out there that we wouldn't consider. So I guess what I'm getting at, this is something I need to look at more on maps and the like, whatever, but if you've got 1,500 acres out there of class 7 soil, 6 soil, 7's a river wash, forget that, but class 6 soil, it's really not rangeland or the like, or it might even be class 8. You should be looking at it, regardless of whether by definition it's high value farmland or not, because that portion of the larger ranch is probably suited for something else.
Max, go ahead.
Max Newsom, yes, thank you, Jim, for raising that. I think we should definitely talk about the predominance issue. And I'm gonna say something now that people aren't gonna like, but if we want to protect more farmland, then what we need to do is talk about, well, where on habitat should we be allowed to go? Where in UGB should we be allowed to go? Where in military should we be allowed to go? So like, we're finally getting to the substance, which I think is great, but like, these are the trade-offs we have to make, right? We can protect more farmland if the restrictions are lower on habitat, and the restrictions are lower on UGB, and the restrictions are lower on military. So just keep that in mind when, we're talking about it in chunks here, but these all relate to each other and it's all balanced.
Yeah. Mark and then Dan.
Yeah, I mean, so a lot there. I do think this is best served to Elaine's point, to think about where do we not want anything to happen? Where are we okay with mitigation happening? Where do we not care? I think, Andrew, you were saying there's probably not a lot of things that no one cares about. I think the only thing I've been able to come up with is like a real cheatgrass invaded piece of rangeland. Which doesn't sound like a lot, but if I got my NRCS numbers right, there's like 6 million acres of it across Southeast Oregon and even more up in the Columbia Plateau. We were looking at some maps of that. I do think there's a criteria we can make around, all right, like if X amount of forage mass is annual grasses, then it's just not really good for anything besides solar development, So I do think that is one, like, kind of no conflict category. The low conflict one, the rangeland, I think Jim's point, where you place it matters a lot. But I have a hard time saying there's no give in the rangeland context in some of these counties where they have 5 million acres of rangeland, right? They have very limited and precious irrigated, but millions of acres of rangeland, and to me, that's where the mitigation comes in, right? And so,
this is where we want to pull back.
Mitigation for ag or mitigation for?
Mitigation for ag.
But there is hardly any productive ag on it.
Disagree.
If there's only 3 ranchers in the county and they depend on X amount of acres for a critical mass to support that livestock industry, believe me,
But what if the evidence shows for that property, there is not a history of productive cattle ranching, that it has not been.
Well, I'm gonna look at the history, I'm gonna look at the capability.
Right, it's even hard to define what that means. I mean, like, if you are EFU zone.
So we're gonna mitigate, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but this goes to the trade-offs. We're gonna mitigate for NRCS 6 or worse soils on rangeland, but we're also gonna mitigate for wildlife because it's probably Cat 2.
Well, not necessarily.
Probably.
I mean, it gets into a lot of things, right? If they're EO2 zones are doing nothing with it, I mean, they've lost the property tax status, they've done a lot of things. essentially.
Nobody's gonna lose, it's like the water right, nobody's gonna take away their farm assessment.
Yeah, it's all the time. It happens all the time.
Well, it doesn't happen.
I mean, it-
No, I would say,
But,
I just wish they would forfeit
Yeah,
water
but-
rights too and put them back in stream.
but the point being is like, particularly this is where the concentration issue comes. Again, if we were talking about 64,000 acres across all eastern Oregon, I wouldn't worry really so much about the rangeland impact, right? But two things, soil classing and rangeland productivity have very low correlation. That's right. Very low correlation. Has everything to do with how it's been managed historically. You can have high class, and if it's a cheatgrass farm, it's a cheatgrass. It's not worth anything in rangeland productivity, but if it's well-managed stuff on lower soil classes, it can be great. Second thing is the NRCS soil mapping for rangeland in that part of the state is not good. It's not good. In fact, I'm dealing with at least 6 or 7 ranches where they don't even have soil mapping. Like, that's the other thing, we have parts of the state where there is no soil mapping,
Yeah.
so that's another complication in that context. Right, so what soil class is it? I don't know. And that's the other thing about the mitigation. Mitigation to me is not a measurement of resource, it's a measurement of productivity.
Well, so
And
let
if
me
that's
ask
the
you a
case-
clarifying question on that, because I'm confused about what you guys are saying. So you're saying that we're mitigating because there might be a certain amount of ranchers in the community that are supporting an agricultural community, but we're mitigating for the productivity regardless of whether it's actually being used for that right now. Those two things seem to conflict, right? Like, if we're mitigating because we want to preserve an agricultural economy and an agricultural character, but those lands aren't actually being used for agricultural production, we're basing it off the potential that it's not, can you explain that to me? Because that doesn't make sense to me.
I mean, so in the agri-productivity context, there's two elements, and this is where the conflict with what we're talking about and with where the goals and the definitions under the existing goal 3 kind of run into each other, right? There's this perpetual look forward thing that we've done with the resource definition, which are, okay, it doesn't really matter what we're doing with it now, productivity potential is there, right? And some of that's realistic, some of it's not. Because of the fact that we're rolling back a lot of water rates, because we're doing a lot of these other things, because there's been kind of land speculation, fragmentation. You know, EFU minimums weren't adequate for a lot of these properties for you to actually produce anything on. That kind of stuff is the one side. The other side is like, yeah, trying to acknowledge that these realities are happening. We should look at what is benefiting that economy now, kind of thing. I think this is kind of why we want to talk about the TAC, because it is sticky, and not because we want to preclude the conversation from everybody. It's just it is a highly detailed look, and we are potentially charting a new way to look at this property, what has been the history, the land use program.
Yeah, let's talk more about it, but
Yeah.
I think the other thing that I want to ask you guys about is like, Mark, you've talked a lot about this inflation thing, but then we're also talking about how most of these deals are leases, right? So like, going back to the transmission thing, like I think we've lost sight of the fact that there's a limit on how much we're gonna build. So like, maybe there's speculation and inflation of value, but at the end of the day, all these ranchers are getting option payments. And there's only gonna be however many facilities that can be built to build a capacity on that lot. Right, so like, I don't know, there just seems to be some
Yeah,
nuance there, right?
the issue is not with the current generation. The issue is what we're having with generational transfer. And so, yeah, everybody's getting an option payment, but that's the problem. Because what it's done is now it's raised the entirety of the baseline. The cost of access to land is predicated on solar, not on ag, even though most of that stuff's not gonna turn into solar. And so that's what happens is like you have these guys aging in place because the next generation can't take over.
Yeah, so I guess how does that like translate to the permitting problem?
It's not really a permitting problem, that's why I was saying in the definition context, if you have clear rules, the speculation decreases over the landscape. And so that's why we're just generally benefited by having clear definitions of where we think they should go.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
James, you've been waiting. That was a really helpful dialogue, you guys.
Oh, that was really good. I know Dan, I'm curious.
Yeah, thanks, Dan Orzek. Yeah, I'm not even sure where to start. So, preserving farmland, that's an important thing we're talking about. What about preserving farmers? So, it seems to me that, you know, solar offers the potential to keep farmers in business if their land is going out of production. And that's leaving aside the whole question of agrivoltaics, which has the presents the opportunity to actually improve their agricultural production, right? So we've relegated that, I think, to mitigation. Maybe we should be coming at it the other way around, like Massachusetts does, right? Where they actually will pay you more if you're doing agrivoltaics for the energy. So, so that said, I have a specific question about the conservation reserve program. So it looks like we've ruled that out, land in the CRP. And I was having a conversation with Mike. How much land in Sherman County is in the CRP?
At one point, it was 27% of the ag base.
Okay, so why are we ruling that out?
Yeah, we haven't
I'm
ruled
sorry,
it out.
oh, did I read it wrong? Okay,
That pulled it back in.
okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you're gonna have more issues with the feds than you're ever gonna have with state law.
That could be.
Yeah, the red line version is a version that Max made a copy of for everybody, so that we can see what their comments were, but it's not ruled out. So we had this, so James, did you have something you wanted to add? Or?
Yeah, just one little thing, going back, I think the lane's actually looking for some context on some things. I'm gonna use Lake County as an example. Yeah, we've got poor soil classification, but you put water on it, to your point, Jim, and it's fantastic soil. We grow some of the finest alfalfa in the state and in the world, now, that being said, if you look at, many of you came to Christmas Valley and you got to see the landscape there, and it's a pretty desolate place. But if you look at it from bird's eye, and you see all those little circles down there that are green, take a closer look and you'll notice between 50 to 70 or so other circles that are brown. And that's because there used to be circles there used to be green fields, and they moved those water rights. There are a number of landowners, and I could name you which ones do this. They rotate their crops and they move their water rights on a regular basis. And some of them have just discovered that their fields just don't produce because their soils are crap, or at least a portion of their pit. So they go, when they can finally afford it, they buy another piece of land. I'm drawing a scenario here, maybe help give a visual to what we're talking about here. So when they finally are able to acquire another piece of land, maybe they'll have a little bit better luck and they install a pivot and everything else. The winds don't blow it over and destroy it, and they can get a good well, and they can move those water rights, and all of a sudden it's a little bit more productive. They abandon that field. And maybe they've even got plans to put some solar on it within this time frame, and they've abandoned it last year, and they've moved their water rights successfully. They've got a good place for it now, and they go to look for a solar option. Maybe they've even got it in the pipe and ready to go, but the county says you gotta wait 5 years. Or I would have a hard time with that. So I know I'm throwing out a caveat here. I'm not sure it fully applies. I just wanted to just draw a little bit of a scenario here. Go ahead.
Oh, I was actually proposing that if it's transferred for agricultural use, that there's no look back.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think, again, that productivity is maintained.
That's a good point. And so I wanted to make sure that we captured that, because the reality is, and I can only really speak for Lake County and what I know there. There's probably other counties where the situation is different. And I think, Jim, you probably got a number of scenarios on your mind where there are some of those landowners that are just saying, no, I'm transferring those, you know, and getting to use them potentially. And we want to avoid that. I don't know if the commission that's ever been elected in the county that we want that. We want to preserve that agricultural asset as much as possible. Now, that being said, I do think that we have to provide a pathway. And I'll say that the guy who held a lot of conversation around agricultural mitigation early on
And it was born out of some frustrations in land use applications in Lake County where it was, the process of mitigation was being driven primarily by ODF and W. And there was no consideration given to agriculture, even though I had a room full of farmers that were pissed about just the concept in general. And I can't take the sting out of the room unless I had something like agriculture or you want to take that step. So we've had this conversation, really good thoughts given to it. I do think to Elaine's point and to Max's, you've got to find a way where that mitigation is not burdensome. If there is going to be mitigation in the circumstance, because otherwise they're just going to go free and you're going to go through that process. But within this pathway, there's got to be some certainty that if there is any mitigation, we talk rangeland, you've got to measure it in something. And I'm thinking AUMs. I'm thinking, just in terms of the feasibility of the land to ever feed one cow for an extended period of time. And there's some godforsaken land in one county that the devil would give back. There's just nothing that grows this thing or something in the program. So, and in those circumstances, mitigation should not be on the table. Because I don't know what you're mitigating at that point. And there's no sage grouse, there's nothing there for them. And so it just thoughts for us to keep in the context as we're going through this. Wanted to paint a picture. I don't think it's from the county's perspective. I don't think we want to see mitigation in places.
So Commissioner, then, it's Mike from OHA, just on that, Commissioner. So we're talking earlier about categories of wildlife habitat. 1, 2 is let's stay away from that. 3, 4, maybe 5 you mitigate, maybe you don't on 5 and 6 sort of thing. And I'm thinking what I'm hearing you saying is applying something like that to almost a rangeland perspective, only maybe base it off AUMs or find a metric there to do that, right? To where some of the higher value stuff, it's not the best place to do it. Maybe there's some places in there where you would try and mitigate. I have no idea how you do that, but you can mitigate that. And then there's some other out there too.
Mitigation could look like almost anything. I think the local jurisdiction has to make those calls. We talked about ODF and W mitigation. Originally the agency was like, we don't mix apples and oranges. It's got to be similar type like mitigation. But then again, I pose the argument, all right, let's say you're building solar in this area and there's some deer habitat that's affected. But let's say I want to apply some mitigation where I just have a forest fire burn off, to a quarter of my county and destroy huge amounts of upland habitat. So yes, the impact is going to take place in the lowland, but I'm going to ask the solar developer if they can do mitigation in an upland, maybe even treat an entire river stream corridor to reduce erosion issues and so forth, and maybe do some tree planting or tree removal to burn out scars that might benefit the lower watershed. I like to have the flexibility when applying that mitigation in a way that makes sense for both the agency and even agriculture and the farmer. And so as far as mitigation, that it could be applying some additional perennial grasses to a rangeland area. There's nothing of BLM in Lake County that isn't permitted for some type of grazing at some point in time. We use everything we possibly can. So I don't know if that kind of relates, so you get some thoughts rolling.
Andy from Thousands, can I just talk about the land that the devil would want to get back? And,
Sorry.
I think that sounds like stuff that should be in category 7A. And
it's not, it's just in Lake County.
Okay, it's in Lake County, but I mean, I guess. I really like
terrible.
The land that the devil would want to get back. I mean, that land has to fall under, like, it's definitely not gonna come under any of this. I don't think any of the stuff that we put in 7A. So I think solar would be directed there, which I think is good. That's what we want to achieve. And then in terms of the mitigated pathway that we've been talking about, I think however we can identify that land, it's also not gonna come under land that would be would require modifications. I think that's what Elaine was talking about in the beginning was, well, what if there's just land where nothing's, like, it's really not, don't have predictable runoff. So I guess if you could just.
Unless you put water. Yeah, yeah, and I think, and to, you know, Elaine's point, if they haven't been doing anything with it, it probably is cheaper. Is the reality in that particular part of the world, right? And it's just, I do think that there can be a definition around AUMs. The difficulty for me is that like the Southeast Oregon context of productivity and the Columbia Plateau is a little bit of a different context. So maybe we have two definitions, or there's just advice to the local government as how to best use an AUM best definition. We can do the same thing with cropland productivity for grain areas as well. And we just kind of identify where the low margin, low productivity, outside the margin stuff. And then honestly, I think the in-between the high and that is the mitigation world. And I think to James's point, there's a lot with irrigable water, like I said. Yeah, it can be hard to move your irrigation water, right? A lot of guys are doing it all the time. So, and particularly if they have that solar lease coming in, that guarantee of that revenue or the potential for that revenue, they're really motivated to get it done. They can actually probably hire the attorney or consultant that required, because the reason why it's hard for a lot of these guys is they try to do it themselves, which takes a long time. So, I do think there's a lot of middle ground. I think probably what the best way to handle this is just start putting them on a list where we can all see it in one place. So maybe we do that, start throwing our ideas out here, and that's what the tax is.
Well, and that's what I've been doing.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been capturing what you all been saying, including the land the devil wants back.
No, you didn't.
Hey, man, your name is not next to it.
It's going in the establishment.
But yeah, I mean, just like the other sections.
I didn't keep it.
So what precipitated this conversation about a half hour ago was, you know, somebody said, well, let's put this at the ag tac, and Max and Lane were like, I don't know. And so we've had this conversation for the last half hour. So I guess I'm gonna put it back out based on the conversation we've had for the last half hour. Could we take this back to the ag tac and have them come back with some recommendations? Or is there more conversation we need to have?
If we have an ag tac, it's not one that you and I are.
It's the one that we're on.
Yeah.
Invite me to that, and I'll be fine.
You know, it's called ag mitigation. We really talked more about this than we have about mitigation. We have talked about mitigation, but we've talked a lot more about this topic. Gordon Howard said something that I would like to sit down and with a couple people and do, and that is, we kind of know where these areas are. Let's work backwards. Where are they on the maps? How do we define those?
We'll do that the next actor.
I'm gonna try to do some of that myself, just to, how would I define some of these areas where, you know, nobody disagrees, this is, you know, the marginal stuff, and say it is ag land, there's no doubt about it, but it's, you know, it's the kind of place we'd rather target, and I'm gonna try to do some of that if I can just find some time, so. Yeah, I'm on 3 other tax, so, or 3 other tracks or whatever, so, yeah.
Well, can we then talk about dry land? Is Mike McCarthy still here?
Yeah, Mike's the
What
same.
about dry land?
Let's talk about dry land, Mike.
What's the easy stuff up there? How should we be looking at that?
What land do you want to have the devil take back?
PRP. Number one.
Well, and Mike, you know, and there are situations, just go to Umatilla County, and there's a change in precipitation from east to west. And the farmers that don't want their land touched are these guys that are basically north of Pendleton and over to the Blue Mountains. They get a lot more precipitation as opposed to, if you get out towards, to the west of Helix and up there where the wind is southern. That wheat ground is marginal at best, and so there are situations like that around the state.
Well, actually, so Mike, let's give you some floor.
Well, no, that's the point that Max wanted to make. I'm sure. And given that it's true too, there are lands where in the north end of Sherman County that are much more productive, that farmers are not interested in taking it up with soil. But in the south end of the county, where it's a lot less productive, that's much more attractive. But it really comes back to where's the transmission. And so where do you have these other areas that are near enough transmission, economically feasible, and that's your working backwards situation, Jim, which I think is feasible.
Well, figuring dealing with Pine Gate, I think another issue though is, we look at you can see this on the RESIT tool. For at least the Columbia Basin, the ADA covers a lot of that land, which I think a lot of people would say is great, and so I'm wondering, if that's, I still know who would grow wine there and any wine grapes there and any.
Ask the grape growers, they're the ones that, they're.
I feel like that's one of the requirements where it's like, if we for solar, we do set a different standard than.
I don't disagree with that, and it's, I mean, you can look at lots of ADAs, and half of the ADA is suitable, the other half isn't, it's strict because of slope aspect. But they had to draw, they didn't want to just draw little circles around it, because everything on the south slope and leave the north slope out or whatever. So they just drew this line around the entire area, which encompasses all of those south facing slopes.
Yeah.
So, this is something, it's worth looking at.
And now we deal with the definitions, right, as they're written now, so I wanna make sure that when we think about some of these lands, we're also thinking of where it's clipping, kind of the more space.
And I think one of the things to keep in mind is that the definitions in 195 were developed arising out of measure 37 and 49. And so there was a fear statewide about measures 37 and 49 blanketing farmland. And so that's why we see very broad definitions in 195. And those have then since been applied on solar siting. So there's a bit of a conflict there in my mind.
The other thing, Jim brought up the slope topography of the AVA, but there's also the fact that you can't get grade starts without water. And so I think all of us for practical purposes have big issues with the AVA broadness in application. And I think that's one piece of gimme as far as that goes.
Yeah, the AVA history is, or in terms of high value farmland, is that growing grapes is a high value crop, there's no doubt about it. And there was a lot of people concerned about some of those areas being divided up into 10 and 20 acre parcels for rural home sites and the like. And when you look at the high value farmland rules, the first thing they addressed was dwellings. And then other things came in, building golf courses and whatever, down the line. So anyways, it's an area of work.
So Max?
I have a question, Max, so for what we have for forest land in here is a productivity measure. Is there a reason why we couldn't do a productivity measure for dry land farming in the gorge?
So I would just say this is John, the further we move away from the NRCS stuff, the more challenging it's gonna get.
And the NRC stuff is a productivity measure.
Yeah, I was gonna say, the NRCS is a productivity matrix. That's how they do it, is they look at the soil base and look at the versatility and productivity. And that's how they do the soil classing. I think the answer is yes, I'm just not a dryland cereals person, so I don't know actually where that line should be.
150 bushes, maybe.
So,
No.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's
So-
kind of balance.
regardless of, again, I think we need to just continue to appreciate that,
So no go.
that with a metric like that or something, we still have a statutory definition of high value farmland. And we still have things that key off of that, right? And so, we can talk about certain things, but at the end of the day, we need to come back to how they're treated as a matter of law. There's something, again, with something we can change there and some things we can't. And again, I just don't want to lose that, because I think it's important, just like, talking about focusing on avoiding high value farmland soils, like a good idea, and our rules respond to that right now.
John, I just get a little bit confused when we say that it goes back to law, but then when we talk about water, we say, oh, but that's not how it works. I mean, are we going back to the law, or are we going back to how it's working in practice?
Well, I think we have to go back to law, what the law says. You know, now, again, where there's some, we have some room to consider different arrangements there. I mean, we can't say, you know, if the statutes declares lands that fit these definitions or fit these characteristics are high value, we can't change it. The legislature can change it. We can't. But what we can do, or what LCDC can do, is decide whether, you know, there should be the opportunity for a project without an exception that goes up to the, you know, the minimum or the maximum amount available under the statute.
So let's play that out, John.
Yeah.
So, you know, we have these arbitrary definitions of acreage thresholds for goal exceptions right now, 12, 20, 3, 20. Those, in my mind, aren't tied to, you know, the statutory definitions of what high value or middle value.
She's a good sport.
Scores, 9.5, that's 27.
Oh, it was a 10.
Did that get on the camera?
Recording in progress. I'm sorry, so we were talking about Jack.
Max.
Yeah, John, I was just asking, like, so what is your concern about, like, just coming up with our own rules for solar and how that would conflict with the statutory definitions? Because all we're really doing is changing DLCD's thresholds for exceptions, right? And is the concern that when the county goes to adopt their Goal 5 process to implement this, they get appealed, and the appeal is that, well, you're not allowed to do that because it doesn't line up with how we protect high value farmland under state law. Because otherwise, I'm not sure what point you're making. Like, why can't we just say, in these scenarios for solar, here's the acreage threshold? It doesn't matter what the definition.
Yeah, so I think that we've had this conversation before, and I'm sure we'll have it again, right? You know, so the language in House Bill 3409 speaks to certain things, you know, calls for consideration of certain things. And the legislative record and LCDC charge identify certain pieces as the prominent features of this effort, right? So that gets us to Goal 5. You know, we can talk about other things, but I mean, at the end of the day, I know the commission did consider the appropriate sizes for what can be considered a conditional use on farmland and forest land, not on forest land, but farmland. Yeah, I think at the end of the day, you know, the charge is to consider how to find opportunities and reduce conflicts. And solar is a Goal 5 resource, and the solar element of Division 23 of the Goal 5 rule is the best tool we have to account for that. So, I mean, I think that it could be real simple, but that wasn't the task we're given. The task wasn't very simply get everything out of the way and make it really easy to cite solar. That wasn't the charge. And the charge was to try to find opportunity and reduce conflict. And while you're doing so, consider this variety of items. So I think that's why we're here right now.
So presuming that's true, I still don't understand why setting like a per bushel productivity measure for dry land, which somehow conflicts with the definitions of high value farm. Maybe I'm missing.
No, so I'm not saying we couldn't do that or shouldn't do that, Max, but it's a bad idea. I don't mean that.
Okay, then I misunderstood.
Yeah, and I'm sorry. I probably wasn't very clear. And so I think that, I guess what I'm thinking is that, you know, where we have lands that are being, you know, that are managed and utilized for dryland wheat production that are class 2 soils, you know, and therefore meet that definition of high value farmland. I don't think we can, I know for a fact we can't say, well, you know, they only produce 30 bushels per acre and therefore they shouldn't be considered high value farmland. I mean, we can try to use a metric and understand the best way to account for them within the regulatory arrangement, but I don't think we create a new regulatory arrangement.
So, real quick, this is Andy from Boston. But I think I'm understanding what both of you are saying, and I think what John is saying is that, you know, we have these high value definitions, right? We're not changing them. They're in statute. That's beyond the scope of what we're doing. But Max, to your point, I do think that LCDC does have pretty, I don't know, fairly wide, I guess, flexibility on some levels in terms of working within both goal 3 and goal 5 to say what you can do on certain types of land. So, you know, for example, an aggregate resource matter. I don't think if it's on, I mean, forgive me, the rules are
Yeah,
complicated.
it's complicated, but fair enough.
But they've worked that out, right? So it's not like an aggregate resource couldn't go on high value, right? And so I think here what we have is, I think, especially with potentially mitigating pathways to recognize, yeah, this meets the definition of whatever type of farmland. And for this reason, we think this is the appropriate pathway for solar. If solar's gonna go on here, this is what we think it needs to do. So I still think the agency does have flexibility in that capacity. So I think that's kind of where we're playing or where we're working here, so.
I just want to pile on.
Yeah.
I agree with that, and a great example is there's a lot of uses that are regulated on high value farmland that are regulated by administrative rule, not by statute. Whereas you take a golf course, for example, it's in statute, it says you can't put it on high value farmland. But when you start to do other high value regulations, that's a role of the commission. And that's what Andrew's getting at, I think, is that, so I think, I agree with him, you know, the goal 5 approach is a better approach. Aggregate is an excellent example. I've dealt with aggregate for years and years and years, and the commission got to the point where they said on class 1 and 2 soils, they didn't say high value, but they talked about class 1 and 2 soils. There's a different standard than for other lands. They've even made a subset of high values what they did. So
Yeah, and setting goal 5 aside, I think I think I agree with all of you, and I think what I'm saying is that, you know, we're not changing the definition of high value farmland. The protection for high value farmland under the rules is a goal 3 exception, right? So
not always.
No, that was my
Is that,
point.
okay, it's
So,
not always a goal 3
I
exception.
think that aggregate, it's listed under goal 5, it doesn't have to get a goal 3 exception. They've written it, and that's what LCDC has the authority to do.
Yes.
The LCDC's rules, like, they have to be consistent with goal 3, they have to be consistent with all the goals, and they're creating new rules. So they've created those goal 5 rules for aggregate. They were, I guess, okay with goal 3, you know, they weren't challenged on that. They went into.
They're in harmony.
They're in harmony, yeah. So that's what I think the opportunity is here, is to, and that's why I think it's so important to work out what these conflicts are in terms of outlet and other goal 5 resources, and to find a pathway forward, because I think once you get those rules and they go into effect, you've shown consistency with, to the extent that they affect goal 3 resources, you've shown consistency with goal 3. So it's not gonna be the situation where you all of a sudden have to get a goal 3 exception. It should be worked out within these rules, so they don't have to.
Just want to point out.
Nicole, yeah, Oregon, wheat growers. Nicole, want to jump in on this conversation?
Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry that Thad couldn't be there. He's in harvest and he's our wheat grower that would sit at this table. So I know it's not the same impact for me to be joining online. But I did just want to share, you know, changing where and how wheat would qualify as being protected as high value farmland based on how many bushels a farmer produces in a given amount of time is a very concerning conversation for this group to be having. I mean, I don't think that we can decide that a farmer's land is no longer high value because what they decide to produce or not produce. It still holds all of those original characteristics. And it does feel a little bit like maybe we're going beyond the scope of what the department was tasked with in the bill when we start going down this road a little bit. When we looked at the language, we were already uncomfortable calling out a specific crop in Oregon where we talk about cereal grains, but also understand the difference between irrigated and non-irrigated. And so was sort of waiting for this conversation to take place. But hearing it in the room, it does feel like we've taken it to a new level that is really concerning to the wheat growers that we would be talking about any sort of per bushel value changing the protections that they have related to solar siting on their lands.
Nicole.
Thank you, Nicole.
Mark wants to weigh in on that or just add something?
Yeah, I think more add something. I think, to me, what you're saying, Nicole, kind of sounds like it's very similar to the situation where somebody's just not irrigating to try to get a beneficial reclass, You're right, just because somebody decides to plant a lower productivity field doesn't mean that it should be removed per se, but I think what I've been talking about, the bushels or the AUM, that's more of a mitigation measurement tool than it is necessarily like an actual classing tool. Because we need to understand in terms of the impact to the community, that's the productivity. It could be that we separate how it qualifies in each category should be that very long-term focus kind of what the soils could do, what the water rights could do thing over time. But to me, that productivity basis was more of a mitigation measurement tool than anything.
So, it's 2:45 and, I feel like we need a little break. We've been sitting in this for a little while. But I also, so during the break, if you could just think about how much more conversation we need to have about this. This is probably the hardest conversation we're gonna need to have. But there are some other topics within Division 23 that'd be good to talk about.
The second half of Division 23.
Yeah,
Left.
that we need to get to.
Just one point, if I am gonna be quoted, I don't wanna be misquoted.
Yeah.
But it's the land the devil gave back.
Oh. Well, so there that, I had to think of the Devil's Gardens. That's exactly what I thought of when you said
Oh, no,
that.
that's still the devil's.
I know.
I thought you said that he would give back.
I think when we go to break, I really appreciate all the conversation that's been had here today. And appreciate the thoughtful consideration that we're all giving into this. There's a lot of different interests and different people at the table. And I just overall appreciate being part of the group. One of the things that I think Dan actually stole my thunder on a little bit earlier was when we talk about helping, this whole conversation is centered around agricultural lands. And we talk about preserving agriculture and farmland, but we don't always talk about saving the farmer and helping them. So I think making sure that we have a little bit of context there as well for the people that actually do take care of our land and dress it and keep it. And we're giving some consideration for that as well when we're working through these processes in our own minds. Just something to consider.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Yeah,
Thanks,
well
James.
put.
Well, let's take a 10-minute break. Let's come back at 3. It's dot 10 to 3. Let's just go outside, get some fresh air, just walk about, clear your head, get some coffee. Try not to talk about this again.
There's fresh air out there.
There's fresh air out there. Hot fresh air.
There's hot air.
Is there more hot air here?
Warm in here.
Is it now getting?
So right
close
there.
to it?
It's right here.
Oh, this is a challenging one.
It is. It's tough.
Maybe the next meeting, we can get to 7 BB.
Oh my goodness. Okay, killing me. No, I know.
It's good to have a talk about it.
I know. It is. But really, we need to talk about, among other things, is how do you gain ground? We're not going to settle much. Right? So, but we need to have some structure in the coming weeks where we can kind of get together somehow, some way.
I'm pretty comfortable that if.
Anything the state owns is super secret.
You know what I mean?
I'll send you.
The wildlife, it's gonna get to a place where. Develop.
If you guys, so. If Jeremy's comfortable, we're comfortable.
Yeah.
Here's the thing.
Yeah.
3 months late with everything. And, well, 6 months, they have to all. And get nothing. And it's just like, they just need to call West. So we also having worked for 20 years, we need the people pushing us from conservation, environment, because we've got builders in the industry pushing this side. So if you guys aren't pushing us in that we're going this way. Right, so it's. So like that might. Yeah. Which is so sad, actually, Heather's. Yeah. I don't think. Yeah, it's that first, so you said like that Western Oregon thing, I actually feel.
I mean, I cannot.
Yeah, no, it's. No, that's not throwing me under the bus. That's what we want. That's what. Yeah, well, that's why I have, Josh and, for that, I trust them to care. You know, it's like, look, I'm staying on the big picture stuff, because I don't know the answer, but I can't ask that in a discussion yet. Yeah, so, but my cousin's focus, you know, but, it's amazing, I don't deal with these. Right? Oh, they always want. Well, actually not politics, like we're having this conversation. And I'm like, I thought I could do it. And I'm like, this is not right. It's like, really? It said, yeah, this is not true. It's like, really? I said, yeah. Right, yeah, and then, but his statement of, then it came up with like tax. And I'm like, and you don't understand. Okay, like, but any, but he and I. Right, we just, because It's more like I feel this stuff.
Yeah, we talked about having a person.
Yeah, and I think so the biggest seller so like, yeah, they're here. Don't eat. Don't eat couple of things.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Will.
Right. Then we're gonna go back to this. And that's the big problem. Right.
All right, everybody.
So I call my dog.
Is that how you call your dog?
One of them, yeah.
I do a whistle. That's, yeah, I've got my whistle too.
I'm not a very good
My dog.
whistler.
Mine is, I can't even do it now.
All right.
We're all
Here in
whistling.
Baker City, I had a gavel transmission.
I'll bring my I'll bring my gavel next
And they
time.
took it away from me.
Like a really oversized one.
I'm sure you've got one. I've got 2 or 3 from.
Thor's hammer.
Yeah, got a 22-ounce California Kramer.
Yeah, really, that'll do it. Okay. All right, folks, let's reconvene. We got people back online. So a couple things.
Some kind of call out
I
request,
think
small
that
projects, issues. in this.
We have
Yeah, but
until
not issues,
4:30
but
today.
as a, whatever.
It's been brought up a couple times.
Taking a
about
crack at that a little
looking
bit with
for
the-
an
with the
additional meeting in August
Bid 33
to
stuff.
develop the momentum
But we
from
can,
this
we can
meeting.
get, we can
So I
talk
want
about
you to think
it.
about that. We can talk about that during the next steps, but I want you to think about that. And then we also have tax that will be meeting in August as well. So I'm getting a little ahead of myself, but the reason why is just to let you know that we don't have to get, we want to make progress, but we don't have to like everything.
We don't want to
done.
make too much progress.
We don't have to get everything done, in the next hour and 20 minutes. Because we're thinking about other ways to build in some more time to keep this good conversation going. So that's why I said that. But just to kind of close out the next steps on the agricultural lands conversation, we started the conversation with me picking on Max about, what's the discussion we need to have here to help folks feel more comfortable, to have this go to the ag tech, to work this some more and to come back with their ideas of taking into account everything we've talked about. So is there more conversation we need to have today about agriculture in order to send it to the TAC? James is like, no more. No more conversation.
There'll be no conversation.
Elaine had to leave, so she sends her apologies.
I'll just throw out something that, I think Elaine said before she left, and that I kind of agree with is, when I think it would be helpful for the discussion of, when we're talking about either sub 7A or 7B, to kind of get out of these just definitions of citing ORS 195-300 or citing, the OAR Division 33 provisions, and to just say, here's what we're taking from those, and here's what we're putting in there. It's not creating a new definition of high value, but it's just saying, these are the lands, these are the characteristics that we're talking about here.
That sounds good.
To help move the discussion along.
So believe it or not, I was trying to spare you guys a little bit because some of those definitions are really long.
Yeah.
And so I thought, well, put in the site and I'll spare some anyway. That may have been the wrong choice. And if it was, I apologize.
You could parentheses hydrocarbon value farm soil. Like, I know what that means.
Okay.
I just don't have.
Okay.
Yeah, I think like, if you just inserted what they generally are.
Doesn't help that there's two different definitions of high value farm. Well, actually, the second one incorporates the first one, so I know.
This is a conversation to have at ag.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so who do we, who's on the ag tag? Elaine said, please add me. So
Wanna be on it?
So it's Mark
Probably
and
should have you
Jim
on
and Max and Elaine and Mike.
And I have two district folks, right? Josh and-
Jack is, and your people are on the wildlife.
No, they should be on the farm, they should be on the ag tax.
They weren't at the last meeting.
They might have not been invited to the ag tax,
They
but
weren't
they
invited.
should be on the ag
You want to run
tax.
the ag tech?
Absolutely, because
So OAPD.
it's Josh Thompson and Kyle Sullivan.
Yeah. Wasco and Grant counties.
Yeah.
Dan from ODF, right?
And Dan from
Yeah.
ODF and Greg
Yeah.
Corbin from Green Diamond.
Right.
Yeah.
I've got Mike and Jim and Elaine and Max and Mark and Josh and Kyle from OAPD and Jack Chopworth and Dan. Who's that?
Greg Corbin.
I think Hillary's been.
Hillary is on that too.
Yeah, you told him, there's a hand up.
Right? Anybody else? I forget?
Can I be on it? I'm not.
I would like to be on it too, if it's not. It's like the whole room.
Okay. So we've got a couple other sections within Division 23 that we're hoping to have a conversation about today. Beginning with section 8 on page 5. And John wanted to spend just a few minutes talking with you about a couple of these, but really focusing your attention in on a few that he's hoping that we can put into a conversation about. Yes, Max.
So you had just asked if there's more on ag, and I want to validate Nicole's discomfort with the bushels discussion and ask her what Oregon Wheat Growers League's view is on subsection 7BE that says land protected under goal 3, meeting the definition of 215.710 with no past history of irrigation and that have been continually managed for cereal grain production involving yearly fallow as a primary agricultural management technique, which would be places that solar is allowed with mitigation.
Correct.
Nicole?
So it'd be dryland medium.
Yes, it would. And it's.
How do I feel about that language? Is that the question? Let me pull up my notes. My short answer is I have feelings. my long answer is where is
The definition, the way it reads, this might. Talked about yearly fallowing and actually in dryland wheat, it's every other year.
And that's what we meant.
Third,
I'm sorry, that's my fault, Judge.
Well, just be clear.
Yes, I did have that part. If we kept that language in, that would mean you'd never have a crop. So that wouldn't work.
Right.
I mean, overall listing out cereal grain, we aren't super comfortable with and don't understand why we have to list it in that way. But I think that's probably a larger conversation for this ag subgroup, which was why I had my hand up, was to make sure. It sounds like Thad, our wheat grower, maybe wasn't at the last meeting. And so I don't know if we are on that group, and I wanted to make sure that we were.
So I don't believe that you guys are currently, but you can be.
Can we be? That would be wonderful.
Maybe you should ask who doesn't want to be.
Yeah, really.
No, I'm teasing. So Mike doesn't.
And I think it's important to understand, the first I saw this serial language was yesterday. So it's not like it's something that's been out there for all the ag commission to take a look at either, so.
And it's not, again, it's not necessarily our recommended language, it's reflective of how it could look. And I wanted the discussion about it, and we'll get it. We're going down that pathway. It may be a horrible idea, but I want to be conversation.
County weed production is everything.
Yes.
Okay, can we move on from ag now?
Yes.
Well, what about forest land?
Oh.
What about forest?
It's not ag.
Greg Corbin had to cut out early, so I don't know if maybe we wanna push that to, well, all we have is Dan.
So-
Forestry expert.
Yeah.
So with that regard, the forest land piece, the changes have to do with we've adjusted the cubic feet production capacity. We've elevated that to 85, the 20 to 85 rather than 20 to 50. Could be considered with mitigation, as well as, again, trying to integrate the recognition of large catastrophic wildfires and the conditions that they have made. Now, what we haven't talked about is that make good wildlife habitat. Should that be a factor?
Our last TAC meeting, we had a really good discussion on forest. And I thought it was really productive, we were going the right direction. I'm interjecting this, guys, because I used to do forest for DLCD before I moved over to, so it was really, in fact, I thought it was the best part of the tax whole discussion was the part related to forest land, so it would.
Yeah, and I apologize, because I missed that, so, my apologies.
This information, 85 is based on the definition of.
Prime forest land,
US.
USDA.
Forest land in forest chapter 155, that's for Eastern Oregon, that's the low end of the. Scale for that.
85 cubic feet is the USDA Forest Service's definition of prime forest land also.
And Max, you bring it up because we just didn't talk about it, or do you have something you want to say?
Just because we didn't talk about it, and John, so for the mitigation criteria under 7A, B for 20 to 85, would those be the criteria that is in 660, 633, or something else?
They would be presumably something else,
In addition to all the requirements under.
which we haven't, yes. Which we, again, those are representative of what we might do, and we can, if we ever get there, we can talk about how that might be cut to fit.
Okay, are we ready to move on to 8? What do you want to talk about?
Hey,
You want to put it up on the screen?
I do, I want to put it up on the screen.
What's on it?
So,
What's on it? Brett, are you on it?
I'm on it.
Okay.
okay, so, and again, I'm gonna go through this up pretty quickly. This isn't, it's a little bit different in some instances, but it's not new, right? In the standard Goal 5 process, once you've identified determination of significance, which we just spent all day talking about, the standard process will call for the identification of conflicting uses. And the way we've written this is that a local government may opt out, may choose not to do that. Now they can, we're not precluding them from doing so, but as this is written, a local government that wants to exercise this opportunity, we get a free pass on conflicting uses. And the same with the EC consequences. That's another, kind of foundational part of the standard Goal 5 process. Once you know where your significant site is, you identify your conflicting uses, analysis of economic, social, environmental, energy consequences of allowing or limiting or prohibiting conflicting uses. Again, free pass unless the local government wants to do that. And Ken just says, if a county wants to do one or both of those pieces, then they would follow the standard process. So all that says is that if you want to conduct a assessment that is more reflective of the standard process on those points, you use the standard process.
Since this is voluntary for the counties, should it be a may or must they follow the provision? What if they decide to do it by a different process?
Well, I think, so they can choose to do it by a different process. They can use they can just jettison this in favor of the standard process. They're not doing it at all. So that's, we use the term may to indicate that they may or they may not.
Right, but I'm talking about following the provisions of OAR.
Yeah.
At the bottom, what if they
So-
decide to do a different ESE?
And I think it's a must. I think it's a, at least the way this is put together. If the county chooses to do this additional analysis, they choose not to, avail themselves of the free pass. They really should use in this context, must follow provisions of the standard process, and that's what that side is.
John, could you give an example? Like, I'm assuming we're talking like residential, like what's a conflicting use?
Well, so isn't that a good question? Yeah, a conflicting use is one of the reasons we give them free pass. And getting to conflicting uses can be a complicating piece of a standard Goal 5 process. And in particular, when it's an extractive type activity, we're really talking about a use that would make it harder or more challenging to conduct the featured activity. So it's easier, wildlife habitat, right? We know that roads and houses and whatever can be a conflict. Whether it's aggregate or in this case it's solar, it's something that, not that they have the potential to be in conflict with, but could be in conflict with them. So it's protecting the ability to conduct a solar project from something that might complain, like a house,
Right.
like a home occupation, like something like that.
Is this same ability to choose whether or not to prohibit conflicting uses, is that uniform across all other Goal 5s? Or are they required to do a conflicting use prohibition in other Goal 5s?
So the standard process, which applies almost everywhere else, I mean, there's a couple, instances where it's not, but customarily, yes. You have to identify your conflicting uses, and then your EC analysis would determine whether or not you allow, limit, or prohibit. And you can, this is more common. We saw this in any number of instances with aggregate quarries. It's significant. There are conflicting uses, but the county, balanced in the favor of the resource and said, we're not going to limit, or balance in favor of conflicting uses, and we're not going to limit. We're not going to limit the ability of somebody to do something within a quarter of a mile of an aggregate quarry. So they didn't furnish that level. They chose, based on the way they line things up in the EC analysis, they chose not to limit or prohibit those conflicting uses. So you get there, but there's a process to get there. This is just kind of a cut to the chase, free pass if you want to do that.
Yeah, I think for me, it's a question of how much do we end up identifying as good spots? And if there's only like 4 of those, then those should probably be protected.
Yeah.
Right?
I'm curious, Max, what would you consider a conflicting use with solar?
I mean, any other use of the land would be conflicting, right?
No, I mean adjacent to you. See, a lot of times what they do, like with aggregate, they don't want houses close by because they complain about it or.
Yeah, like Karen said, you wouldn't want like somebody coming on.
No, I mean, it's because I've done the aggregate.
But is it adjacent stuff or is it stuff within that zone?
Well, so I think it would depend. So if you usually, on a site specific types of thing, there's an impact area, there's a site itself, right? Then there's an impact area that might extend a quarter of a mile, 1,320 or 1,500 feet. And it would be within that impact area where limitations would apply. So we can construct something that way, but again, for the purpose of being simple and accessible and available, we thought we would.
Kind of like an airport overlay zone, you know, they got this thing around the airports to say some things can't happen within. But that's why I was just curious, you know, so shading and be.
But another, I think an important feature is these really are things that require a land use determination or land use decision, right? So farming doesn't require a land use decision, isn't going to be conflicting use. Wildlife habitat doesn't need a land use decision. It's not going to be conflicting use. Plus, it kind of goes the other way. But those sorts of things that would customarily require a land use decision, and that could provide impediments to managing, constructing, facilitating that use could be conflicting use. Next slide.
Real quick though, like, how would this play out? Because you're talking about the two pathways, the kind of legislative overlay zone pathway and the site-specific pathway. So it seems, I guess, how would the conflicting uses thing, if a county did want to identify conflicting uses, how would that play out with site-specific? Do we need to kind of address that?
So I think that how it could play out, again, if it's an overlay zone, I think it would be probably drawn in a way that includes an impact area, presumed impact area.
I guess you wouldn't do it in a site specific, because it's not like you.
That's right. That would be a different approach. So if it was what we've come to call a photovoltaic solar resource site,
Yeah.
Which is an individual site, right? It would probably be that site as is determined whether it's a tax lot or a portion of a tax lot.
I'm just thinking worst case scenario, if this process resulted in a site-specific proposal being required to update a local inventory of resources, you might need an EC for the inventory addition process.
Which we'll talk about that a little further down the line, but that's a valid point. But again, we structured in a way that I think we would avoid that. We would hope to avoid that, but. We good? We're okay? That makes any sense? I mean, so we're mitigation here. And a lot of this stuff is under development. Literally, we're talking about this with our tax. And I didn't feel like much of it was really ready for public consumption or for prime time. We did talk about, in a couple of talks, we talked about sort of using some language that kind of states some expectations that which is what you see here in 11, right after mitigation, the word mitigation. We're working on the wildlife, agricultural lands, forest lands stuff, right? A feature in wildlife, and we'll see again here a little bit later with the cultural and archaeological stuff is the presence of the statute right now, and some of the conversation is is there more that can be done to complement the successful application of that existing statute. A lot of the conversation about wildlife has been around encouraging the use of mitigation banks and also maybe identifying some best practices that might be best identified in the report to the legislature and not necessarily placed in the rule itself. Agricultural lands and forest lands, I missed the last one unfortunately, but kind of understanding what's a good approach. It needs to be reasonable and proportional, right? Those are pretty important things. The military training areas, that's our rendition of what we understood from talking with our military partners, what we were looking for. We may not have that quite right, but again, that's our understanding of how we account for or could account for a project within these these training areas, which are really the low elevation flight. Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah, right, that's, one B. I would offer you, that we could offer you some alternative language.
Why don't you do that? Yeah, please,
Because
Randy.
I think we can, I think we can make it a little broader, let's go.
Why don't you guys do that? Again, that was our attempt.
Yeah.
But if you guys had some language you wanted to share, that'd be great.
Yeah, I think we can give you a suggestion for that.
Dugan has his hand
Oh,
up.
I'm sorry, Dugan.
Dugan with, Frank Renewables. As I'm reading through this, just logically, I think it would, I know that we've kind of separated it out in section 11. But I think it would maybe just make more sense to have these as sub bullets in section 7B. Just underneath the thing where like, well, if you're in these zones, maybe, but you have to do this, right? It's like logically.
Yeah, and well, I think
There's a reason.
let's take a crack at that.
Okay.
Right? I mean, one of the things that we struggle with is writing these, whether it's rules or code or whatever else, is like, how do you structure it in a way that kind of flows and makes sense and doesn't end up with all these, large letters and small letters and I's and E's and and whatnot. But we can continue to refine our approach there. It's a concept, right, that's important. And if we don't have it structured quite right, we can still work on that. So I appreciate that.
But it also gets to, what we're about to get to, which is the community benefits note, and that doesn't really have a spot really in 7B, right?
Right, well, so why don't we go ahead and do the next slide, but yeah, so.
But is that different than mitigation? You know what I mean? Like
Well,
that actually is its own category.
Maybe it is, you guys, and so I'll confess, and Dugan's heard me say this already. I've struggled with the right place to put this. I think we should account for it. I think we have a duty to account for it. And I had it somewhere else, and I'm like, well, this is community needs are talked about in the area of the legislation. We talk about avoiding or mitigating, so maybe mitigation is the place to put it. I don't know. But then I think a real fair question was asked, what are we mitigating? So this may not be the final place for community needs and benefits. We've had some conversation about what it could look like. I think those come to mature a little bit more before we come to the RAT. But I also would say we've written this in a way. I've tried to write this in a way again that it's a county can make a decision of how that's satisfied. And based on the substantial evidence, I don't know if that's the right term or not, but again, can use the facts and the situational piece to decide, or we may offer some items that guarantee that you're in compliance. So again, offer that flexibility like we talked about with this 6 above.
So Andrea from OECD. So similar to community needs and benefits, which needs to apply. One thing we're missing that again just doesn't have a place in here is a decommissioning plan.
So
that should also be included, just like we do for wind, the decommissioning plan. So those, I mean, it's not a mitigation thing, but yet it's kind of falls into community needs and benefits types of things.
I agree with that, and we did have a little bit of a conversation. Now don't worry, I'm not gonna forget. We had some conversation about, there may be some items that really are community benefits, or at least are beneficial to the community, that may be a little under-recognized or underappreciated. Some of those things could be, like, we think maybe it is a community benefit for them to understand where the workforce is going to be housed. Maybe it could be a community benefit to understand what the retirement and decommissioning would be. Now, I'll also say that decommissioning is another item that's addressed in ORS 215-446. So we may not have called it out specifically here, but it's not happening. Not happening.
Okay, good.
Yeah, and so I think that's a really good observation. I just want to make sure that one, not forgetting about it, and two, recognizing that there's some existing law that speaks to that right now. Next slide, please.
A, B, C.
I don't know. I probably got my alphabet confused. I went to Redmond High School, and what do you expect?
I'm just curious.
I don't know.
I just realized.
One thing, this is Dugan from Pine Gate, similar other thing in the CUP, which we didn't get to necessarily, is this historical kind of like a normal SHPO analysis.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, we kind of glossed over that.
I would say, that also happens within the CUP
Uh.
process. I'm wondering what extra stuff we want.
So, yeah, so some of the conversation, which has been less about that, but it's been similar, right? To say, we have existing, and you probably recognize, can you go back up a slide? I'm sorry, Grant. So in E, I don't know, what did happen to that? This is amazing. And then, anyway, so, apologize for that, but the price, that language basically, A, B, and C is right out of the statute. That should be kind of put in something as a placeholder, right out of the statute. And, the conversations really have been, is that sufficient? We just ride with the statute, or are there things that could complement or assist in the implementation of that statute? And, not recreating the wheel, not going way beyond, but simply just, is there things that could be additive on that front? So that was just, I guess that's our thoughts there.
Did you have something in mind, Dugan?
I was really just, I'm just looking at it and given that it's a copy and paste from the statute, I just don't know if it's necessary, if we're just, this already, right, so that was my question.
And I think it's a question I'd like to explore that a little further with the group we've got put together, but that's a fair question,
John, just briefly, we are, in addition to this rulemaking, we're also doing rulemaking on cultural resources, which will set forth a mechanism for local governments to work with tribes on parts of judicial permits to get input. So I think that could hold well too. These are conditional use permits, they would be quasi-judicial, they different.
Laura Tabor has her hand up.
Hey, go ahead, Laura.
Thank you. Believe it or not, I've been here the whole time.
Why are you here with us? Too hard to drive again?
I'm not in Bend this week. I'm traveling with family, so.
Oh, well, good. Thank you for taking the time to be with us then.
Of course. So I feel like a lot of the pieces in this section, my thoughts on them depend on that question we talked about earlier of, are we creating a new pathway, or does it just mean that things go through the CUP pathway? And I wasn't sure if we landed that question or not. Is that still an open question, or are we kind of leaning towards, if you're determined significant, the benefit is that you waive the goal 3 exception process and go through the CUP process?
So I think that the clear expectation is that if you are significant, you do not have to go through the exception process. You go through the CUP process. Now that could mean different, that means different thresholds in different areas, but that's the understanding. Closer to this area, a question is, should this rule include pieces that are complementary to the existing statute, or is relying on the existing statute in itself sufficient? And that would be applied either way. That would be applied to a conditional use proceeding at the local level.
So am I hearing you right, John, that there's still a bit of an open question as to if there's other benefits or otherwise processed besides the standard process that we want to define in these rules? That's still an open opportunity, I guess.
I think there is some open opportunity, although it's not unlimited. I mean, I think, we need to abide by, the playing field that we have. But I think there is some opportunity to explore areas with mitigation, particularly with agriculture and forestry, that, you know, that are complementary to and could help carry out the existing provisions in other areas of the law.
Yeah.
I don't feel like I'm answering your question.
No, you are answering my question, and I guess when I look at this list, it seems like we should be focusing on those areas you just mentioned, the agricultural and forest lands where there's not already a defined process.
Yeah, right.
Unless we're trying to propose something that is easier or faster than the existing process.
Yeah, so I think that's whether or how we can, so first of all, yes, I think that we have more latitude, which is good and bad. We don't have the you know, an example to follow so much with the forest and agriculture stuff. And it's a little bit more of an open question with the second piece. You know, do we want to provide, you know, some additional guidance, helpful guidance on the other pieces? And I think we're still kind of waiting on that.
Next.
Laura, does that answer the question, Matt? Because I'm gonna change gears.
Yeah, go for it, Max. Thanks.
Okay, I just need to note my exception to the community needs and benefits prong, and I think there's a lack of logic there, because we're saying, here's the great place to put solar, we're gonna make it easy, oh, but by the way, you have to make an extra payment to put it there. If you're not in that great place, you just go through the normal process, you don't have to make this payment. So like we're telling developers that they have to cut a check to the community to put the solar in the right spot. It just doesn't make sense to me as a developer, why would I opt to go here if I have to pay more to do it?
And that's
you know, that's what property taxes are for, and there's a whole program governing property tax that is intended to address this stuff, schools and roads, and so to me, I just don't understand what the trigger for this is. I understand it might be desired by the community, but it seems like, okay, then go to the legislature and ask for more tax.
right. So I think it's a fair question, Max, and we'll go back to the language in 3409, talking about, you know, avoiding or mitigating community needs. The LCDC charge speaks to benefits as well. And you know, the concept that we've been talking about is we'd like there to be ways to help the neighborhood or the community, however that's defined, you know, to feel more vested and invested in these programs. You know, they're getting, you know, they're sharing in the benefits more directly, more tangibly. And so they're viewed viewed positively, viewed as an asset, right? Now we'll see what comes of it. You know, we haven't committed anything yet. So I got Mike and then Commissioner.
I think from a community point of view, I mean, a direct benefit would be increased resiliency for that community. I mean, if there's something that would be done in that regard, and some kind of control over rate increases. I mean, those are things that very directly affect communities, and they could see some direct benefit from having this generating electricity in their community. Why not getting those direct benefits that would improve rather than shipping that power to some distant place?
I think Andy does.
Well, I just wanted to, Andrew from Thousand Friends, just wanted to ask the kind of hypothetical here is, does DLCD see it within the charge of, because I know we're talking about these specific goal 5 rules, but it seems like the community needs and benefits could just be broader to solar more generally. So if that was something, and I don't want to make it anyway.
Oh, you're already know.
But basically saying, if this is something that solar should be doing generally, then maybe it should apply beyond just these rules.
I think it's a fair question that applies to more than one of these concepts. As if these are good ideas, you know, should they be applied more consistently across the board in the spirit of finding opportunities and reducing conflict?
Is there a program like this for any other type of development? Why
No.
would they be singled out?
Well, then the other
Oh,
thing,
okay.
the other thing would be just to say that I think to avoid kind of the perverse incentives of, we want to create a pathway that developers use, so again, to not make it
Yeah, so
unbalanced. It seems like.
you both are on point, right? And the answer, Max, I don't think so. Why are you being singled out? Well, we're not singling you out, obviously. We're not singling-
I'm just saying.
But yeah, but, you know, again, we're trying to honor the language in the legislation. But we recognize that, one, you know, if we don't want to unnecessarily discourage people from using this pathway, nor can we construct something that is, disproportional, you know, that results in a taking, not just an exaction, but a taking, because it doesn't have, it lacks an essential nexus, and it's not roughly proportional. So again, we're thoughtful about these things.
This question, doesn't wind do, community needs and benefits?
So I think that to the extent that they're addressed, a lot of times it's through the negotiated property tax program with each county. Maybe that's the answer here too. Again, I think we're open to these ideas, and you know, we're not interested in writing a rule that gouges somebody.
We've got Mike and Dugan and Dan and James.
It's Mike Correa, back to Max's question about why should develop new community benefits? Well, as I understand this whole program, the idea is to make it easier for developers to develop. So the trade-off with that, they provide some mitigation for the impacts economically in the community. If you take an ag out of production, then like Pine Gate's done in Morrow County, look to mitigate that with some other improvements in the ag economy. But I wish the word economy was in community benefits instead of well-being, but.
I think that's the way to read it, is to tie it to something though, because the way I read this one is just you have to write a blank check if the community can go do whatever they want.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's not,
trade-off.
and that may be how that reads, Matt, but that's not what we're suggesting as the right approach.
Like if there's an identified consequence, like, you know, we're doing somebody's being impacted in a negative way, and that's in the evidence and the record that that's something that needs to be mitigated, great. Then there's a reason, there's a hook.
Yeah.
There's, you know, you can tie it to something, but just like, so if that's what we're talking about, then yeah, I totally get it.
So, and I think it was more along those lines than not. I mean, I know it's reflected in this language as well as it could be, but we wanted to get something at least to have a bit of a conversation about it.
Let's go Dugan, Dan, and then James.
Dugan with, Pine Gate. Yeah, and I think, just to bring in a voice that isn't here, Judge Zabolskis from,
Sherman County,
the judge there, in our community benefits tax has mentioned many times kind of what the wind projects, what the SIP payments, so that's the special tax payments from the wind projects, how that kind of program that or pilot can then offer a pool of money that's a lot more flexible than a normal tax payment, and of course is a lot larger than what we would have gotten on the ag land that was there before. And then, you know, they in Sherman County were able to do, Mike can talk about it better than I can, but the amount they were able to, you know, build an event, I think there was an event center, there's $600 that gets, goes out in November to every resident in the county. There's a lot of things that that tax goes to, so maybe it's in here, maybe it's something around the use of the way that those agreements point to make sure that those agreements are maybe more visible than just an increase in tax base. That seems to be also what we were getting at.
It is.
The increase in tax base will happen, it's just people feeling that, Mike, I'll prompt you to respond.
Well,
How you tell
what
me, yeah.
you're saying, Mike from Korea, what you're saying is correct, Dugan, that there are community benefits from those negotiated agreements for property tax. That's the trade-off there. Here, we're not talking about property taxes or those incentives particularly. We're talking about other community benefits in exchange for an expedited land use process. Like, I understand.
Okay.
So then as long as the land use process is expedited, I'm fully in support.
I think we are. So it's a work in progress, right? And we're working on, we've got some good people, good minds in the room. And so we'll continue discussing what we feel the right arrangement.
I was just, Dan Orzek from Oregon Clean Power Co-op. I was, excuse me. Just gonna observe that the legislature created 2 programs for communities to actively participate in solar, community solar and CBRE. They are limited to community-based renewable energy. They are limited to Pacific Power, PG and Idaho. CBRE.
James and then Gordon.
Yeah, I think originally when I had my hand up, I was really needing some clarification from Max. The center of your question concern is around G, correct? And just wanting some clarification of what that would be. From my point of view as a county, I would look at road use agreements, things like that, things that we've already kind of talked about. Things that, because roads do not pay property tax. Property taxes do not go to roads, not 1 penny in the state of Oregon. They're entirely paid, having these were covered by fuel registration tax. And timber receipts, which are almost not an issue. But I think if you're looking for an example, I think Mike really hit it right on the head. The idea is to try to streamline this process to be less of an expense to the developers, to give them some certainty if they're going to go through these land use processes. They know that there's we're working for that. And in turn, the trade-off is we want to put some additional community benefit back in the community that's meant to be economic. It's not just meant to be a fun check to go spend. It's meant to be a conversation with the community, with the county, figure out what's the best use of those. And it doesn't always, go to say the locations that would be benefiting through the property tax, like your library districts and schools.
Yeah, I've got an internal struggle with, as well as I do, like, we have a benefits fund, we already do this, and I understand.
Yeah, I know.
For other, for the general public, but like, as an attorney, I don't think it's good policy to impose restrictions on a certain type of development that don't apply uniformly. Like, we don't require Intel to make community benefit payments when they build a property, so like, why are we treating solar differently? And I'm not saying I disagree with this.
I think,
It raises like.
I think it, like you said, that's fair.
Yeah.
I know in the offshore wind world, because I'm working on that, community benefits is a requirement as a part of that, so.
That's like a community benefit agreement, right? I mean,
Yeah,
that's a.
community benefit agreement, yeah.
But the way that they fund those is through a reduction in the amount that you pay for the bid, so they take them, they reallocate money, it's not a,
Yeah.
And that comes up when you negotiate the SIP or something like that, potentially. But like if you had a road.
Oh, was Laura,
I would consider.
she raised her hand.
Laura has her hand up again.
Can I, maybe, since we're talking about, this is a whole voluntary program for the counties to buy into, this is something a county can consider is doing a community needs and benefits agreement, rather than requiring it. Rather than saying all shall have this, you're putting this in as part of what the county can do as part of its thing.
Yeah, I honestly, I don't really need this.
Yeah.
But I think that it should be going to be a conversation with any developer.
Yep.
From my point of view. I could live with it or without it. The fact that it's pretty open-ended in this and it's not specifying exactly what it is, leaves some room. And, for negotiation, and please called out and it should be considered. I guess maybe the wording could be evaluated a little bit to make sure that it's not mandatory. Because there are some counties that would be like, look, come to my county and do something because we're dying.
Yeah.
Some community benefit just by having that development. And I really love the point, talking projects and things like that too. And showing that local benefit. We talk a lot about Oregon road energy and, and showing that community benefit. A lot of times in India's comments, are like, well, why are you doing this here so you can go and charge electric cars in California? Well, the reality is, if you translate it correctly, they just want to understand what the benefit is locally,
Right.
sacrifice them.
Right.
So I thought Laura had her hand up, but it's not there up now.
Sorry, I've been trying to raise my.
Yeah, Andrew.
I think all this conversation is great and from Thousand Prince William, but I actually just think it should apply across the board. Like, it feels like a rule that, if it's good and consistent with, kind of mitigating, I think, the impacts of solar generally, or the fact that, these businesses are using roads and other things and should pay commensurate with that. It just seems like something that should be applied to all solar, because they're all having those similar impacts, so.
Any more conversation on community benefits? Laura, I thought I saw your hand up.
She said she forgot to put it down.
Yeah.
It was cute.
Require this on aggregate lines.
We could, you want it, should we?
Percentage needs to go to the local roads. Gordon?
Well, I was just saying, the basic reason we're looking at this issue is because the legislature told us to.
That's right, that's right.
But secondly, there's seems to be two ways to look at this. Number one, the community benefits are solar as a whole. There's no necessary beyond that. I think solar developers would probably find that. The second way to look at it would be, local governments would be authorized to ask for community benefits. But we leave it up to them to what those benefits would be. And the third would be to basically set forth that local governments somehow have to or must ask for some sort of community benefits. And so it seems to me those are the three basic options that we have to look at. And I think that, as Max pointed out, the legal limit is that community benefit can't be something that is unconstitutional because it is a taking, because it violates the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution. But beyond that, I think it's a policy matter. And I think really, it's the reason I think the legislature wrote this is, obviously the often fraught relationship between Eastern Oregon and the rest of the state, and that this is viewed as kind of, an extraction of resources from Eastern Oregon for the benefit of the entire state and other states. And so I think that's why this statement is in here and why we're looking at this issue. And I think James, in some of his comments about what his constituents say, reflects that as well. So that's why we're looking at this.
And we did hear that at the public meeting last night. Several people talked about that, about about equity, the equity impacts to Eastern Oregon and what the offsets would be to provide power for other places. Laura?
I decided I did want to say something after all. Laura Tabor with the Nature Conservancy. A couple of thoughts just on the community benefits piece. One is, I feel like it's been hard to find a place for sort of like an extra good thing you can do, since the determination of significance has been focused on sort of what's not there or what you want to avoid. But this is something that like we would like to see. So one option if we wanted to integrate it into the rules would be, is there some way that that's sort of an adder that can push you over into that being determined significant is having this piece, as opposed to a requirement to have the piece. But I could also see, the rules aren't the only output of this RAC. There's also a report with recommendations. And so to Andrew's point about, this is something we should be talking about applying broadly. Is that a recommendation that the RAC wants to make, is find another way to implement this across the board?
Okay.
Dan and Chad?
Yeah, Dan Orzek, Oregon Clean Power. Well, I just wonder if the pilot program, payment in lieu of taxes, might be a useful analogy here. I don't even, does that still exist?
Yeah. It does.
So that's optional for counties, as an alternative to citing the tax rate.
Chad Higgins, by saying that it's a least conflict site, we are implicitly saying that that community has something of value. So I think it makes sense to compensate them for that in some way, particularly if there's an expedited process. But I don't know if it has to come from the solar company. I think we just need to recognize that that community has something of value and they should be compensated for providing that value to the rest of the state.
Conversation we want to have on community benefits. But again, this is gonna go to the TAC.
I think captured exactly what Chad said there, because that's, I feel like I want to keep that out of the.
Yeah, well, I'll say it one more time. That the TAC is gonna identify that certain communities have something of value. And it makes sense to compensate a community for providing value to the rest of the state. Because if they're taking the solar, that means it's not going in a place where it would be not permitted or not wanted.
But it doesn't necessarily have to come from the developer.
And it doesn't necessarily have to come to the developer because they're providing value to the whole state, not just Pine Gate or New Sun or whoever else.
So this is a nexus to statewide energy strategy.
Yeah, I mean, literally, there's a state mandate that says this has to happen. So
Thanks, James, for the.
Sorry, income tax.
Listen to that again. Thanks, Chad. Mike?
Mike King, I was looking at New York State studying, process. They use a scorecard approach where they give, maximum number of points and then a maximum number of points in different categories, including, agricultural benefits or trade-offs. But under community benefits, one of the ways they look at community benefits is how proactive the developer is in community engagement. And they get bonus points for having a really active public participation process. And if we're talking about social acceptability of these projects, that could be a real benefit, I think, in Eastern and Central Oregon, where, people want to feel like they have a say, they've had a say, they have an opportunity to identify potential other community benefits. And that's actually, coming up with a proactive public engagement process gives you bonus points for streamlining the siting decision.
Now we wanted to talk about PPA and sequencing. We want to get,
So,
do we want to
yeah,
get
I
into that?
think so. I'd like to. We got a couple minutes before we probably are gonna start winding down.
Just before we leave mitigation,
Yeah.
just had one other thing. I was thinking back to a conversation at Fort Rock, Christmas Valley with the commissioner. He's in a different conversation here now, but about kind of a geographic proximity of mitigation. So that, you're trying to mitigate for whatever wildlife or community benefit and making sure there stays some sort of proximity. And I don't know if that's language that needs to get built in here or not. So that, we've had discussions on the wildlife side. If we're impacting a mule deer, we have well-defined herd ranges now. Let's do the mitigation within the same herd range as an example. Or if you're impacting the community, let's make sure if it's a community in Lake County, those benefits don't go specifically to Bend or something like that.
Yeah, I think,
Or
so I
some
think
limitation there.
that's not written per se right now, but I think that's in the realm of conservation. If we're, like you said, if the impactor here providing relief over there doesn't necessarily make sense. I mean, it's obviously very simple,
Right.
John, you had that conversation on that. Jared, you and I had a conversation on that. Mitigation was proposed in my county for impact. I don't know if it has to be a rule, it should just be a rule of thumb and an understanding that I'll fight you.
Right.
That, oh, yeah, and then starts to propose, I'll fight it.
Right.
Our policy provides that guidance on the wildlife side.
Right, it does.
When we talk about in proximity, out of proximity. And then
Right.
ultimately at a county level project, the county decides where it's gonna go. We give our recommendations for consistency with policy. And they get to ultimately decide if that's.
I made a note of it, like, that mitigation should be provided in close proximity to impact.
I just want to share what Commissioner and I were just talking about, which was how much we agree with what Chad said. This is, it gets under my skin from a policy perspective, but I see the value. And to me, the way, and the RAC has authority to make legislative recommendations. So like, I like to think about this like, okay, you put a facility in this spot, you get a tax incentive or a tax break from the state that is then funded directly into a community benefits program implemented by the county. Like give a benefit, right, to doing this in the right spot and recognize the need for.
Some of like tax increment financing, almost. I mean, maybe.
Yeah. There's probably a lot of ways to do it, but just like, yeah, how do we recognize that this is a valuable thing while not also, making that possible?
Yeah.
Just be clear. That looks really good.
I got it. Tax incentive from state, linked state energy strategy. Yeah. So how about, talking about,
So let's move into subsection 12. And this is the area, that would be the program, to achieve the goal. This is where, we start talking about what the actual criteria would be, that would be applied to an individual application, whether that's an application within a resource area or for a resource site. This could be applied directly in some instances. It could be, accommodated through the adoption of a local ordinance. And we got a fairly limited number of things here. I'm gonna hit A last. I'm gonna hit A first. I think this is what people want to talk about. So what we've written here, and the more I've heard about this, I don't know that we need to talk a lot about this because we probably want to replace it with something better. But the idea was that, in order to respond to and try to honor, again, provisions of the legislation, which spoke to making contributions towards clean energy goals, how do we do that? And so one thing that we thought of, or I thought of, I'll just take responsibility for it, was that prior to granting a final approval, that the applicant would show evidence of a power purchase agreement or whatever that it would be with the Oregon utility. However, the county could grant a tentative approval, which would basically carry the same weight. And then, when that was acquired, much in the way we treat non-foreign dwellings, the county planning director would sign off on make tentative approval, final approval, and in a way everybody would go happily ever after. I think the reality is that may not be a workable arrangement. And I'm going to stop talking about that right now because I think there's some people that can, and Jack or Junior or Max can explain maybe why this is something that we probably would want to exchange for a different something, or maybe even not exchange, maybe just drop.
This is Dugan from Finance. I get the push for this, and we see this directly in the FSEC process. Many applicants come to FSEC seeking a goal 3 exception. They'll often list the state goals as a reason for needing an exception, because they're like, I'm building the solar, and the state says it needs solar, right? And Odo and FSED have often rejected that because they say you can't prove that power you're producing here is actually gonna help Oregon meet its goals. So you need to come up with a signed PPA, and then no one ever comes up with a signed PPA, because we don't get a signed PPA until much sooner, to when we're actually constructing the PPA is usually conditioned on having land use approval, and then, it's a power purchase agreement, that's just our normal way that we'll sell our power to someone. And so, I mean, just the way this is written is very stringent, and, a lot of people will, hopefully, most of the energy that is being produced in Oregon will financially have a path to an Oregon customer, whether it's a utility. We also have something called direct access in Oregon, where industrial customers can directly buy from power producers, or a co-op. But I think this is a little, cart before the horse. I don't know if there's, and those agreements can change. And one thing is, electrically, the power put on the grid here will go to Oregonians, but financially, and really the power, even if there's an agreement signed with PGE, for example, the power goes to the regional grid because of, electrical physics. And so, saying that we must have a financial agreement with an Oregon entity to prove this is benefiting Oregonians, I feel like this is, and might be pretty hard to obtain. Final point I'll make is we usually try to seek unappealable permit once we get it, and this seems to be adding at a point a condition of appealability. It makes me and my financing team nervous.
I just got a question for the power developer guys. If you got approval and for some reason your PPA, they were like, nah, we're not gonna buy the power, screw you. Would you build the project?
I would not build a project without having a power purchase agreement. So one thing we were talking about is Pine has a project in Jefferson County that got its land use approval in 2020 or 2021, and we're still searching for the right customer right now.
Okay.
And so that can come much later in the process. Although usually in that case, we did have a problem there with, we tried to negotiate the utility, it didn't have anything out, and so now we're trying to find it. So this happens pretty often that we won't have this all lined up by that time. I think one thing I do fall back on is in HB 2021, the law that gave us the current goals we have beyond the RPS, it is stated that, in achieving these goals, kind of absent of where the power eventually flows, the benefits of building solar should accrue to Oregonians. I think that will happen if we build things here. But it isn't necessarily so predetermined on who's getting credit for the power.
Yeah, and Chad, it's extremely rare, even impossible to finance without a PPA.
That's what I'm thinking.
But if you put a provision like this and you're giving all the power, it creates an imbalance in negotiation with the utility. They say, oh, you need this to get your permit? Okay, here's how much it costs now.
Right, yeah.
And not only that, but, PGE was here, I would ask them, how many PPAs have you executed with independent power in the last decade? And I think the answer is 0.
Right.
So it's pretty hard to actually even get a PPA with an Oregon utility provider, and that's an issue for the PUC.
Okay.
Well, I just have a question, is that I don't think this is necessarily, I don't think the concept is unworkable. And I'll just give you the example of, if someone goes to get a conditional use permit for like a dwelling or some other type of building on farmland, they're often put, the land use permit is issued, like you have that permit, but then as a condition of approval, it says, oh, you need to meet the building code requirements, so you need to meet X requirement, or blah, blah, blah. So I don't see how this, I don't see anything that prohibits this from being structured in a way that says, at the end of the day, you have your land use approval before we give you your building permit approval, that you just show us something that says you have a power purchase agreement, which it sounds like you're gonna get anyway. But then that says that, oh, for 50% of the capacity, it's gonna be an Oregon customer. I mean, I think there are other reasons why that may not be unworkable from a workable from a developer's perspective, but I think conceptually, it seems like it could be done in a way that wouldn't create an appealable issue or something like that. But it's just simply a standard condition of approval that is then met.
And I agree, we get like with an aspect of county plan, we have conditions, so I mean, I think that's the way that this is set up. I guess I'll retreat back to, I just disagree with this as a condition. But.
Yeah, I would say out of anything we've talked about, this is the one thing that I'm like, no, like this does not work, it will never work, and it should not be part of the conversation.
And you can extend that to every other developer in the state of
Yeah.
Oregon. Nobody's gonna be able.
Well, like, I mean,
Better than James.
my thought on it is no one's ever gonna build a project if there's no customer to sell to. So this is regulation for regulation's sake. This they're gonna have a PPA or the project's not gonna get built.
Well, that's just right. I would call it a little different, Kirk read it a little differently. Again, it was an attempt to provide some expectation or satisfying expectation that power generated in these sites actually went towards meeting Oregon's clean energy goals. And maybe there's another way to do it. Maybe just the fact that they're in these areas is sufficient. Here's, I guess, bottom line for me, you guys, I'll just say it, is that this seems like a go home issue for the development community. They will not go home as long as this is on the table. I want them to be able to go home. So I think we probably, I mean, again, I don't know that we abandoned the idea entirely, the concept entirely, but I'm convinced this isn't the right way to get at it.
Yeah, it sucks.
Yeah, James and then Mike.
So I'll just speak, as a local government, I think is a terrible idea. I don't want to have anything to do with it as a local government proceeding. I don't need to see their purchase power agreement. To Andrew's point about like building permits and stuff, I never need to see someone building permit when they come to the county. Land use is always the first step, and it is a building permit.
Yeah, you don't.
I don't need to see it.
And you wouldn't.
I don't, no, they may not pull it for years. They may not pull their building permit for years. The land use follows the land, not the person. And so.
No, I know. And so, but if this was structured in a way that just said, hey, by the time you get to the point of building it and you sign all your power purchase agreements, just come back and show us that.
I don't need to see it.
I think but you don't need to see it. Your building permit person's gonna see it, and they're gonna check a box that says, yeah.
But
good.
why should that be a land use approval if you need it to build the project? That's what, you know.
Well, it would be, I guess it would in terms of conditions of approval, it's just something that just says, like, for example, you'll have, as a condition of approval in a land use process, you need to comply with, or the FW wildlife regulations or something. And, there's a whole discussion at the land use process, and it just says, yeah, we can comply, we'll comply, put that down as a condition of approval. They come back for their building permit and just say, here's the letter or something. I don't think it's a good idea.
Let's do.
I think it opens up.
I was just gonna add, when I first read this, I kind of laughed. And it's just because it was a conversation that Dugan and I had a while back, or maybe it's the last tour, I don't know what it was, but because if I were you, there's no way I would sign on to this. I mean, just from a business perspective, when you limit the pool of prospective purchasers to one or two, you've lost all of your leverage to sell your product, right? So, but I think also the point of this was to point back to the legislation that says we're contributing. The process here, as I see it, is we are looking at trying to make exceptions or changes or leniency in rules to promote building solar in Oregon. We have to demonstrate somehow that that is contributing to Oregon and that you are not just doing something here and going, hey, we're going to build all these solar farms on wildlife habitat or ag lands and then make power really cheap for Seattle Power and Light. That's what that to me is what we're trying to get to. So just come up with some other
We gotta come up with something,
And
right?
I think if we could control who the utilities procure power from, I would totally agree. So my suggestion would be, when we write this rule that says, here's a good place, we all show up as a rack at the PUC and we say, hey, if somebody puts their solar project in this spot, you should give them a discount on their RFP bid to ensure that they win and that it gets bought by Oregon. Because right now, they will not buy our projects. So that's not something that we can, as a land use group, can regulate. It's a battle we're fighting in court at the Public Utility Commission. And like, we have no control over it.
I'm learning more and more on that.
Yeah.
Just to go back to the point that somehow we have to connect it. In my mind, we have to connect that in doing this here in Oregon, we are contributing to Oregon schools. I don't even have a suggestion on how to do that.
Well, that was the notion though, Mike.
But that has
That's
to
right.
be there. I mean, I think that's the critical part of this, so.
So let's hear from the two people online. Sorry to cut you off, Mike. We've got like 7 minutes left.
7 minutes left.
Of this meeting. And I gave you a preview of sort of what's happening next, but we do need a couple of minutes to talk about that. So let me get to the two people online on this one, and then we'll see what we can do to put a bow on this topic. Laura?
Yeah, just really quickly, I liked Mike had brought up the scorecard approach in New York, and so it just keeps bringing me back to are there ways that we can sort of add bonus points for good things, and maybe this falls into that category, and also like my comment on the community benefits agreement, is there a recommendation outside of the rules that we want to make for next steps at the PUC, for example, to value projects that are cited well?
Thanks for that, Laura. So I'm not sure that we're done with this conversation, other than I just want to do like a show of hands. Is there any, just a temperature check, not a vote? And then folks online, oh, Brandon.
I think that's consistent with the way we're doing
Yeah, it is. Thanks, Brandon, for putting that in the chat. So for folks online, you can just do a thumbs up emoji or raise your hand. But is there anybody here that feels strongly that this should stay in its current form?
Move to strike.
Okay, so anybody online? All right, so nobody feels strongly that this should stay in its current form.
Yeah.
So it does sound like in concept, we want to get to this connection, like Mike was talking about, how the project is benefiting Oregon. Perhaps it's not in the rule, but there might be some other way to do it. More conversation to ensue about that. Yeah?
Yeah. Do you want to call in on whether or not the PURPA, the power purchase agreement, PPA, should come out? People who feel strongly that
I think that was what we just
yeah,
agreed.
that was, yeah, that's what I was asking.
Okay.
Okay, so in our last 5 minutes, I am loath to introduce any other topic. We didn't get to voluntary implementation. We didn't get to 13, 14, or 15. We almost got there.
We were talking about 15.
Okay.
We didn't get to 13 and 14. 15 is scheduled review. Oh, look at that cool thing. Look at that.
Yeah.
Can you read that?
Nope, that's cool. It's bubbles on paper.
I feel so.
Yes, no.
Yeah, it's gonna work.
No, all goes to red, so that's.
Yeah, all the notes. So what?
Nothing goes to
But
green
there is-
though,
That's
so.
an attempt, that's my attempt, that's an attempt of a person that doesn't really make charts, to make a chart. And didn't work out quite as good as we hoped. But what it tries to do is track the difference, or the order of operations, for a county that elects to use a rule, right? So the first question is, does the county opt it in? The answer is no, the bottom line, go look at a different way. Answer is yes. The next question is, has the county established photovoltaic resource areas? The answer is yes. Make an application, and then you end up in the upper right-hand corner. If they haven't adopted or haven't identified resource areas, the question is, basically going through, does it satisfy the provisions of subsection 6? No, go down. Yes, go on. Is it significant through to subsection 7? Yes. You could go on and eventually end up trying to portray, when a county opts in, that the pathway for either an individual site, application for a site, which is really direct application of the rule, or an application under a county program, which would be stood up to implement the choice to create resource areas. So anyway, that's all. That's probably enough.
John, on the top part of the chart, if you go yes on the first one, it looks like the second one, both of them are yes.
They are.
I thought the bottom one of that was no.
Bottom in red.
No.
No, so there's
Right
one,
after the second box to the
I
left.
think there's a
on the
missing
left,
no.
Yeah.
That yes should be a no.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yes, you can go either direction.
Yes, yes, we have no bananas.
It was late.
John with his
I was young. I needed the money.
skills right now. Andrew, did you have
I was
something?
gonna say, is one of those yeses the kind of programmatic rules-based pathway, and then the other pathway is a site-specific pathway? So
What it tries to
I think
do.
that's why there's two
Okay.
yeses.
Andrew already has a better chart in his head.
Now your friends are trying.
I did the best I could do.
All right, so closing and next steps in the last 2 minutes. So several people at lunch and at breaks had come up to us and said, hey, we really should have another meeting in August, not wait till September. There's been a lot of momentum created at this meeting today, and we should continue. So we talked as a little staff team and we agreed. And so we're gonna send out a doodle poll to look for a date towards the end of August. And that would give time for the tax to meet between now and when we meet again.
You're welcome to come to Sherman County.
Oh, we can go to Sherman County. I think we were thinking about going to Salem, but we can talk. We'll talk and figure that out. So first to do, yes.
I have a comment on that, which is, I totally agree with that. I think we need more meetings. Another thing I've been thinking about is that I very much appreciate all the work and expertise by the agencies, but I would think it would also be really beneficial to just have a meeting with voting members of the RAC.
Oh.
So we can talk as the RAC about how we're feeling about the agency's proposal, about the different inputs and what we really want our recommendations to be in that setting. So for those RAC members who are voting, please think about that and whether we can make time to make that happen as well, in addition to the tax and the other USD moves.
Yeah.
And not to say, I really appreciate all the agencies' work and all the expertise, but I just think that would be a nice forum for us.
Yeah, no, I think that's an interesting suggestion, and it's common for folks to caucus, without the agency, so that's a good suggestion. So doodle poll for a meeting towards the end of August. The next meeting on the calendar is scheduled for September 10th. We're feeling like that's a little bit too soon, and so we're gonna look at scheduling a meeting towards the end of September as well. And again, that allows a little bit more time for tax to meet. So a little bit, we'll have to get back to you on location and timeframe. We also were thinking that we were starting to move into virtual meetings. We heard from a lot of people today that the in-person meeting is very valuable. And so we want to try to accommodate that as an in-person meeting for at least the next meeting. So more to come on that. So John, I think those are all my.
Yeah, I think that they are. So a couple things, just in addition, I think that we're gonna try, I think we should try, I think Adam and I should try to, as we conduct our office hours, so on and so forth, to devote some space to talking about some of the rules we didn't get to today. It's not a place for RAC conversation or debate. But, if you want to tune in and ask questions or learn about divisions, 33 and 6 and 4, that might be a way to gain some ground on the things that we didn't have a chance to do today.
Yeah, to learn more about it.
To learn more about them, right, so we can have more, productive conversations and efficient conversations, down the road. I want to thank you guys again. I don't know about you, it's been a long day. I'm worn out. I'm exhausted, but I feel good, right? I feel good because I think we've I think we accomplished something. I think that it was productive conversation today. I hope you feel the same way. So again, thank you for your help and your interest. And, we'll be in touch.
Yeah,
Took a
thank you.
keychain, John.
Thanks, folks online.
Hey, and take a sandwich and soda.
Yeah, take a couple sandwiches and some.
Do you want our notes?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, bring him, give him to Adam.
No.
I grabbed yours, Chad.
Travels, everybody.
Thanks for all your hard work. Oh, thank you.
Needed to be a big-